Now they've gone too far, Reacher thought. He shivered. Way too far. He stared at the screen. Sandy's face was still there. Then the picture cut again, back to tape of the early hours, to a head and shoulders shot of Emerson. A recorded interview. Yanny had her microphone shoved up under Emerson's nose. He was talking. Yanny pulled the microphone back and asked a question. Emerson talked some more. His eyes were flat and empty and tired and hooded against the bright light on the camera. Even without the sound, Reacher knew what he was saying. He was promising a full and complete investigation. "We'll get this guy," he was saying.
"I saw you from the desk,"
a voice said. Then it said,
"And I thought to myself, don't I know that guy?"
Reacher looked away from the TV. Eileen Hutton was standing right there in front of him. Her hair was shorter. She had no tan. There were fine lines around her eyes. But otherwise, she looked just the same as she had 14 years ago. And just as good. Medium height, slim, poised, groomed, fragrant, feminine as hell. She hadn't put on a pound. She was wearing civvies, khaki chino pants, a white tee, a blue Oxford shirt open over it. Penny loafers, no socks, no makeup, no jewelry. No wedding band.
"Remember me?"
she said. Reacher nodded. "Hello, Hutton," he said. "I remember you. Of course I do. And it's good to see you again." She had a purse and a key card in her hand, a rolling carry-on with a long handle at her feet.
"It's good to see you again, too," she said. "But please tell me it's a coincidence that you're here. Please tell me that."
Feminine as hell, except that she was still a woman in a man's world, and you could still see the steel if you knew where to look, which was into her eyes. They ran like a stock ticker, warm, warm, welcome, welcome, with a periodic bright flash. Mess with me and I'll rip your lungs out. "Sit down," Reacher said. "Let's have lunch."
"Lunch?"
"It's what people do at lunchtime."
"You were expecting me. You've been waiting for me."
Reacher nodded, glanced back up at the TV set. Sandy's driver license picture was on the screen again. Hutton followed his gaze.
"Is that the dead girl?" she asked. "I heard it on the radio, driving down. Sounds like a person should get combat pay coming here."
"What did the radio say? There's no sound in here."
"Homicide, late last night. Local girl got her neck broken. A single blow to the right temple. In an alley outside a hotel. Not this one, I hope."
"No," Reacher said. "It wasn't this one."
"Brutal."
"I guess it was." Eileen Hutton sat down at the table. Not across from him, in the chair next to him. Just like Sandy at the sports bar. "You look great," he said. "You really do." She said nothing. "It's good to see you," he said again.
"Likewise,"
she said. "No, I mean it."
"I mean it, too. Believe me, if we were at some Beltway cocktail party, I'd be getting all misty and nostalgic with the best of 'em. I might still, as soon as I find out you're not here for the reason I think you're here."
"What reason would that be?"
"To keep your promise."
"You remember that?"
"Of course I do. You talked about it all one night."
"And you're here because the Department of the Army got a subpoena?" Hutton nodded.
"From some idiot prosecutor."
"Roden," Reacher said.
"That's the guy."
"My fault," Reacher said.
"Christ,"
Hutton said.
"What did you tell him?"
"Nothing," Reacher said. "I didn't tell him anything. But he told me something. He told me my name was on the defense's witness list."
"The defense list?"
Reacher nodded. "That surprised me, obviously, so I was confused. So I asked him if my name had come from some old Pentagon file."
"Not in this lifetime,"
Hutton said. "As I found out," Reacher said. "But still, I'd said the magic words. I'd mentioned the Pentagon. The type of guy he is, I knew he'd go fishing. He's very insecure. He likes his cases armor-plated. So I'm sorry."
"You should be. I get to spend 2 days in the back of Beyond, and I get to perjure myself from here to breakfast time."
"You don't need to do that. You can claim national security." Hutton shook her head.
"Oh, we talked about it, long and hard. We decided to stay away from anything that draws attention. That Palestinian thing was very thin. If that unravels, everything unravels. So I'm here to swear blind that James Barr was G.I. Joe."
You okay with that?
You know the Army. None of us is a virgin anymore. It's about the mission, and the mission is to keep a lid on the KC thing.
Why'd they delegate you?
2 birds with 1 stone. No good to them to send someone else and still have me out there knowing the truth. This way, I can't talk about it ever again anywhere. Not without effectively confessing to perjury one time in Indiana. They're not dumb.
I'm surprised they still care. It's practically ancient history.
How long have you been out?
7 years.
And clearly you don't have a subscription to the Army Times.
What?
Or maybe you never knew.
Never knew what?
Where it went back then, up the chain of command?
Well, division, I supposed, but maybe not all the way to the top.
It stopped on a certain colonel's desk. He was the one who nixed it.
And?
His name was Peterson.
And?
Colonel Peterson is now Lieutenant General Peterson. 3 stars, congressional liaison, about to get his 4th star, about to be named Vice Chief of Staff of the Army.
That could complicate things, Reacher thought. Embarrassing, Reacher said.
You bet your ass embarrassing,
Hutton said.
So believe me, this is one lid that's going to stay on. You need to bear that in mind. Whatever you want to do about your promise, you can't talk about what happened, any more than I can. They would find a way to get to you.
Neither of us needs to talk about it. It's a done deal.
I'm very glad to hear it.
I think.
You think?
Ask me how they really got my name.
How did they really get your name?
From James Barr himself.
I don't believe it.
I didn't believe it either, but I do now.
Why?
We should have lunch. We really need to talk. Because I think there's someone else out there who knows. Emerson and Bianca called it quits at 12:50. Reacher never showed. The feeder flight came in on time. Nobody who could have been a female brigadier general from the Pentagon got off. They waited until the arrivals hall emptied out and went quiet. Then they got in their car and drove back to town. Reacher and Hutton had lunch. A waitress came over, happy to get some business out of her corner table at last. The menu was coffee shop basic. Reacher ordered a grilled cheese sandwich and coffee. Hutton went with chicken Caesar and tea. They ate and talked. Reacher ran through the details of the case. Then he ran through his theory. The perverse choice of location, the presumed coercion. He told Hutton about Niebuhr's theory of the new and persuasive friend. Told her that Barr claimed he had no new friends, and very few old ones.
Can't be a new friend anyway,
Hutton said.
Because this is a multi-layered setup. There's the contemporaneous evidence and the historical parallels. Second level of a parking garage 14 years ago in KC, second level of a parking garage here and now. Virtually the same rifle, boat-tail sniper ammunition, and the desert boots. I never saw them before Desert Shield. They're suggestive. Whoever scripted this for him knew all about his past. Which means it isn't a new friend. It can't be. It would take years and years before Barr would feel like sharing anything about KC.
Reacher nodded. But obviously he did eventually, which is why I said there's someone else out there who knows.
We need to find that person, Hutton said. The mission is to keep the lid on this thing.
Not my mission. I don't care if this Peterson guy gets his 4th star.
But you do care that 250,000 veterans don't get their reputations trashed. The scandal would taint all of them. And they were good people.
Reacher said nothing.
It's easy enough, Hutton said. If James Barr doesn't have many friends, you don't have a very big pool to search through. One of them has to be the guy.
Reacher said nothing.
2 birds with 1 stone, Hutton said. You get to the puppet master, and the Army gets to relax.
So why doesn't the Army do it for me?
We can't afford to draw attention.
I've got operational problems, Reacher said.
No jurisdiction?
Worse than that, I'm about to get arrested.
For what?
For killing that girl behind the hotel.
What?
The puppet master doesn't like me being here. He already tried something on Monday night, with that same girl as bait. So I went to see her yesterday, twice, and now they killed her, and I'm sure I'm her last unexplained contact.
Have you got an alibi?
Depends on the exact timing, but probably not. I'm sure the cops are already looking for me.
Problem?
Hutton said. Only temporary, Reacher said. Science is on my side. If her neck was broken by a single blow to her right temple, then her head rotated a little, counterclockwise, which means the punch was thrown by a left-hander, and I'm right-handed. If I had hit her in the right temple, I would have knocked her out for sure, but I wouldn't have broken her neck. I would have had to do that separately, afterwards.
You sure?
Reacher nodded. I used to do this stuff for a living, remember?
But will they believe you? Or will they figure you're big enough to have done it with your weak hand?
I'm not going to risk finding out.
You're gonna run?
No, I'm going to stick around. But I'm going to have to stay out of their way, which will slow me down some. A lot, in fact. Which is why I said I've got operational problems.
Can I help?
Reacher smiled. It's good to see you, Hutton, he said. It really is.
How can I help?
My guess is there'll be a cop called Emerson waiting for you just after you're done with your deposition. He'll ask you about me. Just play dumb. Just say I never showed up, you didn't see me, you didn't know where I am, all that kind of stuff. She was quiet for a spell.
You're upset, she said. I can tell.
He nodded, rubbed his face like he was washing without water. I don't care much about James Barr, he said. If someone wanted to set him up so he took the punishment he should have taken 14 years ago, that was okay with me. But this thing with the girl is different. It's way out of line. She was just a sweet, dumb kid. She meant no harm. Hutton was quiet for a moment longer.
Are you sure about the threat to Barr's sister? She asked.
I don't see any other leverage.
But there's no sign of a threat. As a prosecutor, I couldn't see entering it as a separate charge.
Why else would Barr have done what he did? Hutton didn't answer.
Will I see you later? She asked.
I've got a room not far away, he said. I'll be around.
Okay, she said.
Unless I'm already in jail. The waitress came back and they ordered dessert. Reacher asked for more coffee, and Hutton got more tea. They kept on talking. Random subjects, random questions. They had 14 years to catch up on. Helen Roden searched through the 6 cartons of evidence and found a crisp photocopy of a sheet of paper that had been found next to James Barr's telephone. It was as close as he had got to a personal phone book. It had 3 numbers on it, written in neat and careful handwriting. 2 were for his sister Rosemary, one at her condo and the other at work. The 3rd number was for Mike, the neighborhood guy. Nothing for anyone called Charlie. Helen dialed Mike's number. It rang 6 times and cut to an answering machine. She left her office number and asked for a return call on a matter of great importance. Emerson spent an hour with a sketch artist and came up with a pretty good likeness of Jack Reacher's face. The drawing was then scanned into a computer and colorized. Dirty blonde hair, ice blue eyes, medium to dark tan. Emerson then typed the name and estimated the height at 6'5", the weight at 250, the age between 35 and 45. He put the police department's phone number on the bottom line. Then he emailed it all over the place and set the printer to churn out 200 color copies. He told every prowl car driver to take a sheaf and give one to every hotel clerk and barman in town. Then he added, every restaurant, diner, lunch counter, and sandwich shop, too. James Barr's friend Mike called Helen Roden back at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. She asked for his address and got him to agree to a face-to-face interview. He said he was home for the rest of the day, so she called a cab and headed out. Mike lived on James Barr's street, 20 minutes from downtown. Barr's house was visible from Mike's front yard. Both houses were similar. All the houses on the street were similar. They were 1950s ranches, long and low. Helen guessed they had all started out identical, but a half-century's worth of adding on and re-roofing and re-siding and ongoing landscaping had made them diverge in appearance. Some looked upmarket, and some still looked basic. Barr's place looked worn. Mike's place looked manicured. Mike himself was a tired 50-something who worked the morning shift at a paint wholesaler. His wife arrived home while Helen was still introducing herself. She was also a tired 50-something. Her name was Tammy, which didn't suit her. She was a part-time dental nurse. She worked 2 mornings a week for a downtown dentist. She ushered Helen and Mike into the living room and then went away to make coffee. Helen and Mike sat down and started out with an awkward initial silence that lasted minutes. "So what can I tell you?" Mike asked eventually.
"You were Mr. Barr's friend,"
Helen said. Mike glanced at the living room door. It was open. "Just a neighbor," he said.
"His sister called you a friend."
"We were neighborly. Some folks might call that friendly."
"Did you spend time together?"
"We would chat a little if he walked by with his dog."
"About what kind of thing?"
"Our yards," Mike said. "If he was decorating, he would ask me about paint. I asked him who fixed his driveway, things like that."
"Baseball?"
Mike nodded. "We would talk about that." Tammy came in with 3 cups of coffee on a tray. There was cream and sugar and a small plate of cookies with them, and 3 paper napkins. She put the tray on a low table and sat down next to her husband.
"Help yourself,"
she said.
"Thank you,"
Helen said.
"Thank you very much."
They all served themselves, and there was silence in the room.
"Were you ever in Mr. Barr's house?"
Helen asked. Mike glanced at his wife. "Once or twice," he said.
"They weren't friends,"
Tammy said.
"Was it a surprise?"
Helen asked.
"That he did what he did?"
"Yes," Tammy said. "It was."
"So you don't need to feel bad about mixing with him before. It wasn't something that anyone could have predicted. These things are always a surprise. Neighbors never know."
"You're trying to get him off."
"Actually, I'm not,"
Helen said.
"But there's a new theory that he didn't act alone. I'm just trying to make sure that the other man gets punished too."
"It wasn't Mike," Tammy said.
"I don't think it was,"
Helen said.
"Really, not for a moment. Not now that I've met him. But whoever the other man is, you or Mike might know him or have heard about him or even seen him coming and going."
"Barr didn't really have friends," Mike said.
"Nobody?"
"Not that he spoke about to me. He lived with his sister until she moved out. I guess that was enough for him."
"Does the name Charlie mean anything to you?"
Mike just shook his head.
"What did Mr. Barr do when he had a job?"
"I don't know," Mike said. "He hasn't worked for years."
"I've seen a man over there,"
Tammy said.
"When?"
"Now and then. Occasionally. He comes and goes. All times of the day and night, like a friend would."
"For how long?"
"Ever since we moved here. I spend more time at home than Mike does, so I notice more."
"When was the last time you saw this man?"
"Last week, I think. A couple of times."
"Friday?"
"No. Earlier. Tuesday and Wednesday, maybe."
"What does he look like?"
"Well, he's small. He's got funny hair. Black, like hog bristles."
"Charlie,"
Helen thought. Eileen Hutton walked 3 fast blocks south from the Marriott and arrived at the courthouse at 1 minute to 4 exactly. Alex Roden's secretary came down to escort her up to the 3rd floor. Depositions were taken in a large conference room because most witnesses brought their own lawyers and court reporters with them. But Hutton was on her own. She sat down alone on one long side of a large table and smiled as a microphone was placed in front of her and a video camera was focused on her face. Then Roden came in and introduced himself. He brought a small team with him. An assistant, his secretary, a court reporter with her machine. "Would you state your full name and title for the record?" he asked. Hutton looked at the camera.
"Eileen Ann Hutton," she said, "Brigadier General, Judge Advocate General's Corps, United States Army."
"I hope this won't take long," Roden said.
"It won't,"
Hutton said. And it didn't. Roden was trawling in a sea he hadn't charted. He was like a man in a darkened room. All he could do was dart around randomly and hope he bumped into something. After 6 questions, he realized he was never going to. He asked, "How would you characterize James Barr's military service?"
"Exemplary without being exceptional,"
Hutton said. He asked, "Was he ever in trouble?"
"Not to my knowledge,"
Hutton said. He asked, "Did he ever commit a crime?"
"Not to my knowledge,"
Hutton said. He asked, "Are you aware of recent events in this city?"
"Yes, I am,"
Hutton said. He asked, "Is there anything in James Barr's past that might shed light on the likelihood or otherwise of his having been involved in those events?"
Not to my knowledge,
Hutton said. Finally, he asked, "Is there any reason why the Pentagon might be more aware of James Barr than any other veteran?"
Not to my knowledge,
Hutton said. So at that point, Alex Roden gave up. "Okay," he said. "Thank you, General Hutton." Helen Roden walked 30 yards and stood on the street for a moment outside James Barr's house. It had police tape across the entryway and a plywood sheet nailed over the broken front door. It looked forlorn and empty. There was nothing to see. So she used her cell phone to call a cab and had it take her to the county hospital. It was after 4 o'clock in the afternoon when she arrived, and the sun was in the west. It lit up the white concrete building with pale shades of orange and pink. She rode up to the 6th floor and signed in with the Board of Corrections and found the tired 30-year-old doctor and asked him about James Barr's condition. The doctor didn't really answer. He wasn't very interested in James Barr's condition. That was clear. So Helen just walked past him and opened Barr's door. Barr was awake. He was still handcuffed to the cot. His head was still clamped. His eyes were open, and he was staring at the ceiling. His breathing was low and slow, and the heart monitor was beeping less than once a second. His arms were trembling slightly, and his handcuffs were rattling against the bed frame. Quiet, dull, metallic sounds. "Who's there?" he said. Helen stepped close and leaned into his field of view.
Are they looking after you?
She asked. "I have no complaints," he said.
Tell me about your friend Charlie.
"Is he here?"
No, he's not here.
"Did Mike come?"
I don't think they allow visitors, just lawyers and family.
Barr said nothing.
Are those your only friends? Helen said. Mike and Charlie?
"I guess," Barr said. "And Mike's more of a neighbor."
What about Jeb Oliver?
"Who?"
He works at the auto parts store.
"I don't know him."
Are you sure?
Barr's eyes moved and his lips pursed, like a man searching his memory, trying to be helpful, desperate for approval. "I'm sorry," he said. "I never heard of him."
Do you use drugs?
"No," Barr said. "Never. I wouldn't do that." He was quiet for a beat. "Truth is, I don't really do much of anything. I just live. That's why this whole thing makes no sense to me. I spent 14 years in the world. Why would I throw it all away now?"
Tell me about Charlie,
Helen said. "We hang out," Barr said. "We do stuff.
With guns?
A little bit.
Where does Charlie live?
I don't know.
How long have you been friends?
5 years, maybe 6.
And you don't know where he lives?
He never told me.
He's been to your place.
So?
You never went to his place?
He came to mine instead.
Do you have his phone number?
Well, he just shows up here and there, now and then.
Are you close?
Close enough.
How close, exactly?
We get along.
Well enough to tell him what happened 14 years ago?
Barr didn't answer, just closed his eyes.
Did you tell him?
Barr said nothing.
I think you told him,
Helen said. Barr didn't confirm or deny it.
I'm surprised that a man doesn't know where his friend lives, especially a friend as close as I think Charlie is.
I didn't push it, Barr said. I was lucky to have a friend at all. I didn't want to ruin it with questions. Eileen Hutton got up from Alex Roden's deposition table and shook hands all round. Then she stepped out to the corridor and came face to face with a guy she assumed was the cop called Emerson, the one Reacher had warned her about. He confirmed it by handing her a card with his name on it. "Can we talk?" he asked.
About what?
She asked back. "About Jack Reacher," Emerson said.
What about him?
"You know him, am I right?"
I knew him 14 years ago.
"When did you last see him?"
14 years ago,
she said.
We were in Kuwait together. Then he shipped out somewhere. Or I did. I can't remember.
"You didn't see him today?"
He's in Indiana?
"He's in town, right here, right now."
Small world.
How'd you get here?
I flew into Indianapolis and rented a car.
Staying overnight?
Do I have a choice?
Where?
The Marriott.
Reacher killed a girl last night.
Are you sure?
He's our only suspect.
That would be very unlike him.
Call me if you see him. The station house number's on my card, and my direct extension, and my cell phone.
Why would I see him?
Like you said, it's a small world. A police black and white crawled north through the building rush-hour traffic, past the gun store, past the barber shop, any style, $7. Then it eased right and turned into the motor court. The cop in the passenger seat got out and walked to the office, gave the clerk a flyer, laid it flat on the counter and swiveled it round and slid it across. "Call us if this guy shows up, okay?" the cop said.
"He's already here," the clerk said, "but his name's Hefner, not Reacher. I put him in room 8 last night."
The cop stood still. "Is he in there now?"
"I don't know. He's come and gone a few times."
"How long did he book for?"
"He paid one night, but he didn't give the key back yet."
"So he's planning to be here again tonight?"
"I guess."
"Unless he's already here."
"Unless," the clerk said.
The cop stepped back to the office door, signaled his partner. His partner shut the motor down and locked the car and walked over. "Room 8, false name," the first cop said. "In there now?" his partner asked. "We don't know." "So let's find out." They took the clerk with them. They made him stand well back. They drew their weapons and knocked on room 8's door. No response. They knocked again. No response. "Got a master key?" the first cop asked. The clerk handed him a key. The cop put it in the lock, gently, one-handed, turned it slowly, opened the door a half-inch, and paused, and then smashed it all the way open and stepped inside. His partner stepped in right behind him. Their guns traced left and right and up and down, fast and random and tense. The room was empty. Nothing in there at all, except a forlorn little sequence of bathroom items lined up on a shelf above the sink. A new pack of throwaway razors, open, one used. A new can of shaving foam with dried bubbles round the nozzle. A new tube of toothpaste, twice squeezed. "This guy travels light," the first cop said. "But he hasn't checked out," his partner said. "That's for sure. Which means he's coming back." Reacher was falling asleep on the bed in room 310 at the Marriott Suites. He was on his back, like a dead man. He and Hutton had talked so long in the coffee shop that she'd almost been late for her appointment. She had checked her watch at 5 to 4 and had thrust her key card at him and asked him to dump her bag in her room. Then she had run straight out to the street. He guessed he was supposed to leave her card at the desk afterwards, but he didn't. He didn't have anywhere he needed to be, not right then, so he just parked the bag and stayed inside. He wasn't crazy about room 310, all things considered. It was on the 3rd floor, which made the window a difficult escape route. Room 8 at the motor court had been better. Much better. Ground floor, a tangled old neighborhood. It gave a guy a sporting chance. Open the window, step out, look for an alley or a door or another window. That was good. This was bad. He was 3 floors up, a long climb. And he wasn't even sure if the Marriott's windows opened at all. Maybe they didn't. Maybe the main office lawyers had been worried about liability. Maybe they had foreseen a steady deluge of infants raining down on the parking lot blacktop. Or maybe it was a question of economies of scale. Maybe the cost of hinges and handles outweighed a little extra on the air conditioning bill. Whatever. It wasn't a great room to be in. Not by any measure. Not for the long term. But it was okay for the short term. So he closed his eyes and drifted away. Sleep when you can, because you never know when you're going to sleep again. That was the old Army rule. Emerson's plan was pretty straightforward. He put Donna Bianca in room 7, told the 2 patrolmen to stash their car 3 streets away, and walk back and wait in room 9. He put a car 2 streets behind the motor court, and another 4 blocks north where the auto dealers were, and another 2 blocks south. He told the clerk to stay awake and watch through the window and call Bianca in room 7 as soon as he saw the guy he knew as Hefner walking in. Eileen Hutton got back to the Marriott at 4:30. There was no keycard waiting for her at the desk. No message. So she went up in the elevator and followed the arrows to room 310 and knocked on the door. There was a short pause, and then the door opened and Reacher let her in.
"How's my room?" she asked.
"The bed's comfortable," he said.
"I'm supposed to call Emerson if I see you," she said.
"Are you going to?"
"No."
"Perjury and harboring a fugitive," he said, "all in one day." She dug in her purse and came out with Emerson's card.
"You're their only suspect. He gave me 3 separate phone numbers. They sound pretty serious."
He took the card from her, put it in his back pocket with the cocktail napkin that had Helen Roden's cell number on it. He was turning into a walking phone book. "How was the thing with Roden?" he asked.
"Straightforward,"
she said. He said nothing. She moved around, checking the suite. Bathroom, bedroom, living room, kitchenette. She took her bag and stood it neatly against a wall.
"Want to stay?"
she said. He shook his head. "I can't," he said.
"Okay,"
she said. "But I could come back later if you like." She paused a beat.
"Okay,"
she said.
"Come back later."
Alex Roden stepped back into his office and closed the door and called Emerson. "Have you got him yet?" he asked. "Just a matter of time," Emerson said. "We're looking for him all over, and we're watching his room. He's at the old motor court under a false name." "That's interesting," Roden said. "It means he might have used a false name at the Metropole, too." "I'll check," Emerson said. "I'll show the clerk the picture." "We might really be able to nail him," Roden said. He clicked off, thinking about 2 new framed headlines for his office wall. First Barr, and then Reacher. Reacher let himself out of Hutton's suite and used the stairs instead of the elevator. On the ground floor, he turned away from the lobby and found a back corridor with a fire door at the end of it. He pushed the fire door open and held it ajar with his foot, took Emerson's card out of his pocket and tore it in half lengthwise, and folded the half with the name on it 4 times. He pressed the tongue into the fire door's lock with the ball of his thumb and wedged it there with the folded cardboard. He closed the door gently and pushed it flush with the frame with the flat of his hand. Then he walked away, past a dumpster, through the staff lot, out to the street, heading north. The sidewalks were busy, and the traffic lanes were starting to clog. He walked at a normal pace and used his height to scan the middle distance for patrol cars or cops on corners. The day was still warm. There was a weather system somewhere out there, somewhere near. There was high pressure in the sky, clamping down, trapping the smell of damp earth and nitrogen fertilizer in the air. He reached the raised highway and turned west in its shadow. The roadbed strode along on pillars 40 feet high. Underneath it were untidy lots, some vacant and full of trash, some with old brick buildings with dark skylights in their roofs, some with new metal sheds housing body shops and spray paint operations. He passed the back of the black glass tower and stayed in the highway's shadow and turned south, ready to pass behind the library. He stopped suddenly and crouched and fiddled with his shoe, like he had a stone. Glanced back under his arm and saw nobody behind him. No tail. He moved on. After the library, he was exposed for 40 yards. The plaza was east of him. He stopped momentarily on a spot he judged was directly below where Helen Roden had parked the day before and where James Barr should have parked on Friday. 40 feet lower down, the view was different, but the geometry was the same. He could see the wilted tributes propped against the pool's southern wall. There were small splashes of faded color in the distance. Beyond them was the DMV's door. People were coming out in 1s and 2s. He checked his watch. 10 to 5. He moved on, in the open, and made it across to First Street's northernmost block. He looped 1 block south and 3 blocks east and came up on the parking garage from the west. He walked up the entrance ramp and found the security camera's lens. It was a small circle of dirty glass mounted on a plain black box that was bolted high up in the angle of 2 concrete beams. He waved at it. It was too high, ideally. It should have been lower, at license plate level. But all the pillars below waist height were scuffed and scraped, a rainbow of different colors. Drivers were careless. Mounted lower, the camera would have lasted a day and a half, maybe less. He walked up the ramps to the second level, headed north and east to the far back corner. The garage was still and quiet, but full. The space that James Barr had used was occupied. No room for sentiment in the scramble for downtown parking. No room for reverence. The border between the old garage and the new construction was marked by a triple barrier of tape strung between pillars. There was standard yellow and black contractors' caution do not enter tape, and above it and below it were new lengths of blue and white police line do not cross tape. He used his forearm and stretched all 3 lines higher and just ducked underneath. No need to drop to one knee. No need to scuff a pair of jeans. No need to leave a mess of fibers. Not even for a guy 6 inches taller than Barr, and not even with a new line of tape 6 inches lower than the one Barr had encountered. He was literally going out of his way to leave every last piece of evidence he could. Reacher walked on into the gloom. The new construction was rectangular in shape, maybe 40 yards south to north, maybe 200 east to west, which meant Reacher arrived at the new northeast corner after 35 paces. He stood 6 feet back from the perimeter wall and looked down and right. He had a perfectly good view. No need to press up against a pillar. No need to squirm around like a horse on its back in a summer meadow. He stood there and watched. People were coming out of the government office in increasing numbers. There was quite a flow. Some paused and lit cigarettes as soon as they were out in the air. Others moved on directly west, some fast, some slow. All of them turned and tracked round the north end of the pool. None of them walked where Barr's victims had walked. The funeral tributes were a disincentive, a reminder. Therefore, it was hard to judge what Friday's scene had looked like. Hard, but not impossible. Reacher watched the walking people and, in his mind, made them forego their respectful right turns. He made them continue straight on. They would be slow entering the bottleneck, but not too slow, and they would be close. The combination of moderate speed and proximity would exaggerate the deflection angles. It would make the job harder. It was a basic principle of long gun use. A bird traversing the sky 100 yards away was an easy target. The same bird at the same speed, flying 6 feet in front of your face, was an impossible target. He pictured the people streaming right to left. He closed one eye and extended his arm and pointed his finger. Click, 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 click. 6 aimed shots. 4 seconds. Fast. Tough geometry. Tension, exposure, vulnerability. 6 hits, including the deliberate miss. Exceptional shooting. They don't forget. He dropped his arm to his side. It was cold in the gloom. He shivered. The air was clammy and damp and full of the smell of lime. It had been hot in Kuwait City. The air had been shimmering and full of the smell of baked dust and desert sand. Reacher had stood in the parking garage and sweated. The street below him had been blinding, murderous, like a blast furnace. Hot in Kuwait City. 4 shots there, 6 shots here. He stood and watched the people coming out the DMV door. There were plenty of them. 10, 12, 15, 20. They turned and looped north and then turned again and walked west between the pool and the NBC Peacock. They gave each other space. But if they'd been in the bottleneck, they would have been bunched up tight. Plenty of them. 6 shots in 4 seconds. He looked for anyone not moving. Didn't see anybody. No cops, no old men in boxy suits. He turned round and retraced his steps, lifted the tape again and ducked under it and walked back down the ramps, slipped out to the street and turned west, heading for the shadows under the highway, heading for the library. He crossed the 40 yards of open ground and hugged the library's side wall and went in through a handicapped entrance. He had to walk close to the desk, but he wasn't worried about that. If Emerson started circulating wanted notices, he would hit the post offices and bars and hotels first. It would be a long time before he started canvassing librarians. He made it to the lobby okay and stepped over to the payphones, took the cocktail napkin out of his pocket and dialed Helen Roden's cell. She picked up on the 5th ring. He pictured her rooting through her purse, squinting at the screen, fumbling with the buttons. "Are you alone?" he asked.
Reacher?
"Yes," he said. "Are you alone?"
Yes, she said, but you're in trouble.
Who called you?
My father.
You believe him?
No.
I'm coming to see you.
There's a cop in the lobby.
I figured. I'll come in through the garage. He hung up and walked back past the desk and out the side entrance, back under the highway. He stayed in its shelter until he was opposite the back of the black glass tower, opposite the vehicle ramp. He checked left, checked right, and walked straight down, past the NBC trucks, past the Mustang he figured for Ann Yanny's, to the elevator. He pressed the call button and waited. Checked his watch. 5:30. Most people would be leaving the building. A down elevator was certain to stop at the lobby level. An up elevator? Maybe not. He hoped. The car arrived in the garage and let 3 people out. They walked away. Reacher stepped in, pressed 4, stood back. The car rose 1 floor and stopped, in the lobby. The doors slid back like a theater curtain. The cop was right there, 4 feet from the elevator, facing away. He had his feet apart and his hands on his hips. He was almost close enough to touch. A man stepped into the elevator. He didn't speak, just nodded a 2 guys in an elevator greeting. Reacher nodded back. The guy pressed 7. The door stayed open. The cop watched the street. The new guy jiggled the button. The cop moved. He swiped his cap off his head and ran his fingers through his hair. The doors closed. The elevator moved up. Reacher got out on 4 and walked through a small knot of people on their way home. Helen Roden had her door open and ready. He stepped inside her suite, and she closed up after him. She was wearing a short black skirt and a white blouse. She looked young, like a schoolgirl. And she looked worried, like a conflicted person.
I should turn you in,
she said. But you won't, Reacher said.
No, she said. I should, but I won't.
Truth is, I like that girl, Reacher said. She was a sweet kid.
She set you up.
I wasn't offended.
Someone didn't like her.
We can't tell. Affection didn't come into it. She was disposable, that's all. A means to an end.
The puppet master really doesn't want you around.
Reacher nodded. That's for damn sure. But he's shit out of luck there, because I'm not leaving now. He just guaranteed that for himself.
Is it safe to stay?
It's safe enough. But this thing with a girl is going to slow me down, so you're going to have to do most of the work. She led him into the inner office. She sat down at her desk. He stayed well away from the window. He sat on the floor and propped his back against the wall.
I already started the work, Helen said. I spoke to Rosemary and talked to Barr's neighbors. Then I went back to the hospital. I think we're looking for a guy called Charlie. Small guy, bristly black hair, interested in guns. I got the impression he's kind of furtive. I think he's going to be hard to find.
How long's he been on the scene?
5 or 6 years, apparently. He's the only long-term friend anyone could name. And he's the only one Barr owns up to.
Reacher nodded again. That works for me.
And Barr doesn't know Jeb Oliver and doesn't use drugs.
You believe him?
Yes, I do, Helen said. Really. Right now, I believe everything he says. It's like he spent 14 years turning his life around, and now he can't believe he went back. I think he's as upset about all this as anyone.
Except the victims.
Give him a break, Reacher. Something weird was going on.
Does this guy Charlie know about Kuwait City?
Barr wouldn't say, but I think he does.
Where does he live?
Barr doesn't know.
He doesn't know?
He just sees him around. He just shows up now and then. Like I said, I think he's going to be hard to find.
Reacher said nothing.
Did you speak to Eileen Hutton?
Helen asked. She's no threat. The Army is keeping the lid on.
Did you find the guy that was following you?
No, Reacher said. I didn't see him again. They must have pulled him off.
So we're nowhere.
We're closer than we were. We can start to see a shape. We can see 4 guys at least. 1, the old guy in the suit. 2, this guy called Charlie. 3, someone big and very strong and left-handed.
Why him?
He killed a girl last night. The old guy's too old, and it sounds like Charlie might be too small. And the physical evidence suggests a left-handed blow.
And number 4 is the puppet master?
Reacher nodded again. In the shadows somewhere, making plans, pulling strings. We can assume he doesn't run around doing this kind of stuff himself.
But how can we get to him? If he's pulled the guy off your tail, we can assume he's pulled Charlie back too. They're hunkering down.
There's another way. A big, wide highway.
Where?
We missed something very obvious, Reacher said. We spent all this time looking down the wrong end of the gun. All we've done is look at who fired it.
What should we have done?
We should have thought harder.
About what?
James Barr fired 4 times in Kuwait City, and he fired 6 times here.
Okay, Helen said. He fired 2 more shots here, so?
But he didn't, Reacher said. Not really. Not if you think about it laterally. Truth is, he fired 4 fewer shots here.
That's ridiculous. 6 is 2 more than 4, not 4 fewer.
Kuwait City was very hot, unbearable in the middle of the day. You had to be nuts to be out and about. The streets were empty most of the time.
So?
So in Kuwait City, James Barr killed every live human he saw. 1, 2, 3, 4, game over. The street was deserted apart from our 4 guys. They were the only people dumb enough to be out in the heat. And Barr took them all. He ran the table. At the time, it seemed logical to me. He wanted to see the pink mist. It struck me that maybe he might have been satisfied with seeing it once, but apparently he wasn't. So it made some kind of sense that if he didn't stop at 1, he would go all the way until he ran out of targets. And he did. In Kuwait City, he ran out of targets. Helen Roden said nothing. But he didn't run out of targets here, Reacher said. There had to have been a dozen people in that bottleneck, or 15. More than 10, anyway. And he had a 10-round magazine. But he stopped shooting after 6. Just stopped. He left 4 rounds in the gun. They're listed right there in Bel Antonio's Dog and Pony show. And that's what I meant. He fired the most he could fire in Kuwait City, and 4 less than the most he could fire here, which makes the psychology different here. He chose not to run the table here. Why?
Because he was hurrying?
He had an autoloader. The voicemail recording shows 6 shots in 4 seconds, which means he could have fired 10 in less than 7 seconds. 3 seconds wouldn't have made any kind of a difference to him. Helen said nothing. I asked him, Reacher said, when I saw him in the hospital. I asked him how he would have done it, theoretically, like a recon briefing. So he thought about it. He knows the area. He said he would have parked on the highway, behind the library. He said he would have buzzed the window down and emptied the mag. Helen said nothing. But he didn't empty the mag, Reacher said. He stopped shooting after 6. Just stopped, coldly and calmly. Which makes the whole dynamic different. This wasn't a crazy man sent out to terrorize the city on a dare. He wasn't pushed into it just for the fun of the carnage. This wasn't random, Helen. It wasn't psychotic. There was a specific, limited, coherent purpose behind it, which reverses the focus. We should have seen it. We should have seen that this whole thing is about the victims, not the shooter. They weren't just unlucky people in the wrong place at the wrong time.
They were targets?
Helen said. Carefully chosen, Reacher said. And as soon as they were safely down, Barr packed up and left, with 4 bullets remaining. A random psycho episode wouldn't have panned out like that. He'd have kept on pulling the trigger until he clicked on empty. So this wasn't a spree. It was an assassination. Silence in the office. We need to look at who the victims were, Reacher said. And we need to look at who wanted them dead. That's what's going to lead us to where we need to be. Helen Roden didn't move. And we need to do it real fast, Reacher said. Because I don't have much time, and we already wasted the best part of 3 days looking at everything ass backward. The tired 30-year-old doctor on the 6th floor of the county hospital was finishing up his afternoon rounds. He had left James Barr for last. Partly because he wasn't expecting any dramatic change in his condition, and partly because he didn't care anyway. Looking after sick thieves and swindlers was bad enough, but looking after a mass murderer was absurd. Doubly absurd, because straight after Barr was on his feet, he was going to be laid back down on a gurney, and some other doctor was going to come in and kill him. But ethical obligations are hard to ignore, as is habit, as is duty and routine and structure. So the doctor went into Barr's room and picked up his chart, took out his pen, glanced at the machines, glanced at the patient. He was awake. His eyes were moving. Alert, the doctor wrote. Happy? He asked. Not really, Barr said. Responsive, the doctor wrote. Tough shit, he said, and put his pen away. Barr's right handcuff was rattling gently against the cot rail. His right hand itself was trembling and slightly cupped, and the thumb and index finger were in constant motion, like he was trying to roll an imaginary ball of wax into a perfect sphere. Stop that, the doctor said. Stop what? Your hand. I can't. Is that new? A year or two. Not just since you woke up? No. The doctor looked at the chart. Age, 41. Do you drink? He asked. Not really, Barr said. A sip sometimes to help me sleep. The doctor disbelieved him automatically and flipped through the chart to the talk screen and the liver function test. But the talk screen was clear and the liver function was healthy. Not a drinker. Not an alcoholic. Not even close. Have you seen your own physician recently? He asked. I don't have insurance, Barr said. Stiffness in your arms and legs? A little. Does your other hand do that too? Sometimes. The doctor took out his pen again and scribbled on the bottom of the chart. Observed tremor in right hand. Not post-traumatic. Primary diagnosis alcohol unlikely. Stiffness in limbs present. Possible early onset PA. What's wrong with me? Barr asked. Shut up, the doctor said. Then, duty done, he clipped the chart back on the foot of the bed and walked out of the room. Helen Roden searched through the evidence cartons and came out with the formal specification of charges against James Barr. Among many other technical violations of the law, the state of Indiana had listed 5 counts of homicide in the first degree with aggravating circumstances, and, as due process required, had gone on to list the 5 alleged victims by name, sex, age, address, and occupation. Helen scanned the page, ran her fingers down the columns for address and occupation.
I don't see any obvious connections, she said.
I didn't mean they were all targets, Reacher said. Probably only one of them was. 2 at most. The others were window dressing. An assassination disguised as a spree. That's my guess.
I'll get to work,
she said. I'll see you tomorrow, he said. He used the fire stairs instead of the elevator and got back to the garage unseen. He hustled up the ramp and across the street and under the highway again. The invisible man, life in the shadows. He smiled. He stopped. He decided to go look for a payphone. He found one on the side wall of a small grocery called Martha's, 2 blocks north of the cheap clothing store he'd used. The booth faced a wide alley that was used as a narrow parking lot. There were 6 slanted spaces full of 6 cars. Beyond them, a high brick wall topped with broken glass. The alley turned 90 degrees behind the grocery. He guessed it turned again somewhere and led out on the next block south. Safe enough, he thought. He took Emerson's torn card out of his pocket, chose the cell number, dialed the phone, leaned his shoulder against the wall and watched both ends of the alley at once, and listened to the purr of the ringtone in his ear. Yes, Emerson said. Guess who? Reacher said. Reacher? You named that tune and won. Where are you? I'm still in town. Where? Not far away. You know we're looking for you, right? I heard. So you need to turn yourself in. I don't think so. Then we'll come find you, Emerson said. Think you can? It'll be easy. You know a guy called Franklin? Sure I do. Ask him how easy it'll be. That was different. You could have been anywhere. You got the motor court staked out? There was a pause. Emerson said nothing. Keep your people there, Reacher said. Maybe I'll be back. Or on the other hand, maybe I won't. We'll find you. Not a chance. You're not good enough. Maybe we're tracing this call. I'll save you the trouble. I'm outside a grocery called Martha's. You should come in from the cold. I'll trade, Reacher said. Find out who placed the cone in the parking garage, and then I'll think about coming in. Barr placed the cone. You know he didn't. His van isn't on the tapes. So he used another vehicle. He doesn't have another vehicle. So he borrowed one. Well, from a friend? Reacher said. Maybe. Or maybe the friend placed the cone for him. Either way, you find that friend, and I'll think about coming in to talk to you. There are hundreds of cars on those tapes. You've got the resources, Reacher said. I don't trade, Emerson said. I think his name is Charlie, Reacher said. Small guy, wiry black hair. I don't trade, Emerson said again. I didn't kill the girl, Reacher said. Says you. I liked her. You're breaking my heart. And you know I didn't stay at the Metropole last night. Which is why you dumped her there. And I'm not left-handed. I don't follow. Tell Bill Antonio to talk to your M.E. We'll find you, Emerson said. You won't, Reacher said. Nobody ever has before. Then he hung up and walked back to the street, crossed the road and hiked half a block north and took cover behind a stack of unused concrete lane dividers in a vacant lot. He waited. 6 minutes later, 2 cruisers pulled up in front of Martha's Grocery. Lights but no sirens. 4 cops spilled out. 2 went in the store, and 2 went to find the phone. Reacher watched them regroup on the sidewalk, watched them search the alley and check round its corner, watched them come back, watched them admit defeat. He saw one of the 4 get on his radio for a short conversation full of defensive body language. Raised palms, shrugged shoulders. Then the conversation ended, and Reacher slipped away east, heading back towards the Marriott. The Zek had only a thumb and a single finger remaining on each hand. On the right was a stump of an index finger, blackened and gnarled by frostbite. He had once spent a week outdoors in the winter, wearing an old Red Army tunic, and the way its previous owner's water canteen had ridden on his belt had worn the fabric of the right pocket thinner than the left. On such trivial differences, survival had hung. His left hand had been saved, and his right hand lost. He had felt his fingers die from the pinky inward. He had taken his hand out of his pocket and let it freeze hard enough to go completely numb. Then he had chewed off the dead fingers before the gangrene could spread. He remembered dropping them to the ground, one by one, like small brown twigs. His left hand retained the pinky. The middle 3 fingers were missing. 2 had been amputated by a sadist with garden shears. The Zek had removed the other himself with a sharpened spoon, so as to be disqualified for labor in some machine shop or other. He couldn't recall the specifics, but he remembered a persuasive rumor that it was better to lose another finger than work on that particular detail. Something to do with the overseer. Ruined hands. Just 2 of many souvenirs of another time, another place. He wasn't very aware of them anymore, but they made modern life difficult. Cell phones had got so damn small. Linsky's number was 10 digits long, and it was a pig to dial. The Zek never retained a phone long enough to make it worth storing a number. That would be madness. Eventually, he got the number entered, and he concentrated hard and pressed the call button with his left-hand pinky. Then he juggled the phone into his other palm and cupped it near his ear. He didn't need to hold it close. His hearing was still excellent, which was a miracle all by itself. "Yes," Linsky said. "They can't find him," the Zek said. "I shouldn't have told you to break off our own surveillance. My mistake. Where have they looked?" "Here and there. He stayed last night at the motor court. They've got it staked out, but I'm sure he won't go back. They've got a man at the lawyer's office. Other than that, they're stumbling around in the dark. What do you want me to do?" "I want you to find him. Yuschenko and Vladimir. And I'll send Raskin to you. Work together. Find him tonight, and then call me." Reacher stopped 2 blocks short of the Marriott. He knew what Emerson would be doing. He had been Emerson for 13 years. Emerson would be running down a mental list. Likely haunts, known associates. Likely haunts at this time of day would include eating places, so Emerson would be sending cars to diners and restaurants and cafes, including the salad place that Helen Roden liked and the sports bar. Then he would move on to known associates, which pretty much limited him to Helen Roden herself. He would have the lobby cop ride up to the 4th floor and knock on the office door. Then he would take a chance on Eileen Hutton. So Reacher stopped 2 blocks short of the Marriott and looked round for a place to wait. He found one behind a shoe store. There was a 3-sided corral made of head-high brick walls shielding a shoulder-high plastic garbage receptacle from public view. Reacher stepped in and found that if he leaned his shoulder on the trash can, he could see a yard-wide sliver of the Marriott's main door. He wasn't uncomfortable, and it was the best-smelling garbage dump he'd ever been in. The can smelled of fresh cardboard and new shoes. Better than the kind of place you find behind a fish store. He figured if Emerson was efficient, he would have to wait less than 30 minutes. Very efficient, less than 20. Average, somewhere up around an hour. He leaned on the trash can and passed the time. It wasn't late, but the streets were already quiet. There were very few people out and about. He watched and waited. Then the smell of new leather from the discarded shoeboxes distracted him. It started him thinking about footwear. Maybe he should drop by the store sometime and pick out a brand new pair. He stuck his foot out and looked down. The boat shoes he had on were soft and light, and the soles were thin. They'd been fine for Miami. Not so good for his current situation. He could foresee a time when he would appreciate something heavier. Then he looked down again, rocked back and brought his feet together and took the same pace forward. And stopped. He tried it again with his other foot. And stopped again, like a freeze frame of a man walking. He stared down, with something in the back of his mind, something from Bel Antonio's evidence, something among all those hundreds of printed pages. Then he looked up again, because he sensed movement in the corner of his eye at the Marriott's door 2 blocks away. He saw a squad car's hood. It moved into his field of view and dipped once as it braked and stopped. Then 2 cops appeared, in uniform, walking forward. He glanced at his watch. 23 minutes. He smiled. Emerson was good, but not unbelievable. The cops went in through the door. They would spend 5 minutes with the desk clerk. The clerk would give up Hutton's room number without a fight. Generally speaking, hotel clerks from small heartland cities weren't ACLU activists. And guests were gone tomorrow, but the local PD was always there. So the cops would go to Hutton's room. They would knock on her door. Hutton would let them in. She had nothing to hide. The cops would poke around and be on their way. 10 minutes tops, beginning to end. Reacher checked his watch again and waited. The cops were back out after 8 minutes. They paused outside the doors, tiny figures far in the distance. One of them ducked his head to his collar and used his radio, calling in a negative progress report, listening for the next destination, the next likely haunt, the next known associate. Pure routine. Have a fun evening, boys, Reacher thought, because I'm going to. That's for damn sure. He watched them drive off and waited another minute in case they were driving his way. Then he stepped out of the brick corral and headed for Eileen Hutton. Grigor Linsky waited in his car in a fire lane in a supermarket parking lot, framed against a window that was entirely pasted over with a gigantic orange advertisement for ground beef at a very low price. Old and spoiled, Linsky thought, or full of listeria, the kind of thing the Zek and I would once have killed to eat. And killed was the truth. Linsky had no illusions, none at all. The Zek and he were bad people, made worse by experience. Their shared suffering had conferred no grace or nobility. Quite the reverse. Men in their situation inclined towards grace and nobility had died within hours. But the Zek and he had survived, like sewer rats, by abandoning inhibition, by fighting and clawing, by betraying those stronger than themselves, by dominating those weaker. And they had learned. What works once, works always. Linsky watched in his mirror and saw Raskin's car coming towards him. It was a Lincoln town car, the old square style, black and dusty, listing like a holed battleship. It stopped nose to tail with him, and Raskin got out. He looked exactly like what he was, which was a second-rate Moscow hoodlum. Square build, flat face, cheap leather jacket, dull eyes. 40-some years old. A stupid man, in Lenski's opinion, but he had survived the Red Army's last hurrah in Afghanistan, which had to count for something. Plenty of people smarter than Raskin hadn't come back whole, or come back at all, which made Raskin a survivor, which was the quality that meant more than any other to the Zek. Raskin opened the rear door and slid into the back seat behind Lenski. He didn't speak, just handed over 4 copies of Emerson's wanted poster. A delivery from the Zek. How the Zek had got the posters, Lenski wasn't sure, but he could make a guess. The posters themselves were pretty good. The likeness was pretty accurate. It would serve its purpose. "Thank you," Lenski said politely. Raskin didn't respond. Chenko and Vladimir showed up 2 minutes later in Chenko's Cadillac. Chenko was driving. Chenko always drove. He parked behind Raskin's Lincoln. 3 large black cars, all in a line. Jack Reacher's funeral procession. Lenski smiled to himself. Chenko and Vladimir got out of their car and walked forward, one small and dark, the other big and fair. They got into Lenski's own Cadillac, Chenko in the front, Vladimir in the back next to Raskin, so that, counting clockwise, there was Lenski in the driver's seat, then Chenko, then Vladimir, then Raskin. The proper pecking order, instinctively obeyed. Lenski smiled again and handed out 3 copies of the poster. He kept one for himself, even though he didn't need it. He had seen Jack Reacher many times already. "We are going to start over," he said, "right from the beginning. We can assume the police will have missed something." Reacher pulled the fire door open and removed the cardboard plug from the lock and put it in his pocket. He stepped inside and let the door latch behind him. He followed the back corridor to the elevator and rode up to 3, knocked on Hutton's door. He had a line in his head from Jack Nicholson playing a hard-ass Marine colonel in some movie about Navy lawyers. "Nothing beats a woman you have to salute in the morning." Hutton took her time opening the door. He guessed she'd settled down somewhere after getting rid of the cops. She hadn't expected to be disturbed again so soon. But eventually the door opened, and she was standing there. She was wearing a robe, fresh out of the shower. The light behind her haloed her hair. The corridor was dim, and the room looked warm and inviting.
"You came back," she said.
"Did you think I wouldn't?" He stepped into the suite, and she closed the door behind him.
"The cops were just here," she said.
"I know," he said. "I watched them all the way."
"Where were you?"
"In a garbage dump 2 blocks away."
"You want to wash up?"
It was a very clean garbage dump behind a shoe store.
"You want to go out to dinner?"
"I'd prefer room service," he said. "I don't want to be walking around any more than I have to."
"Okay," she said. "That makes sense. Room service it is."
"But not just yet."
"Should I get dressed?"
"Not just yet." She paused a beat.
"Why not?"
she said. "Unfinished business," he said. She said nothing. "It's good to see you again," he said.
"It's been less than 3 hours,"
she said. "I mean today," he said. "As a whole. After all this time." Then he stepped close and cupped her face in his hands, pushed his fingertips into her hair like he used to, and traced the contours of her cheekbones with his thumbs.
"Should we do this?"
she said. "Don't you want to?"
"It's been 14 years,"
she said. "Like riding a bicycle," he said.
"Think it'll be the same?"
"It'll be better."
"How much better?"
she asked. "We were always good," he said. "Weren't we? How much better could it get?" She held still for a long moment. Then she put her hands behind his head. She pulled, and he bent down, and they kissed. Then again, harder. Then again, longer. 14 years melted away. Same taste, same feel, same excitement. She pulled his shirt out of his pants and unbuttoned it from the bottom upward, urgently. When the last button was open, she smoothed the flat of her hands over his chest, his shoulders, his back, down to his waistband, around to the front. His boat shoes came off easily, and his socks. He kicked his pants across the room and untied her belt. Her robe fell open. "Damn, Hutton," he said. "You haven't changed a bit."
"You either,"
she said. Then they headed for the bed, stumbling, fast and urgent, locked together like an awkward 4-legged animal. Grigor Linsky took the south side of town. He checked the salad place and then cruised down to the docks, turned around and quartered the narrow streets, covering 3 sides of every block, pausing at the turns to scan the sidewalks on the 4th. The Cadillac idled along. The power steering hissed at every corner. It was slow, patient work. But it wasn't a large city. There was no bustle, no crowds, and nobody could hide forever. That had been Grigor Linsky's experience. Afterwards, Hutton lay in Reacher's arms and used her fingertips to trace a long, slow inventory of the body she had known so well. It had changed in 14 years. He had said, "You haven't changed a bit," and she had said, "You either," but she knew both of them had been generous. Nobody stays the same. The Reacher she had known in the desert had been younger and baked, lean by the heat, as fluid and graceful as a greyhound. Now he was heavier, with knotted muscles as hard as old mahogany. The scars she remembered had smoothed out and faded, and were replaced by newer marks. There were lines in his forehead, lines around his eyes. But his nose was still straight and unbroken. His front teeth were still there, like trophies. She slid her hand down to his and felt his knuckles. They were large and hard, like walnut shells matted with scar tissue.
Still a fighter, she thought. Still trading his hands for his nose and his teeth.
She moved up to his chest. He had a hole there, left of center, ruptured muscle, a crater big enough for the tip of her finger. A gunshot wound. Old, but new to her. Probably a .38. "New York," Reacher said. "Years ago. Everyone asks."
Everyone?
Who sees it? Hutton snuggled in closer.
How many people see it?
He smiled. "Oh, you know, on beaches, stuff like that."
And in bed?
"Locker rooms," he said.
And in bed,
She said again. "I'm not a monk," he said.
Did it hurt?
"I don't remember. I was out for 3 weeks.
It's right over your heart.
It was a little revolver, probably a weak load. He should have tried a headshot. That would have been better.
For him, not for you.
I'm a lucky man. Always have been, always will be."
Maybe. But you should take better care.
"I try my best." Chenko and Vladimir stayed together and took the north side of town. They kept well away from the motor court. The cops had that situation buttoned up, presumably. So their first stop was a sports bar. They went in and walked around. It was dark inside and not very busy, maybe 30 guys. None of them matched the sketch. None of them was Reacher. Vladimir stayed near the door, and Chenko checked the men's room. One stall had a closed door. Chenko waited until the toilet flushed and the guy came out. It wasn't Reacher. It was just a guy. So Chenko rejoined Vladimir and they got back in the car, started quartering the streets, slowly, patiently, covering 3 sides of every block and pausing at the turns to scan the sidewalks on the 4th. Hutton propped herself on an elbow and looked down at Reacher's face. His eyes were still the same, set a little deeper maybe, and a little more hooded. But they still shone blue like ice chips under an Arctic sun, like a color map of twin snowmelt lakes in a high mountain landscape. But their expression had changed. 14 years ago, they'd been rimmed red by desert sandstorms and clouded with some kind of bitter cynicism. They'd been army eyes, cop eyes. She remembered the way they would swing slow and lazy across a room like deadly tracers curling in towards a target. Now they were clearer, younger, more innocent. He was 14 years older, but his gaze was like a child's again.
You just had your hair cut,
she said. This morning, he said, for you.
For me.
Yesterday I looked like a wild man. They told me you were coming. I didn't want you to think I was some kind of a bum.
Aren't you?
Well, some kind, I guess.
What kind?
The voluntary kind.
We should eat,
she said. Sounds like a plan, he said.
What do you want?
Whatever you get. We'll share. Order big portions.
You can choose your own if you want.
He shook his head. A month from now, some DOD clerk is going to go through your expenses. Better for you if he sees 1 meal rather than 2.
Worried about my reputation?
I'm worried about your next promotion.
I won't get one. I'm terminal at Brigadier General.
Not now this Peterson guy owes you a big one.
Can't deny 2 stars would be cool.
For me, too, Reacher said. I got screwed by plenty of 2 stars. To think I screwed one myself would be fun. She made a face. Food, Reacher said.
I like salads,
She said. Someone's got to, I guess.
don't you?
Get a chicken Caesar to start and a steak to follow. You eat the rabbit food, I'll eat the steak. Then get some kind of a big dessert, and a big pot of coffee.
I like tea.
Can't do it, Reacher said. There's some compromises I just can't make. Not even for the DOD.
But I'm thirsty.
They'll send ice water, they always do.
I outrank you.
You always did. You ever see me drink tea because of it? She shook her head and got out of bed, padded naked across to the desk, checked the menu and dialed the phone. Ordered chicken Caesar, a 16-ounce sirloin, and a big pie with ice cream, and a 6-cup pot of coffee. Reacher smiled at her.
20 minutes,
She said.
Let's take a shower.
Raskin took the heart of downtown. He was on foot with the sketch in his hand and a list in his head. Restaurants, bars, diners, sandwich shops, groceries, hotels. He started at the Metropole Palace, the lobby, the bar. No luck. He moved on to a Chinese restaurant 2 blocks away. In and out, fast and discreet. He figured he was pretty good for this kind of work. He wasn't a very noticeable guy. Not memorable. Average height, average weight, unremarkable face. Just a hole in the air, which in some ways was a frustration, but in others was a major advantage. People looked at him, but they didn't really see him. Their eyes slid right on by. Reacher wasn't in the Chinese place, or the sub shop, or the Irish bar, so Raskin stopped on the sidewalk and decided to dodge north. He could check the lawyer's office and then head towards the Marriott, because according to Linsky, those places were where the women were, and in Raskin's experience, guys who weren't just holes in the air got to hang out with women more than the average. Reacher got out of the shower and borrowed Hutton's toothbrush and toothpaste and comb. Then he toweled off and walked around and collected his clothes, put them on and tucked them in. He was dressed and sitting on the bed when he heard the knock at the door. "Room service," a foreign voice called. Hutton put her head out the bathroom door. She was dressed but halfway through drying her hair. "You go," Reacher said.
Me?
"You have to sign for it."
You can write my name.
2 hours from now, the cops won't have found me and they'll come back here. Better that we don't have a guy downstairs who knows you're not alone.
You never relax, do you?
The less I relax, the luckier I get. Hutton patted her hair into shape and headed for the door. Reacher heard the rattle of a cart and the clink of plates and the scratch of a pen. Then he heard the door close, and he stepped through to the living room and found a wheeled table set up in the middle of the floor. The waiter had placed 1 chair behind it.
1 knife,
Hutton said.
1 fork, 1 spoon. We didn't think of that.
"We'll take turns," Reacher said. "Kinda romantic."
I'll cut your steak up and you can use your fingers.
"You could feed it to me. We should have ordered grapes." She smiled. "Do you remember James Barr?" he asked.
Too much water over the dam,
She said.
but I reread his file yesterday.
"How good a shooter was he?"
Not the best we ever had, not the worst.
"That's what I remember. I was just in the garage, taking a look. It was impressive shooting. Very impressive. I don't remember him being that good."
There's a lot of evidence there.
He nodded, said nothing.
Maybe he's been practicing hard,
She said.
He was in 5 years, but he's been out nearly 3 times as long. Maybe he was a late developer.
"Maybe," he said. She looked at him.
You're not staying, are you? You're planning on leaving right after dinner, because of this thing with the cops. You think they'll come back to the room.
"They will," Reacher said. "Count on it.
I don't have to let them in.
A place like this, the cops will do pretty much what they want, and if they find me here, you're in trouble.
Not if you're innocent.
You've got no legitimate way of telling what I am. That's what they'll say,"
I'm the lawyer here.
Hutton said. "And I was a cop," Reacher said, "and I know what they're like. They hate fugitives. Fugitives drive them nuts. They'll arrest you along with me and sort it all out next month, by which time your second star'll be in the toilet."
So where are you going?
"No idea, but I'll think of something." The street door at the bottom of the black glass tower was locked for the night. Raskin knocked on it twice. The security guard at the lobby desk looked up. Raskin waved the sketch at him. "Delivery," he mouthed. The guard got up and walked over and used a key from a bunch on a chain to unlock the door. Raskin stepped inside. "Rodin," he said. "4th floor." The guard nodded. The law offices of Helen Rodin had received plenty of deliveries that day. Boxes, cartons, guys with hand trucks. One more was to be expected. No big surprise. He walked back to his desk without comment, and Raskin walked over to the elevator. Got in and pressed 4. First thing he saw on the 4th floor was a city cop standing outside the lawyer's door. Raskin knew what that meant immediately. It meant the lawyer's office was still a live possibility, which meant Reacher wasn't in there at the present time and hadn't tried to get in there any time recently. So Raskin wheeled round like he was confused by the corridor layout and headed round a corner. Waited a moment, and then headed back to the elevator. He folded the sketch and put it in his pocket. In the lobby, he gave the guard a job done type of wave and headed back out into the night. Turned left and headed north and east towards the Marriott Suites. The 6-cup pot of coffee was more than even Reacher could manage. He quit after 5. Hutton didn't seem to mind. He guessed she thought 5 out of 6 justified his insistence.
"Come see me in Washington," she said.
"I will," he said. "For sure, next time I'm there."
"Don't get caught."
"I won't," he said. "Not by these guys." Then he just looked at her for a minute, storing away the memory, adding another fragment to his mosaic. He kissed her once on the lips and walked to the door, let himself out into the corridor, and headed for the stairs. On the ground floor, he turned away from the lobby and used the fire door again. It swung shut and locked behind him, and he took a deep breath and stepped out of the shadows and headed for the sidewalk. Raskin saw him immediately. He was 30 yards away, walking fast, coming up on the Marriott from the rear. He saw a flash of glass in the streetlight, a fire door opening. He saw a tall man stepping out, standing still. Then the door jerked shut on a hydraulic closer, and the tall man turned to watch it latch behind him, and a stray beam of light was reflected off the moving glass and played briefly across his face. Just for a split second, like a handheld flashlight swinging through a fast arc. Like a camera strobe. Not much, but enough for Raskin to be certain. The man who had come through the fire door was the man in the sketch. Jack Reacher, for sure, no question. Right height, right weight, right face. Raskin had studied the details long and hard. So he stopped dead and stepped backwards into the shadows. Watched and waited. Saw Reacher glance right, glance left, and set out walking straight ahead, due west, fast and easy. Raskin stayed where he was and counted 1, 2, 3 in his head. Then he came out of the shadows and crossed the parking lot and stopped again and peered round the corner to the west. Reacher was 20 yards ahead, still walking, still relaxed, still unaware. Center of the sidewalk, long strides, his arms swinging loose at his sides. He was a big guy, that was for sure, as big as Vladimir, easily. Raskin counted to 3 again and let Reacher get 40 yards ahead. Then he set out following. He kept his eyes fixed on the target and fumbled his cell phone out of his pocket. Speed dialed Grigor Linsky's number. Reacher walked on, 40 yards in the distance. Raskin put the phone to his ear. "Yes?" Linsky said.
"I found him,"
Raskin whispered.
"Where?" "He's walking, west from the Marriott. He's about level with the courthouse now, 3 blocks to the north."
"Where's he going?"
"Wait," Raskin whispered. "Hold on."
Reacher stopped on a corner, glanced left and turned right toward the shadows under the raised highway. Still relaxed. Raskin watched him across waist-high trash in an empty lot.
"He's turned north,"
he whispered. "Towards?"
"I don't know. The sports bar, maybe."
"Okay," Linsky said. "We'll come north. We'll wait 50 yards up the street from the sports bar. Call me back in 3 minutes exactly. Meanwhile, don't let him out of your sight."
"Okay,"
Raskin said. He clicked his phone off, but kept it up at his ear and took a shortcut across the empty lot, paused against a blank brick wall and peered round its corner. Reacher was still 40 yards ahead, still in the center of the sidewalk, arms swinging, still moving fast.
"A confident man," Raskin thought. "Perhaps overconfident."
Linsky clicked off with Raskin and immediately dialed Chenko and Vladimir. told him to rendezvous 50 yards north of the sports bar as fast as possible. Then he dialed the Zec. "We found him," he said. "Where?" "North part of downtown." "Who's on him?" "Raskin. They're on the street, walking." The Zec was quiet for a moment. "Wait until he settles somewhere," he said, "and then get Chenko to call the cops. He's got the accent. You can say he's a barman or a desk clerk or whatever." Raskin stayed 40 yards back. He called Linsky again and kept the connection open. Reacher kept on walking, same stride, same pace. His clothes were dull and hard to see in the darkness. His neck and his hands were tan, but a little more visible. And he had a narrow stripe of pale skin around a fresh haircut, ghostly in the gloom. Raskin fixed his eyes on it. It was a white U-shaped glow, 6 feet off the ground, alternately rising and falling an inch with every step Reacher took. "Idiot," Raskin thought. "He should have used boot polish. That's what we'd have done in Afghanistan." Then he thought, not that we ever had boot polish. Or haircuts. Then he stopped, because Reacher stopped 40 yards ahead. Raskin stepped back into a shadow, and Reacher glanced right and turned left into the mouth of a cross street, out of sight behind a building. "He's gone west again," Raskin whispered into the phone. "Still good for the sports bar?" Linsky asked. "Or the motor court. Either one works for us. Move up a little. Don't lose him now." Raskin sprinted 10 paces and slowed at the turn, pressed himself up against the corner of the building and peered round. And stared. Problem. Not with the view. The cross street was long and wide and straight and lit at the far end by bright lights on the 4-lane that ran north to the state highway. So he had an excellent view. The problem was that Reacher was no longer part of it. He had disappeared. Completely. Reacher had once read that boat shoes had been invented by a yachtsman looking for a better grip on slippery decks. The guy had taken a regular smooth-soled athletic shoe and cut tiny sipes into the rubber with a straight razor. He had experimented and ended up with the cuts lateral and wavy and close together. They'd done the trick, like a miniature tire tread. A whole new industry had grown up. The style had migrated by association from yachts to slips to marinas to boardwalks to summer sidewalks. Now boat shoes were everywhere. Reacher didn't like them much. They were thin and light and insubstantial. But they were quiet. He had seen the guy in the leather coat as soon as he stepped out of the Marriott's fire door. It would have been hard not to. 30 yards distant, shallow angle, decent illumination from vapor lights on poles all over the place. His glance had flicked left, and he had seen him quite clearly. Seen him react. Seen him stop. Seen him thereby identify himself as an opponent. Reacher had set out walking straight ahead and had scrutinized the after-image his night vision had retained. What kind of opponent was this guy? Reacher had closed his eyes and concentrated, 2 or 3 paces. Generic Caucasian, medium height, medium weight, red face, and fair hair tinted orange and yellow by the streetlights. Cop or not? Not, because of the jacket. It was a boxy, square-shouldered, double-breasted style made of chestnut-colored leather. By day, it would be a definite shade of red-brown, and it had a glossy patina. It was definitely shiny. Not American. Not even from the kind of fire sale store that sells leather garments for $49. It was a foreign style, East European, just like the suit the twisted old guy had worn in the plaza. Not cheap, just different. Russian, Bulgarian, Estonian. Somewhere in there. So, not a cop. Reacher walked on. He kept his own footsteps quiet and focused on the sounds behind him, 40 yards back. Shorter strides, thicker soles, the slap of leather, the faint crunch of grit, the thump of a rubber 3/4 heel. This wasn't Charlie. No way would anybody call this guy small. Not large, but definitely not small either. And he didn't have black hair. And this wasn't the guy who had killed the girl, not big enough. So, add 1 more to the tally. Not 4 of them, 5 of them, at least, maybe more. Plan? Was this guy armed? Possibly, but only with a handgun. He hadn't been carrying anything longer. And Reacher was sanguine about his chances as a moving target 120 feet in front of a guy with a handgun. Handguns were across-the-room weapons, not down-the-street propositions. Average range for a successful engagement with a handgun was about 12 feet. He was 10 times more distant. And he would hear the sound of the slide in the stillness. He would have time to react. So, what was the plan? It was tempting to think about doubling back and taking the guy down, just for fun, for retaliation. Reacher liked retaliation. Get your retaliation in first, was his credo. Show them what they're dealing with. Maybe. Or maybe not. Or maybe later. He walked on. He kept his steps silent. He kept his pace steady. He let the guy behind him fall into the rhythm, like hypnosis. Left, right, left, right. He forced everything out of his mind except the distant footsteps behind him. He zoomed in on them, concentrated on them. They were there, faint but perceptible. Crunch, 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 crunch. Left, right, left, right. Like hypnosis, he heard the sound of a cell phone being dialed. Just 10 little electronic squawks, very quiet, almost inaudible, coming at him on the breeze in a random little sequence. He took a random turn and walked on. Left, right, left, right. The streets were deserted. Downtown was dead after working hours were over. The city still had some way to go before it grew a vibrant urban community. That was for sure. He walked on, heard faint sibilant whispering 40 yards behind him. The cell phone. Who are you talking to, pal? He walked on. Then he stopped on the next corner, glanced right and turned left into a wide, straight cross street behind the cover of a 4-story building. Then he ran. 5 paces, 10, 15, 20, fast and silent, across the street to the right-hand sidewalk, past the first alley he saw, into the second. He crouched back in the shadows in a blank gray double doorway. A fire exit, maybe from a theater or a movie house. He lay down flat on his front. The guy had been used to a vertical target. Instinctively, he would be looking 6 feet off the ground. A low shape on the floor would mean less to him. Reacher waited. He heard footsteps on the opposite sidewalk. The guy had seen his quarry turn a tight radius from the left-hand sidewalk of one street onto the left-hand sidewalk of the next street. Therefore, subconsciously, he would concentrate on the left, not the right. His first thought would be to look for still vertical shapes in the alleys and the doorways on the left. Reacher waited. The footsteps kept on coming. Close now. Then Reacher saw the guy. He was on the left-hand sidewalk. He was moving slow. He was looking indecisive. He was glancing ahead, glancing left, glancing ahead. He had a cell phone up at his ear. He stopped, stood still. Looked back over his right shoulder at the doorways and the alleys on the other side of the street. Worth checking? Yes. The guy moved sideways and backwards like a crab, diagonally, facing the street ahead of him and searching the right-hand sidewalk all at the same time. He moved out of Reacher's field of view like a film running in reverse. Reacher stood up silently and moved deeper into the alley, into total darkness at its far end. He found a fat vertical kitchen vent and slid round behind it, crouched on his haunches, and waited. It was a long wait. Then the footsteps came back. On the sidewalk. Into the alley. Slow, soft, careful. The guy was on his toes. No sound from the heels, just the scrape of leather soles on grit. They rustled gently, and low-level echoes of the sound came back off the alley's walls. The guy came closer. And closer. He came close enough to smell. Cologne, sweat, leather. He stopped 4 feet from where Reacher was hidden and peered hopelessly into the darkness. Reacher thought, another step and you're history, pal. Just one more, and it's game over for you. The guy turned round, walked back to the street. Reacher stood up and followed him, swift and silent. Tables turned. Now I'm behind you. Time to hunt the hunters. Reacher was bigger than most human beings, and in some ways quite clumsy, but he could be light on his feet when he needed to be, and had always been good at covert pursuit. It was a skill born of long practice. Mostly it employed caution and anticipation. You had to know when your quarry was going to slow, stop, turn, check. And if you didn't know, you had to err on the side of caution. Better to hide and fall 10 extra yards behind than give yourself away. The guy in the leather coat searched every alley and every doorway on both sides of the street. Not well, but adequately. He searched and he moved forward, prey to the mistake that all adequate people make. I didn't screw up yet. He's still somewhere up ahead. He spoke twice on his cell phone, quietly, but with agitation obvious in the tenor of his whisper. Reacher slipped from shadow to shadow behind him, hanging well back, because the bright lights at the end of the street were getting close. The guy's searches became faster and more cursory, hopeless and panicked, all at the same time. He made it to within 20 feet of the next turn, and stopped dead and stood still. And gave up. Just quit. He stood in the middle of the sidewalk and listened to his phone and said something in reply, and then dropped his arms to his sides, and all the covert rigidity went out of his body. He slumped a little and walked straight ahead, fast and big and loud and obvious, like a guy with no purpose in the world except getting directly from A to B. Reacher waited long enough to be certain it wasn't a trick. Then he followed, moving silently from shadow to shadow. Raskin walked past the sports bar's door and headed up the street. He could see Linsky's car in the distance, and Chenko's. The two Cadillacs were parked nose to tail at the curb, waiting for him. Waiting for the failure. Waiting for the hole in the air. Well, here I am, he thought. But Linsky was civil about it, mainly because to criticize one of the Zek's appointees was to criticize the Zek himself, and nobody would dare to do that. He probably took a wrong turn, Linsky said. Maybe he didn't intend to be on that particular street at all. He probably doubled back through the alleys, or else went into one of them to take a leak, delayed himself, and came out behind you. Did you check behind you? Vladimir asked. Of course I did, Raskin lied. So what now? Chenko asked. I called the Zek, Linsky said. He'll be royally pissed, Vladimir said. We nearly had the guy. Linsky dialed his phone, relayed the bad news, and listened to the response. Raskin watched his face. But Linsky's face was always unreadable, a skill born of long practice and vital necessity. And it was a short call, a short response, indecipherable, just faint plastic sounds in the earpiece. Linsky clicked off. We keep on looking, he said. On a half-mile radius of where Raskin last saw him. The Zek is sending us Sokolov. He says we're sure of success with 5 of us. We're sure of nothing, Chenko said, except a big pain in the ass and no sleep tonight. Linsky held out his phone. So call the Zek and tell him that. Chenko said nothing. Take the north, Chenko, Linsky said to him. Vladimir, the south. Raskin, head back east. I'll take the west. Sokolov can fill in where we need him when he gets here. Raskin headed back east, the way he'd come, as fast as he could. He saw the sense in the Zek's plan. He had last seen Reacher about 15 minutes ago, and a furtive man moving cautiously couldn't cover more than half a mile in 15 minutes. So elementary logic dictated where Reacher must be. He was somewhere inside a circle 1 mile across. They had found him once. They could find him again. He made it all the way down the wide, straight cross street and turned south towards the raised highway, retracing his steps. He passed through the shadows under the highway and headed for the vacant lot on the next corner, kept close to the wall, made the turn. Then the wall fell on him. At least that was what it felt like. He was hit a staggering blow from behind, and he fell to his knees, and his vision went dark. Then he was hit again, and his lights went out, and he pitched forward on his face. Last thing he felt before he lost consciousness was a hand in his pocket, stealing his cell phone. Reacher headed back under the highway spur with the cell phone warm in his hand. He leaned his shoulder against a concrete pillar as wide as a motel room and slid round it until his body was in the shadow and his hands were in the light from a lamp on a pole far above him. He took out the torn card with Emerson's numbers on it and dialed his cell. Yes, Emerson said. Guess who? Reacher said. This isn't a game, Reacher. Only because you're losing. Emerson said nothing. How easy am I to find? Reacher asked. No reply. Got a pen and paper? Of course I do. So listen up, Reacher said, and take notes. He recited the plate numbers from the 2 Cadillacs. My guess is one of those cars was in the garage before Friday, leaving the cone. You should trace the plates, check the tapes, ask some questions. You'll find some kind of an organization with at least 6 men. I heard some names. Raskin and Sokolov, who seem to be low-level guys. Then Chenko and Vladimir. Vladimir looks good for the guy who killed the girl. He's as big as a house. Then there's some kind of a lieutenant whose name I didn't get. He's about 60 and has an old spinal injury. He talked to his boss and referred to him as the Zek. Those are Russian names. You think? Except Zek. What kind of a name is Zek? It's not Zek. It's the Zek. It's a word being used as a name. What does it mean? Look it up. Read some history books. There was a pause, the sound of writing. You should come in, Emerson said. Talk to me face to face. Not yet, Reacher said. Do your job and I'll think about it. I am doing my job. I'm hunting a fugitive. You killed the girl, not some guy whose name you claim you heard as big as a house. One more thing, Reacher said. I think the guy called Chenko also goes by the name of Charlie and is James Barr's friend. Why? The description. Small guy, dark, with black hair that sticks up like a brush. James Barr has got a Russian friend? Not according to our inquiries. Like I said, do your job. We're doing it. Nobody mentioned a Russian friend. He sounds American. I think he was involved with what happened on Friday, which means maybe this whole crew was involved. Involved how? I don't know, but I plan to find out. I'll call you tomorrow. You'll be in jail tomorrow. Like I'm in jail now? Dream on, Emerson. Where are you? Close by, Reacher said. Sleep well, detective. He clicked the phone off and put Emerson's number back in his pocket and took out Helen Roden's, dialed it, and moved round the concrete pillar into deep shadow.
Yes?
Helen Roden said. This is Reacher.
Are you okay? The cop is right outside my door now.
Suits me, Reacher said. Suits him too, I expect. He's probably getting $40 an hour for the overtime.
They put your face on the 6 o'clock news. It's a big story.
Don't worry about me.
Where are you?
Free and clear, making progress. I saw Charlie. I gave Emerson his plate number. Are you making progress?
Not really. All I've got is 5 random names. No reason I can see why anybody told James Barr to shoot any one of them.
You need Franklin. You need research.
I can't afford Franklin.
I want you to find that address in Kentucky for me.
Kentucky?
Where James Barr went to shoot. Reacher heard her juggle the phone and flip through paper. Then she came back and read out an address. It meant nothing to Reacher. A road, a town, a state, a zip.
What's Kentucky got to do with anything?
Helen asked. Reacher heard a car on the street, close by to his left, fat tires rolling slow. He slid round the pillar and looked. A PD prowl car, crawling, lights off. 2 cops in the front, craning their necks, looking right, looking left. Gotta go, he said. He clicked the phone off and put it on the ground at the base of the pillar. Emerson's caller ID would have trapped the number, and any cell phone's physical location could be tracked by the recognition pulse that it sends to the network, once every 15 seconds, regular as clockwork. So Reacher left the phone in the dirt and headed west, 40 feet below the raised roadbed. 10 minutes later, he was opposite the back of the black glass tower, in the shadows under the highway, facing the vehicle ramp. There was an empty cop car parked on the curb. It looked still and cold, settled, like it had been there for a spell. The guy outside Helen's door, Reacher thought. He crossed the street and walked down the ramp, into the underground garage. The concrete was all painted dirty white, and there were fluorescent tubes blazing every 15 feet. There were pools of light and pools of darkness. Reacher felt like he was walking out of the wings across a succession of brightly lit stages. The ceiling was low. There were fat square pillars holding up the building. The service corps was in the center. The whole space was cold and silent and about 40 yards deep and maybe 3 times as wide. 40 yards deep. Just like the new extension on First Street. Reacher stepped over and put his back against the front wall. Walked all the way across to the back wall. 35 paces. He turned like a swimmer at the end of a lap and walked back. 35 paces. He crossed diagonally to the far corner. The garage was dark back there. He threaded between 2 NBC vans and found the blue Ford Mustang he guessed belonged to Ann Yanny. It was clean and shiny, recently waxed. It had small windows because of the convertible top, a raked windshield, tinted glass. He tried the passenger door. Locked. He moved round the hood and tried the driver's door. The handle moved. Unlocked. He glanced around and opened the door. No alarm. He reached inside and touched the unlock button. There was a triple thunk as both door locks and the trunk lock unlatched. He closed the driver's door and stepped back to the trunk. The spare tire was under the floor. Nested inside the wheel were the jack and a length of metal pipe that both worked the jack and undid the wheel nuts. He took the pipe out and closed the trunk, stepped round to the passenger side and opened the door and got inside the car. The interior smelled of perfume and coffee. He opened the glove box and found a stack of road maps and a small leather folder the size of a purse diary. Inside the folder were an insurance slip and an auto registration, both made out to Ms. Janine Lorna Ann Yanny at a local Indiana address. He put the folder away again and closed the glove box, found the right levers and lowered his seat as far as it would go. He reclined the back all the way, which wasn't far. Then he moved the whole seat backwards to give himself as much legroom as he could get. He untucked his shirt and rested the pipe in his lap and lay back in the seat. Stretched. He had about 3 hours to wait. He tried to sleep. Sleep when you can was the old Army rule. First thing Emerson did was contact the phone company. He confirmed that the number his caller ID had caught was a cell phone. The service contract was written out to a business operating under the name Specialized Services of Indiana. Emerson tasked a first-year detective to track the business and told the phone company to track the phone. Initial progress was mixed. Specialized Services of Indiana dead-ended because it was owned by an offshore trust in Bermuda and had no local address. But the phone company reported that the cell phone was stationary and was showing up on 3 cells at once, which meant it had to be in the downtown area and would be easy to triangulate. Rosemary Barr sweet-talked her way past the Board of Corrections desk on the 6th floor of the hospital and was granted an out-of-hours visit with her brother. But when she got to his room, she found he was deeply asleep. Her sweet talk was wasted. She sat for 30 minutes, but he didn't wake up. She watched the monitors. His heartbeat was strong and regular. His breathing was fine. He was still handcuffed, and his head was still clamped, but his body was perfectly still. She checked his chart to make sure he was being properly cared for. She saw the doctor's scribbled note, possible early-onset PA. She had no idea what that meant, and in the middle of the evening, she couldn't find anyone willing to explain it to her. The phone company marked the cell phone's location on a large-scale city map and faxed it to Emerson. Emerson tore it out of the machine and spent 5 minutes trying to make sense of it. He was expecting to find the 3 arrows meeting at a hotel or a bar or a restaurant. Instead, they met on a vacant lot under the raised highway. He had a brief image in his mind of Reacher sleeping rough in a cardboard box. Then he concluded that the phone was abandoned, which was confirmed 10 minutes later by the patrol car he sent out to check. And then, just for formality's sake, he fired up his computer and entered the plate numbers Reacher had given him. They came back as late-model Cadillac DeVilles, both black, both registered to Specialized Services of Indiana. He wrote "Dead End" on the sheet of paper and put it in a file. Reacher woke up every time he heard the elevator motors start. The sound whined down the shaft through the cables, and the moving cars rumbled. The first 3 times were false alarms, just anonymous office people heading home after a long day at work. Every 40 minutes or so they came down alone and walked wearily to their cars and drove away. 3 times the tang of cold exhaust fumes drifted, and 3 times the garage went quiet again, and 3 times Reacher went back to sleep. The 4th time, he stayed awake. He heard the elevator start and checked his watch. 11:45. Showtime. He waited and heard the elevator doors open. This time, it wasn't just another lone guy in a suit. It was a big crowd. 8 or 10 people. Noisy. It was the whole cast and crew from the NBC affiliate's 11 o'clock news. Reacher pressed himself down in the Mustang's passenger seat and hid the tire iron under the tails of his shirt. It was cold against the skin of his stomach. He stared up at the fabric roof and waited. A heavy guy in baggy jeans passed through the darkness within 5 feet of the Mustang's front fender. He had a ragged gray beard and was wearing a Grateful Dead t-shirt under a torn cotton cardigan. Not on-screen talent. Maybe a cameraman. He walked on towards a silver pickup and climbed inside. Then came a man in a sharkskin suit and orange makeup. He had big hair and white teeth. Definitely on-screen talent. Maybe weather, maybe sports. He passed by on the Mustang's other side and got into a white Ford Taurus. Then came 3 women together. Young, casual dress, maybe the studio director and the floor manager and the vision mixer. They squeezed between the Mustang's trunk and a broadcast van. The car rocked 3 times as they nudged it. Then they split up and headed for their own separate rides. Then came 3 more people. Then came Ann Yanny. Reacher didn't notice her individually until she put her hand on her car's door handle. She paused and called something out to one of the others. She got an answer, said something else, and then opened the door. She came in butt first, swiveling and ducking her head. She was wearing old jeans and a new silk blouse. It looked expensive. Reacher guessed she'd been on camera, but at an anchor's desk, visible from the waist up only. Her hair was stiff with spray. She dumped herself in the seat and shut her door. Then she glanced to her right. "Keep very quiet," Reacher said to her, "or I'll shoot you." He jabbed the tire iron at her under his shirt. 1/2 inch wide, long and straight, it looked plausible. She stared at it in shock. Face to face, 2 feet away, she looked thinner and older than she looked on the television screen. There were fine lines all around her eyes, full of makeup. But she was very beautiful. She had impossibly perfect features, bold and vivid and larger than life, like most TV people. Her blouse had a formal collar but was open 3 buttons, prim and sexy, all at the same time. "Hands where I can see 'em," Reacher said. "In your lap." He didn't want her to go for the horn. "Keys on the console." He didn't want her to hit the panic button. The new Fords he had driven had a little red button on the remote fob. He assumed it set off an alarm. "Just sit tight," he said. "Nice and quiet. We'll be okay." He clicked the button on his side and locked the car.
"I know who you are,"
she said. "So do I," he said. He kept the tire iron in place and waited. Yanny sat still, hands in her lap, breathing hard, looking more and more scared as all around them her colleagues' cars started up. Blue haze drifted. People drove away, one by one. No backward glances. The end of a long day. "Keep very quiet," Reacher said again as a reminder. "Then we'll be okay." Yanny glanced left, glanced right. Tension in her body. "Don't do it," Reacher said. "Don't do anything, or I'll pull a trigger, gut shot or thigh. You'll take 20 minutes to bleed out. Lots of pain."
"What do you want?"
Yanny asked. "I want you to be quiet and sit still, just for a few more minutes." She clamped her teeth and went quiet and sat still. The last car drove away. The white Taurus, the guy with the hair. The weatherman, the sportscaster. There was a tire squeal as he turned, an engine noise as he gunned up the ramp. Then those sounds faded out, and the garage went completely silent.
"What do you want?"
Yanny asked again. Her voice was faint. Her eyes were huge. She was trembling. She was thinking rape, murder, torture, dismemberment. Reacher turned on the dome light. "I want you to win the Pulitzer Prize," he said.
"What?
"Or the Emmy, or whatever it is you guys get."
What?
"I want you to listen to a story," he said.
What story?"
"Watch," Reacher said. He lifted his shirt, showed her the tire iron resting against his stomach. She stared at it. Or at his shrapnel scar. Or both. He wasn't sure. He balanced the tire iron in his palm, held it up in the light. "From your trunk," he said. "Not a gun." He clicked the button on the door and unlocked the car. "You're free to go," he said. "Whenever you want." She put her hand on the handle. "But if you go, I go," Reacher said. "You won't see me again. You'll miss the story. Someone else will get it."
"We've been running your picture all night," she said. "And the cops have got wanted posters all over town. You killed the girl."
Reacher shook his head. "Actually, I didn't, and that's part of the story."
"What story?"
she said again. "Last Friday," Reacher said. "It wasn't what it seemed."
"I'm going to get out of the car now,"
Yanny said. "No," Reacher said. "I'll get out." I apologize if I upset you. But I need your help and you need mine. So I'll get out. You lock the doors, start the car, keep your foot on the brake, and open your window an inch. We'll talk through the window. You can drive off any time you want." She said nothing, just stared straight ahead as if she could make him vanish by not looking at him. He opened his door, slid out, and turned and laid the tire iron gently on the seat. Then he closed the door and just stood there. He tucked his shirt in. He heard the thunk of her door locks. She started her engine. Her brake lights flared red. He saw her reach up and switch off the dome light. Her face disappeared into shadow. He heard the transmission move out of park. Her reversing lights flashed white as she moved the selector through reverse into drive. Then her brake lights went out, and the engine roared, and she drove off in a fast wide circle through the empty garage. Her tires squealed, grippy rubber on smooth concrete. The squeals echoed. She lined up for the exit ramp and accelerated hard. Then she jammed on the brakes. The Mustang came to rest with its front wheels on the base of the ramp. Reacher walked towards it, crouching a little so he could see through the small rear window. No cell phone. She was just sitting there, staring straight ahead, hands on the wheel. The brake lights blazed red, so bright they hurt. The exhaust pipes burbled. White fumes kicked backwards. Drops of water dripped out and made tiny twin pools on the floor. Reacher walked round to her window and stayed 3 feet away. She buzzed the glass down an inch and a half. He dropped into a crouch so he could see her face.
"Why do I need your help?"
she asked. "Because Friday was over too soon for you," he said. "But you can get it back. There's another layer. It's a big story. You'll win prizes. You'll get a better job. CNN will beat a path to your door."
"You think I'm that ambitious?"
"I think you're a journalist."
"What does that mean?"
"That in the end, journalists like stories. They like the truth." She paused, almost a whole minute, stared straight ahead. The car ticked and clicked as it warmed up. Reacher could sense the idle speed straining against the brakes. Then he saw her glance down and move her arm and shove the selector into park. The Mustang rolled back 6 inches and stopped. Reacher shuffled sideways to stay level with the window. Yanni turned her head and looked straight at him.
"So tell me the story," she said. "Tell me the truth."
He told her the story, and the truth. He sat cross-legged on the concrete floor so as to appear immobile and unthreatening. He left nothing out. He ran through all the events, all the inferences, all the theories, all the guesses. At the end, he just stopped talking and waited for her reaction.
"Where were you when the girl was killed?"
she asked. "Asleep in the motor court.
"Alone?"
All night. Room 8. I slept very well."
"No alibi?"
"You never have an alibi when you need one. That's a universal law of nature." She looked at him for a long moment.
"What do you want me to do?"
she said. "I want you to research the victims." She paused.
"We could do that," she said. "We have researchers."
"Not good enough," Reacher said. "I want you to hire a guy called Franklin. Helen Roden can tell you about him. She's in this building, 2 floors above you."
"Why hasn't she hired this Franklin guy herself?"
"Because she can't afford him. You can. I assume you've got a budget. A week of Franklin's time probably costs less than one of your weather guy's haircuts."
"And then what?"
"Then we put it all together."
"How big is this?"
"Pulitzer-sized, Emmy-sized, new job-sized."
"How would you know? You're not in the business."
"I was in the Army. I would guess this is worth a Bronze Star. That's probably a rough equivalent. Better than a poke in the eye with a sharp stick."
"I don't know," she said. "I should turn you in."
"You can't," he said. "You pull out a phone and I'll take off up the ramp. They won't find me. They've been trying all day."
"I don't really care about prizes," she said.
"So do it for fun," he said. "Do it for the professional satisfaction." He rocked sideways and took out the napkin with Helen Roden's number on it. Held it edge on at the crack of the window. Yanni took it from him, delicately, trying to avoid touching his fingers with hers. "Call Helen. Reacher said. Right now. She'll vouch for me. Yanni took a cell phone out of her purse and turned it on, watched the screen and waited until it was ready, and then dialed the number. She passed the napkin back, listened to the phone.
Helen Roden,
she said. Then she buzzed the window all the way up, and Reacher didn't hear any of the conversation. He gambled that it was really Helen she was speaking to. It was possible that she had looked at the napkin and dialed another number entirely. Not 911, because she had dialed 10 digits. But she might have called the cop's main desk. A reporter might know that number by heart. But it was Helen on the line. Yanni buzzed the window down again and passed him her phone through the gap.
Is this for real?
Helen asked him. I don't think she's decided yet, Reacher said, but it might work out.
Is it a good idea?
She's got resources, and having the media watching our backs might help us.
Put her back on.
Reacher passed the phone through the window. This time, Yanni kept the glass down so that Reacher heard her end of the rest of the conversation. Initially, she sounded skeptical, and then neutral, and then somewhat convinced. She arranged to meet on the 4th floor first thing in the morning. Then she clicked the phone off. There's a cop outside her door, Reacher said.
She told me that,
Yanni said.
But they're looking for you, not me.
What exactly are you going to do?
I haven't decided yet.
Reacher said nothing.
I guess I need to understand where you're coming from first,
Yanni said.
Obviously you don't care anything about James Barr himself. So is this all for the sister, Rosemary?
Reacher watched her watching him. A woman, a journalist. Partly for Rosemary, he said.
But?
Mostly for the puppet master. He's sitting there thinking he's as smart as a whip. I don't like that. Never have. Makes me want to show him what smart really is.
Like a challenge?
He had the girl killed, Yanni. She was just a dumb, sweet kid looking for a little fun. He pushed open the wrong door there. So he deserves to have something come out at him. That's the challenge.
You hardly knew her.
That doesn't make her any less innocent.
Okay.
Okay, what?
NBC will spring for Franklin. Then we'll see where that takes us.
Thanks, Reacher said. I appreciate it.
You should.
I apologize again for scaring you.
I nearly died of fright.
I'm very sorry.
Anything else?
Yes, Reacher said. I need to borrow your car.
My car?
Your car.
What for?
To sleep in, and then to go to Kentucky in.
What's in Kentucky?
Part of the puzzle. Yanni shook her head.
This is nuts.
I'm a careful driver.
I'd be aiding and abetting a fugitive criminal.
I'm not a criminal, Reacher said. A criminal is someone who has been convicted of a crime after a trial. Therefore, I'm not a fugitive either. I haven't been arrested or charged. I'm a suspect, that's all.
I can't lend you my car after running your picture all night.
You could say you didn't recognize me. It's a sketch, not a photograph. Maybe it isn't totally accurate.
Your hair is different.
There you go. I had it cut this morning.
But I would recognize your name. I wouldn't lend my car to a stranger without at least knowing his name, would I?
Well, maybe I gave you a false name. You met a guy with a different name who didn't look much like the sketch, that's all.
What name?
Joe Gordon, Reacher said.
Who's he?
Yankees, second baseman in 1940. They finished third. Not Joe's fault. He had a decent career. He played exactly 1,000 games and had exactly 1,000 hits.
You know a lot.
I'll know more tomorrow if you lend me your car.
How would I get home tonight?
I'll drive you.
Then you'll know where I live.
I already know where you live. I checked your registration to make sure it was your car. Yanni said nothing. Don't worry, Reacher said. If I wanted to hurt you, you'd already be hurt, don't you think? She said nothing. I'm a careful driver, he said again. I'll get you home safe.
I'll call a cab,
she said.
Better for you that way. The roads are quiet now, and this is a distinctive car. The cops know it's mine. They stop me all the time. They claim I'm speeding, but really they want an autograph or they want to look down my shirt.
She used her phone again and told the driver to meet her inside the garage. Then she climbed out of the car and left the motor running.
Go park in a dark corner, she said. Safer for you if you don't leave before the morning rush.
Thanks, Reacher said.
And do it now, she said. Your face has been all over the news, and the cab driver will have been watching. At least I hope he was watching. I need the ratings.
Thanks, Reacher said again. Ann Yanny walked away and stood at the bottom of the ramp like she was waiting for a bus. Reacher slid into her seat and racked it back and reversed the car deep into the garage. Then he swung it round and parked nose in a distant corner. He shut it down and watched in the mirror. 5 minutes later, a green and white Crown Vic rolled down the ramp, and Ann Yanny climbed into the back. The cab turned and drove out to the street, and the garage went quiet. Reacher stayed in Ann Yanny's Mustang, but he didn't stay in the garage under the black glass tower. Too risky. If Yanny had a change of heart, he'd be a sitting duck. He could picture her getting hit by cold feet, or a crisis of conscience, and picking up the phone and calling Emerson.
He's fast asleep in my car in the corner of the garage at work, right now.
So, 3 minutes after her cab left, he started up again and drove out and round to the garage on 1st Street. It was empty. He went up to the 2nd level and parked in the space that James Barr had used. He didn't put money in the meter. Just pulled out Yanny's stack of road maps and planned his route, and then pushed back on the wheel and reclined the seat and went back to sleep. He woke himself up 5 hours later, before dawn, and set out on the drive south to Kentucky. He saw 3 cop cars before he passed the city limits. But they didn't pay him any attention. They were too busy hunting Jack Reacher to waste time harassing a cute news anchor. Dawn happened somewhere way over in the east about an hour into the drive. The sky changed from black to gray to purple, and then low orange sunlight came up over the horizon. Reacher switched his headlights off. He didn't like to run with lights after daybreak. Just a subliminal thing. For the state troopers camped out on the shoulders. Lights after dawn suggested all kinds of things, like fast through-the-night escapes from trouble hundreds of miles behind. The Mustang was already provocative enough. It was loud and aggressive, and it was the kind of car that gets stolen a lot. But the troopers that Reacher saw stayed put on the shoulder. He kept the car at a nothing-to-hide 70 miles an hour and touched the CD button on the dash. Got a blast of mid-period Sheryl Crow in return, which he didn't mind at all. He stayed with it. Every day's a winding road, Sheryl told him. I know, he thought. Tell me about it. He crossed the Ohio River on a long iron trestle with the sun low on his left. For a moment it turned the slow water into molten gold. Light reflected up at him from below the horizontal and made the inside of the car unnaturally bright. The trestle spars flashed past like a stroboscope. The effect was disconcerting. He closed his left eye and entered Kentucky squinting. He kept south on a county road and waited for the Blackford River. According to Ann Yanny's maps, it was a tributary that flowed on a southeast to northwest diagonal into the Ohio. Near its source, it formed a perfect equilateral triangle about 3 miles on a side with 2 rural routes. According to Helen Roden's information, James Barr's favored firing range was somewhere inside that triangle. But it turned out that the firing range was the triangle. 3 miles out, Reacher saw a wire fence on the left shoulder of the road that started directly after he crossed the Blackford on a bridge. The fence ran all the way to the next intersection and had "Keep Out" live gunfire signs on every 4th post. Then it turned a 60-degree angle and ran 3 more miles north and east. Reacher followed it, and where it met the Blackford again, he found a gate and a gravel clearing and a complex of low huts. The gate was chained. It was hung with a hand-painted sign that read, "Open 8 a.m. until dark." He checked his watch. It was a half hour too early. On the other side of the road was an aluminum coach diner fronted by a gravel lot. He pulled in and stopped the Mustang right by the diner's door. He was hungry. The Marriott's room service steak seemed like a long time ago. He ate a long, slow breakfast at a window table and watched the scene across the street. By 8 o'clock, there were 3 pickup trucks waiting to get into the range. At 5 after 8, a guy showed up in a black diesel Humvee and mimed an apology for being late and unchained the gate. He stood aside and let his customers in ahead of him. Then he climbed back in his Humvee and followed them. He went through the same apologetic routine with the main hut door, and then all 4 guys went inside and disappeared from view. Reacher called for another cup of coffee. He figured he'd let the guy deal with the early rush and then stroll over when he had a moment to talk. And the coffee was good, too good to pass up. It was fresh, hot, and very strong. By 8:20, he started to hear rifles firing. Dull, percussive sounds, robbed of their power and impact by distance and wind and berms of earth. He figured the guns were about 200 yards away, firing west. The shots came slow and steady, the sound of serious shooters aiming for the inner rings. Then he heard a string of lighter pops from a handgun. He listened to the familiar sounds for a spell, and then left $2 on the table and paid a $12 check at the register. Went outside and got back in the Mustang and drove through the lot and bumped up over the camber of the road and straight in through the range's open gate. He found the Humvee guy behind a waist-high counter in the main hut. Up close, he was older than he had looked from a distance. More than 50, less than 60, sparse gray hair, lined skin, but ramrod straight. He had a weathered neck wider than his head, and the sort of eyes that pegged him as an ex-Marine non-com, even without the tattoos on his forearms and the souvenirs on the wall behind him. The tattoos were old and faded, and the souvenirs were mostly pennants and unit patches. But the centerpiece of the display was a yellowing paper target framed under glass. It had a tight group of 5 300 holes inside the inner ring, and a 6th just clipping it. "Help you?" the guy said. He was looking past Reacher's shoulder, out the window at the Mustang. "I'm here to solve all your problems," Reacher said. "Really?" "No, not really. I just want to ask you some questions." The guy paused. "About James Barr?" "Good guess." "No." "No. I don't speak to reporters." "I'm not a reporter." "That's a 5-liter Mustang out there, with a couple of options on it. So it ain't a cop car or a rental. And it's got Indiana plates. And it's got an NBC sticker in the windshield. Therefore, my guess is you're a reporter fixing to gin up a television story about how James Barr used my place to train and prepare." "Did he?" "I told you, I'm not talking." "But Barr came here, right?" "I'm not talking," the guy said again. No malice in his voice, just determination. No hostility, just self-assurance. He wasn't talking. End of story. The hut went quiet. Nothing to hear except the distant gunfire and a low rattling hum from another room. A refrigerator, maybe. "I'm not a reporter," Reacher said again. "I borrowed a reporter's car, that's all, to get down here." "So what are you?" "Just a guy who knew James Barr way back. I want to know about his friend Charlie. I think his friend Charlie led him astray." The guy didn't say, "What friend?" He didn't ask, "Who's Charlie?" He just shook his head and said, "Can't help you." Reacher switched his gaze to the framed target. "Is that yours?" he asked. "Everything you see here's mine." "What range was it?" he asked. "Why?" "Because I'm thinking that if it was 600 yards, you're pretty good. If it was 800, you're very good. If it was 1,000, you're unbelievable." "You shoot?" Guy asked. "I used to," Reacher said. "Military?" "Once upon a time." The guy turned round and lifted the frame off its hook, laid it gently on the counter, and turned it round for inspection. There was a handwritten inscription in faded ink across the bottom of the paper. 1978 U.S. Marine Corps 1,000-Yard Invitational. Gunny Samuel Cash, 3rd place. Then there were 3 signatures from 3 adjudicators. "You're Sergeant Cash?" Reacher said. "Retired and scuffling," the guy said. "Me too." "But not from the Corps." "You can tell that just by looking?" "Easily." "Army," Reacher said. "But my dad was a Marine." Cash nodded. "Makes you half human." Reacher traced his fingertip over the glass, above the bullet holes. A fine group of 5, and a 6th that had drifted just a hair. "Good shooting," he said. "I'd be lucky to do that at half a range today." "Me too," Reacher said. "Time marches on." "Were you saying you could have done it back in the day?" Reacher didn't answer. Truth was, he'd actually won the Marine Corps 1,000-Yard Invitational, exactly 10 years after Cash had scraped 3rd place. He had placed all his rounds through the precise center of the target, in a ragged hole a man could put his thumb through. He had displayed the shiny cup on one office shelf after another through 12 busy months. It had been an exceptional year. He had been at some kind of peak, physically, mentally, every way there was. That year he couldn't miss, literally or metaphorically. But he hadn't defended his title the following year, even though the MP hierarchy had wanted him to. Later, looking back, he understood how that decision marked two things: the beginning of his long, slow divorce from the Army, and the beginning of restlessness. The beginning of always moving on and never looking back. The beginning of never wanting to do the same thing twice.
1,000 yards is a long way, Gunny Cash said. Truth is, since I left the Corps, I haven't met a man who could even put a mark on the paper.
I might have been able to clip the edge, Reacher said. Cash took the frame off the counter and turned and hung it back on its hook. He used the ball of his right thumb to level it.
I don't have a 1,000-yard range here, he said. It'd be a waste of ammunition, and it'd make the customers feel bad about themselves. But I got a nice 300 that's not being used this morning. You could try it. A guy who could clip the paper to 1,000 should be able to do pretty well at 300.
Reacher said nothing.
Don't you think? Cash said.
I guess, Reacher said. Cash opened a drawer and took out a new paper target.
What's your name?
Bobby Richardson, Reacher said. Robert Clinton Richardson, hit .301 in 1959, 141 hits in 134 games, but the Yanks still only finished third. Cash took a rollerball pen from his shirt pocket and wrote R. Richardson, 300 yards, and the date and the time on the paper. Record keeper, Reacher said.
Have it,
Cash said. Then he drew an X inside the inner ring. It was about half an inch tall, and because of the slant of his handwriting, a little less than half an inch wide. He left the paper on the counter and walked away into the room with the refrigerator noise. Came back out a minute later carrying a rifle. It was a Remington M24, with a loopholed ultra-scope and a front bipod, a standard-issue Marine sniper's weapon. It looked to be well used, but in excellent condition. Cash placed it sideways on the counter, detached the magazine and showed Reacher that it was empty, operated the bolt and showed Reacher that the chamber was empty too. Reflex, routine, caution, professional courtesy.
Mine, he said. Zeroed for 300 yards exactly. By me myself, personally.
Good enough, Reacher said. Which it was. An ex-Marine who in 1978 had been the third-best shooter in the world could be trusted on such matters.
One shot,
Cash said. He took a single cartridge from his pocket, held it up. It was a .300 Winchester round. Match grade. He stood it upright on the X on the paper target. It hit it entirely. Then he smiled. Reacher smiled back. He understood the challenge. He understood it perfectly.
Hit the X, and I'll talk to you about James Barr.
Well, at least it's not hand-to-hand combat, Reacher thought. Let's go, he said. Outside, the air was still, and it was neither hot nor cold. Perfect shooting weather. No shivering, no risk of thermals or currents or shimmer, no wind. Cash carried the rifle and the target, and Reacher carried the cartridge in the palm of his hand. They climbed into Cash's Humvee together, and Cash fired it up with a loud diesel clatter. "You like this thing?" Reacher asked over the noise.
"Not really," Cash said. "I'd be happier with a sedan, but it's a question of image. Customers like it."
The landscape was all low hills, covered in grass and stunted trees. Someone had used a bulldozer to carve wide, straight paths through it. The paths were hundreds of yards apart and hundreds of yards long, and all of them were parallel. Each path was a separate rifle range. Each range was isolated from the others by natural hills and backed by high berms made from the earth scraped up by the bulldozer. The whole place looked like a half-built golf course. It was part green, part raw, all covered with red earth gashes. White-painted rocks and boulders delineated tracks through it, some for vehicles, some for foot traffic.
"My family owned this land forever," Cash said. "The range was my idea. I thought I could be like a golf pro or tennis. You know those guys. They've been on the tour, they retire, they set up teaching afterwards."
"Did it work?" Reacher asked.
"Not really," Cash said. "People come here to shoot, but to get a guy to admit he doesn't really know how is like pulling teeth."
Reacher saw 3 pickup trucks parked at separate shooting stations. The guys who'd been waiting at 8 o'clock were well into their morning sessions.
They were all prone on coconut mats, firing, pausing, sighting, firing again. "It's a living," Cash said in answer to a question Reacher hadn't asked. Then he pulled the Humvee off the main track and drove 300 yards down the length of an empty range. He got out and clipped the paper target to a frame and got back in and K-turned the truck and headed back. He parked it neatly and shut it down. "Good luck," he said. Reacher sat still for a moment. He was more nervous than he should have been. He breathed in and held it and felt the thrill of caffeine in his veins. Just a tiny microscopic tremble. 4 fast cups of strong coffee were not an ideal preparation for accurate long-distance shooting. But it was only 300 yards. 300 yards with a good rifle, no heat, no cold, still air. More or less the same thing as pressing the muzzle into the center of the target and pulling the trigger. He could do it with his eyes closed. There was no fundamental problem with the marksmanship. The problem was with the stakes. He wanted the puppet master more than he had wanted the Marines' Cup all those years before. A lot more. He didn't know why, but that was the problem. He breathed out. It was only 300 yards, not 6, not 8, not 1,000. No big deal. He slid out of the Humvee and took the rifle off the back seat, carried it across rough earth to the coconut mat, placed it gently with its bipod feet a yard back from the edge, bent down and loaded it, stepped back behind it and lined himself up and crouched, knelt, lay full length. He snuggled the stock into his shoulder, eased his neck left and right, and looked around. It felt like he was alone in the middle of nowhere. He ducked his head, closed his left eye and moved his right eye to the scope, draped his left hand over the barrel and pressed down and back. Now he had a tripod mount, the bipod and his shoulder. Solid. He spread his legs and turned his feet out so they were flat on the mat, drew his left leg up a little and dug the sole of his shoe into the mat's fibers so the dead weight of the limb anchored his position. He relaxed and let himself sprawl. He knew he must look like a guy who had been shot instead of a guy preparing to shoot. He gazed through the scope, saw the hyper-vivid image of great optics. He acquired the target. It looked close enough to touch. He laid the reticle where the 2 strokes of the X met, squeezed the slack out of the trigger, relaxed, breathed out. He could feel his heart. It felt like it was loose in his chest. The caffeine was buzzing in his veins. The reticle was dancing over the X. It was hopping and jerking, left and right, up and down, in a tiny random circle. He closed his right eye, willed his heart to stop, breathed out and kept his lungs empty. 1 second, 2. Then again, in, out, hold. He pulled all his energy downward into his gut, let his shoulders slacken, let his muscles relax, let himself settle. He opened his eye again and saw that the reticle was still. He stared at the target, feeling it, wanting it. He pulled the trigger. The gun kicked and roared, and the muzzle blast blew a cloud of dust out of the coconut mat and obscured his view. He lifted his head and coughed once and ducked back to the scope. Bullseye. The X was gone. There was a neat hole drilled through the center of it, leaving only 4 tiny ballpoint ticks visible, 1 at the top and 1 at the bottom of each stroke. He coughed again and pushed back and stood up. Cash dropped down in his place and used the scope to check the result. "Good shooting," he said. "Good rifle," Reacher said. Cash operated the bolt and the spent case fell out on the mat. He got to his knees and picked it up and put it in his pocket. Then he stood up and carried the rifle back towards the Humvee. "So do I qualify?" Reacher called after him. "For what?" "For talking to." Cash turned round. "You think this was a test?" "I sincerely hope it was." "You might not want to hear what I got to say." "Try me," Reacher said. Cash nodded. "We'll talk in the office." They detoured up the length of the range for Cash to retrieve the target. Then they turned and drove back to the huts. They passed the pickup guys. They were still blasting away. Cash parked, and they went inside, and Cash filed Reacher's target in a drawer, under R for Richardson. Then he danced his fingers forward to B for Bar, and pulled out a thick sheaf of paper. "You looking to show your old buddy didn't do it?" he asked. "He wasn't my buddy," Reacher said. "I knew him once is all." "And?" "I don't remember him being that great a shooter. TV News said it was pretty short range, with moving targets and deflection angles. TV said the evidence is pretty clear." "It is," Reacher said. "I've seen it." "Check these out," Cash said. He dealt the filed targets like a deck of cards, all along the length of the counter. Then he butted them edge to edge and squared them off to make room for more. Then he started a second row, directly underneath the first. In the end, he had 32 sheets of paper displayed, 2 long rows of repetitive concentric circles, all of them marked J bar, 300 yards, with times and dates stretching back 3 years. "Read 'em and weep," Cash said. Every single target showed an expert score. Reacher stared at them, one after the other. Each inner ring was tightly packed with clean, crisp holes. Tight clusters, big and obvious. 32 targets, 10 rounds each, 320 rounds. All of them dead-on maximum scores. "This is everything he did?" Reacher asked. Cash nodded. "Like you said, I'm a record keeper." "What gun?" "His own supermatch. Great rifle." "Did the cops call you?" "Guy called Emerson. He was pretty decent about it. Because I gotta think about my own ass. Because Barr trained here. I don't want to damage my professional reputation. I put in a lot of work here, and this place could get a bad name." Reacher scanned the targets one more time. Remembered telling Helen Roden, "They don't forget." "What about his buddy Charlie?" he asked. Charlie was hopeless by comparison." Cash butted James Barr's targets into a pile and put them back in the B slot. Then he opened another drawer and ran his fingers back to S and took out another sheaf of paper. "Charlie Smith," he said. "He was military too, by the look of him. But Uncle Sam's money didn't buy anything long-term there." He went through the same routine, laying out Charlie's targets in 2 long rows, 32 of them. "But they always showed up together?" Reacher asked. "Like peanut butter and jelly," Cash said. "Separate ranges?" "Separate planets," Cash said. Reacher nodded. In terms of numerical score, Charlie's targets were much worse than James Barr's. Way worse. They were the product of a very poor shooter. One had just 4 hits, all of them outside the outer ring, 1 each in the quadrants and the corners. Across all 32 targets, he had just 8 hits inside the inner ring. 1 was a dead-on bullseye. Dumb luck, maybe, or wind, or drift, or a random thermal. 7 were very close to clipping the black. Apart from that, Charlie was all over the place. Most of his rounds must have missed altogether. Percentage-wise, most of his hits happened in the white between the 2 outer rings. Low, low scores. But his hits weren't precisely random. There was a weird kind of consistency there. He was aiming, but he was missing. Maybe some kind of bad astigmatism in his eyes. "What type of a guy was he?" Reacher asked. "Charlie?" Cash said. Charlie was a blank slate. Couldn't read him at all. If he'd been a better shot, he'd come close to frightening me." "Small guy, right?" "Tiny. Weird hair." "Did they talk to you much?" "Not really. They're just 2 guys down from Indiana, getting off on shooting guns. I get a lot of that here." "Did you watch them shoot?" Cash shook his head. "I learned never to watch anybody. People take it as a criticism. I let 'em come to me, but nobody ever does." "Barr bought his ammo here, right?" "Lake City. Expensive." "His gun wasn't cheap either." "He was worth it." "What gun did Charlie use?" "Oh, same thing. Like a matched pair. In his case, it was a comedy. Like a fat guy who buys a carbon fiber racing bike." "You got separate handgun ranges here?" "One indoor. People use it if it rains. Otherwise, I let them blast away outside, anywhere they want. I don't care much for handguns. No art to them." Reacher nodded, and Cash swept Charlie's targets into a pile, careful to keep them in correct date order. Then he stacked them together and put them back in the S drawer. Smith is a common name, Reacher said. Actually, I think it's the most common name in America. It was genuine, Cash said. I see a driver's license before anyone gets membership. Where was he from originally? Accent? Somewhere way north. Can I take one of James Barr's targets? What the hell for? For a souvenir, Reacher said. Cash said nothing. It won't go anywhere, Reacher said. I'm not going to sell it on the internet. Cash said nothing. Barr's not coming back, Reacher said. That's for damn sure. And if you really want to cover your ass, you should dump 'em all anyway. Cash shrugged and turned back to the file drawer. The most recent one, Reacher said. That'd be best. Cash thumbed through the stack and pulled a sheet, handed it across the counter. Reacher took it and folded it carefully and put it in his shirt pocket. Good luck with your buddy, Cash said. He's not my buddy, Reacher said. But thanks for your help. You're welcome, Cash said. Because I know who you are. I recognized you when you got behind the gun. I never forget the shape of a prone position. You won the Invitational 10 years after I was in it. I was watching from the crowd. Your real name's Reacher. Reacher nodded. Polite of you, Cash said. Not to mention it after I told you how I only came in third. You had tougher competition, Reacher said. 10 years later, it was a bunch of deadbeats. He stopped at the last gas station in Kentucky and filled Yanni's tank. Then he called Helen Roden from a payphone. Is the cop still there? He asked.
2 of them, she said. 1 in the lobby, 1 at my door.
Did Franklin start yet?
First thing this morning.
Any progress?
Nothing. They were 5 very ordinary people.
Where's Franklin's office? She gave him an address. Reacher checked his watch. I'll meet you there at 4 o'clock.
How was Kentucky?
Confusing, he said. He recrossed the Ohio on the same trestle bridge with Sheryl Crow telling him all over again about how every day was a winding road. He cranked up the volume and turned left and headed west. Ann Yanni's maps showed a highway cloverleaf 40 miles ahead. He could turn north there, and a couple of hours later he could scoot past the whole city, 40 feet in the air. It seemed like a better idea than trying the surface streets. He figured Emerson would be getting seriously frustrated. And then seriously enraged at some point during the day. Reacher would have been. Reacher had been Emerson for 13 years, and in this kind of a situation, he would have been kicking ass big time, blanketing the streets with uniforms, trying everything. He found the cloverleaf and joined the highway going north. He killed the CD when it started over again and settled in for the cruise. The Mustang felt pretty good at 70 miles an hour. It rumbled along, lots of power, no finesse at all. Reacher figured if he could put that drivetrain in some battered old sedan body, then that would be his kind of car. Bellantonio had been at work in his crime lab since 7 o'clock in the morning. He had fingerprinted the cell phone found abandoned under the highway and come up with nothing worth a damn. Then he had copied the call log. The last number dialed was Helen Roden's cell. Last but one was Emerson's cell. Clearly, Reacher had made both of those calls. Then came a long string of calls to several different cell phones registered to Specialized Services of Indiana. Maybe Reacher had made those too, or maybe he hadn't. No way of knowing. Bellantonio wrote it all up, but he knew Emerson wouldn't do anything with it. The only viable pressure point was the call to Helen Roden, and no way could Emerson start hassling a defense lawyer about a conversation with a witness, suspect or not. That would be a waste of breath. So he moved on to the garage tapes. He had 4 days' worth, 96 hours, nearly 3,000 separate vehicle movements. His staff had logged them all. Only 3 of them were Cadillacs. Indiana was the same as most heartland states. People bought pickup trucks as a first preference, then SUVs, then coupes, then convertibles. Regular sedans claimed a tiny market share, and most of them were Toyotas or Hondas or mid-sized domestics. Full-size turnpike cruisers were very rare, and premium brands rarest of all. The first Cadillac on tape was a bone-white Eldorado, a 2-door coupe, several years old. It had parked before 10 in the morning on the Wednesday and stayed parked for 5 hours. The second Cadillac on tape was a new STS, maybe red or gray, possibly light blue, hard to be sure with the murky monochrome picture. Whatever, it had parked soon after lunch on the Thursday and stayed there for 2 hours. The third Cadillac was a black DeVille. It was caught on tape entering the garage at just after 6 o'clock in the morning on the Friday. Black Friday, as Bel Antonio was calling it. At 6 o'clock in the morning, the garage would have been more or less completely empty. The tape showed the DeVille sweeping up the ramp, fast and confident. It showed it leaving again after just 4 minutes. Long enough to place the cone. The driver wasn't really visible in either sequence. There was just a gray blur behind the windshield. Maybe it was Barr, maybe it wasn't. Bel Antonio wrote it all up for Emerson. He made a mental note to check through again to determine if 4 minutes was the shortest stay on the tapes. He suspected it was, easily. Then he scanned the forensic sweep through Alexandra Dupree's garden apartment. He had assigned a junior guy to do it because it wasn't the crime scene. There was nothing of interest there, nothing at all, except the fingerprint evidence. The apartment was a mess of prints, like all apartments are. Most of them were the girls, but there were 4 other sets. 3 of them were unidentifiable. The 4th set of prints belonged to James Barr. James Barr had been in Alexandra Dupree's apartment, in the living room, in the kitchen, in the bathroom. No doubt about it. Clear prints, perfect matches, unmistakable. Bel Antonio wrote it up for Emerson. Then he read a report just in from the medical examiner. Alexandra Dupree had been killed by a single massive blow to the right temple, delivered by a left-handed assailant. She had fallen onto a gravel surface that contained organic matter, including grass and dirt. But she had been found in an alley paved with limestone. Therefore, her body had been moved at least a short distance between death and discovery. Other physiological evidence confirmed it. Bel Antonio took a new sheet of memo paper and addressed 2 questions to Emerson. Is Rachel left-handed? Did he have access to a vehicle? The Zec spent the morning hours deciding what to do with Raskin. Raskin had failed 3 separate times. First with the initial tail, then by getting attacked from behind, and finally by letting his cell phone get stolen. The Zec didn't like failure. He didn't like it at all. At first he considered just pulling Raskin off the street and restricting him to duty in the video room on the ground floor of the house. But why would he want to depend on a failure to monitor his security? Then Linsky called. They'd been searching 14 straight hours and had found no sign of the soldier. We should go after the lawyer now, Linsky said. After all, nothing can happen without her. She's the focal point. She's the one making the moves here. That raises the stakes, the Zec said. They're already pretty high. Maybe the soldier's gone for good. Maybe he is, Linsky said. But what matters is what he left behind, in the lawyer's head. I'll think about it, the Zec said. I'll get back to you. Should we keep on looking? Tired? Linsky was exhausted, and his spine was killing him. No, he lied. I'm not tired. So keep on looking, the Zec said. But send Raskin back to me. Reacher slowed to 50 where the highway first rose on its stilts. He stayed in the center lane and let the spur that ran behind the library pass by on his right. He kept on north for 2 more miles and came off at the cloverleaf that met the 4-lane with the auto dealers and the parts store. He went east on the county road and then turned north again on Jeb Oliver's rural route. After a minute, he was deep in the silent countryside. The irrigation booms were turning slowly, and the sun was making rainbows in the droplets. The heartland, where the secrets are. He coasted to a stop next to the Oliver's mailbox. No way was the Mustang going to make it down the driveway. The center hump would have ripped all the parts off the bottom. The suspension, the exhaust system, the axle, the diff, whatever else was down there. And Yanny wouldn't have been pleased at all. So he slid out and left the car where it was, low and crouched and winking blue in the sun. He picked his way down the track, feeling every rock and stone through his thin soles. Jeb Oliver's red Dodge hadn't been moved. It was sitting right there, lightly dusted with brown dirt and streaked with dried dew. The old farmhouse was quiet.
The barn was closed and locked. Reacher ignored the front door. He walked around the side of the house to the back porch. Jeb's mother was right there on her glider. She was dressed the same, but this time she had no bottle, just a manic stare out of eyes as big as saucers. She had one foot hooked up under her and was using the other to scoot the chair about twice as fast as she had before. "Hello," she said. "Jeb not back yet?" Reacher said. She just shook her head. Reacher heard all the sounds he'd heard before: the irrigation hiss, the squeak of the glider, the creak of the porch board. "Got a gun?" he asked. "I don't hold with 'em," she said. "Got a phone?" he asked. "Disconnected," she said. "I owe 'em money, but I don't need 'em. Jeb lets me use the cell if I need it." "Good," Reacher said. "How the hell is that good? Jeb's not here." "That's exactly what's good about it. I'm going to break into your barn, and I don't want you calling the cops while I'm doing it, or shooting me." "That's Jeb's barn. You can't go in there." "I don't see how you can stop me." He turned his back on her and continued down the track. It curved a little and led directly to the barn's double doors. The doors, like the barn itself, were built of old planks, alternately baked and rotted by 100 summers and 100 winters. Reacher touched them with his knuckles and felt a dry hollowness. The lock was brand new. It was a U-shaped bicycle lock, like the ones city messengers used. One leg of the U ran through 2 black steel hasps that were bolted through the planks of the doors. Reacher touched the lock, shook it. Heavy steel, warm from the sun. It was a pretty solid arrangement. No way of cutting it, no way of breaking it. But a lock was only as strong as what it was fixed to. Reacher grabbed the straight end of the lock at the bottom of the U, pulled on it, gently, and then harder. The doors sagged towards him and stopped. He put the flat of his palm against the wood and pushed them back, held them closed with the straight left arm, and yanked on the lock with his right. The bolts gave a little, but not much. Reacher figured that Jeb must have used washers on the back under the nuts, maybe big wide ones. They were spreading the load. He thought, okay, more load. He held the straight part of the lock with both hands and leaned back like a water skier, pulled hard and smashed his heel into the wood under the hasps. His legs were longer than his arms, so he was cramped and the kick didn't carry much power. But it carried enough. The old wood splintered a little, and something gave 1/2 inch. He regrouped and tried it again. Something gave a little more. Then a plank in the left-hand door split completely and 2 bolts pulled out. Reacher put his left hand flat on the door and got his right-hand fingers hooked in the gap with a backhand grip. He took a breath and counted to 3 and jerked hard. The last bolt fell out, and the whole lock assembly hit the ground, and the doors sagged all the way open. Reacher stepped away and folded the doors back flush with the walls and let the sunlight in. He guessed he was expecting to see a meth lab, maybe with workbenches and beakers and scales and propane burners and piles of new baggies ready to receive the product. Or else a big stash, ready for onward distribution. He saw none of that. Bright light leaked in through long vertical gaps between warped planks. The barn was maybe 40 feet by 20 inside. It had a bare earth floor, swept and compacted. It was completely empty, except for a well-used pickup truck parked in the exact center of the space. The truck was a Chevy Silverado, several years old. It was light brown, like fired clay. It was a working vehicle. It had been built down to a plain specification. A base model. Vinyl seats, steel wheels, undramatic tires. The load bed was clean but scratched and dented. It had no license plates. The doors were locked, and there was no sign of a key anywhere.
"What's that?"
Reacher turned and saw Jeb Oliver's mother behind him. She had her hand tight on the door jamb, like she was unwilling to cross the threshold. "It's a truck," Reacher said.
"I can see that."
"Is it Jeb's?"
"I never saw it before."
"Where'd he drive before that big red thing?"
"Not this."
Reacher stepped closer to the truck and peered in through the driver's side window. Manual shift, dirt and grime, high mileage. But no trash. The truck had been someone's faithful servant. Used but not abused.
"I never saw it before."
the woman said again. It looked like it had been there for a long time. It was settled on soft tires. It didn't smell of oil or gasoline. It was cold, inert, filmed with dust. Reacher got on his knees and checked underneath. Nothing to see. Just a frame caked with old dirt, clipped by rocks and gravel. "How long's this thing been in here?" he asked from the floor.
I don't know.
"When'd he put the lock on the door?"
Maybe 2 months ago.
Reacher stood up again.
What'd you expect to find? The woman asked him.
Reacher turned to face her and looked at her eyes. The pupils were huge. "More of what you had for breakfast," he said. She smiled.
You thought Jeb was cooking in here?
"Wasn't he?"
His stepfather brings it by.
"You married?"
Not anymore, but he still brings it by.
"Jeb was using on Monday night," Reacher said. The woman smiled again.
A mother can share with her kid, can't she? What else is a mother for?
Reacher turned away and looked at the truck one more time. Why would he keep an old truck locked in here and a new truck out in the weather?
Beats me, the woman said. Jeb always does things his own way.
Reacher backed out of the barn and walked each door closed. Then he used the balls of his thumbs to press the bolts back into their splintered holes. The weight of the lock dragged them all halfway out again. He got it looking as neat as he could, and then he left it alone and walked away.
"Is Jeb ever coming back?"
the woman called after him. Reacher didn't answer. The Mustang was facing north, so Reacher drove north. He put the CD player on loud and kept going 10 miles down an arrow-straight road, aiming for a horizon that never arrived. Raskin dug his own grave with a Caterpillar backhoe. It was the same machine that had been used to level the Zek's land. It had a 20-inch entrenching shovel with 4 steel teeth on it. The shovel took long, slow bites of the soft earth and laid them aside. The engine roared and slowed, and pulsed clouds of diesel exhaust filled the Indiana sky. Raskin had been born during the Soviet, and he'd seen a lot. Afghanistan, Chechnya, unthinkable upheaval in Moscow. A guy in his position could have been dead many times over, and that fact, combined with his natural Russian fatalism, made him utterly indifferent to his fate. "Ukazi," the Zek had said. An order from an absolute authority. "Nichevo," Raskin had said in reply. Think nothing of it. So he worked the backhoe. He chose a spot concealed from the stonecrusher's view by the bulk of the house. He dug a neat trench, 20 inches wide, 6 feet long, 6 feet deep. He piled the excavated earth to his right, to the east, like a high barrier between himself and home. When he was finished, he backed the machine away from the hole and shut it down, climbed down from the cab, and waited. There was no escape, no point in running. If he ran, they'd find him anyway, and then he wouldn't need a grave. They would use garbage bags, 5 or 6 of them. They would use wire ties to seal the several parts of him into cold black plastic. They would put bricks in with his flesh and throw the bags in the river. He'd seen it happen before. In the distance, the Zek came out of his house. A short, wide man, ancient, stooped, walking at a moderate speed, exuding power and energy. He picked his way across the uneven ground, glancing down, glancing forward. 50 yards, 100. He came close to Raskin and stopped. He put his ruined hand in his pocket and came out with a small revolver, his thumb and the stump of his index finger pincered through the trigger guard. He held it out, and Raskin took it from him. "Ukazi," the Zek said. "Nichevo," Raskin replied. A short, amiable, self-deprecating sound like de rien in French, like de nada in Spanish, like prego in Italian. "Please, I'm yours to command." "Thank you," the Zek said. Raskin stepped away to the narrow end of the trench, opened the revolver's cylinder and saw a single cartridge. Closed the cylinder again and turned it until it was lined up right. Then he pulled the hammer back and put the barrel in his mouth. He turned round so that he was facing the Zek, and his back was to the trench. He shuffled backwards until his heels were on the edge of the hole. He stood still and straight and balanced and composed, like an Olympic diver preparing for a difficult backward pike off the high board. He closed his eyes. He pulled the trigger. For a mile around, black crows rose noisily into the air. Blood and brain and bone arced through the sunlight in a perfect parabola. Raskin's body fell backwards and landed stretched out and flat in the bottom of the trench. The crows settled back to earth, and the faint noise of the distant stone-crushing machines rolled back in and sounded like silence. Then the Zek clambered up into the Caterpillar's cab and started the engine. The levers all had knobs as big as pool balls, which made them easy to manipulate with his palms. Reacher stopped 15 miles north of the city and parked the Mustang on a big V-shaped gravel turnout made where the corners of two huge circular fields met. There were fields everywhere, north, south, east, and west, one after the other in endless ranks and files. Each one had its own irrigation boom. Each boom was turning at the same slow, patient pace. He shut the engine down and slid out of the seat. He stood and stretched and yawned. The air was full of mist from the booms. Up close, the booms were like massive industrial machines, like alien spaceships recently landed. There was a central vertical standpipe in the middle of each field, like a tall metal chimney. The boom arm came off it horizontally and bled water out of 100 spaced nozzles all along its length. At the outer end, the arm had a vertical leg supporting its weight. At the bottom of the leg was a wheel with a rubber tire. The wheel was as big as a plane's landing gear. It rolled round a worn track, endlessly. Reacher watched and waited until the wheel in the nearest field came close. He walked over and stepped alongside it, kept pace with it. The tire came almost to his waist. The boom itself was way over his head. He kept the wheel on his right and tracked it through its long clockwise circle. He was walking through fine mist. It was cold. The boom hissed loudly. The wheel climbed gentle rises and rolled into low depressions. It was a long, long circle. The boom was maybe 150 feet long, which made the perimeter track more than 300 yards. Pi times diameter. Area was pi times the radius squared, which would therefore be more than 7,800 square yards, more than 1.5 acres, which meant that the wasted corners added up to a little less than 2,200 square yards. More than 21%. More than 500 square yards in each corner. Like the shapes in the corners of a target. The Mustang was parked on one of the corners, proportionally the same size as a bullet hole. Like one of Charlie's bullet holes in the corners of the paper. Reacher arrived back where he had started, a little wet, his boat shoes muddy. He stepped away from the circle and stood still on the gravel, facing west. On the far horizon, a cloud of crows rose suddenly and then settled. Reacher got back in the car and turned the ignition on, found the clamps on the header rail and the switch on the dash, and lowered the roof. He checked his watch. He had 2 hours until his rendezvous at Franklin's office. So he lay back in the seat and let the sun dry his clothes. He took the folded target out of his pocket and looked at it for a long time. He sniffed it, held it up to the sun and let the light shine through the crisp round holes. Then he put it away again in his pocket. He stared upward and saw nothing but sky. He closed his eyes against the glare and started to think about ego and motive and illusion and reality and guilt and innocence and the true nature of randomness. Emerson read through Belantonio's reports, saw that Reacher had called Helen Roden. He wasn't surprised. It was probably just one of many calls. Lawyers and busybodies, working hard to rewrite history. No big shock there. Then he read Belantonio's twin questions. Is Reacher left-handed? Did he have access to a vehicle? Answers, probably and probably. Southpaws weren't rare. Line up 20 people, and 4 or 5 of them would be left-handed. And Reacher had access to a vehicle now, that was for damn sure. He wasn't in town, and he hadn't left on a bus. Therefore, he had a vehicle, and probably had had one all along.
Then Emerson read the final sheet. James Barr had been in Alexandra Dupree's apartment. What the hell was that about? According to Ann Yanny's road maps, Franklin's office was dead center in a tangle of streets right in the heart of the city. Not an ideal destination, not by any means. Construction, the start of rush hour, slow traffic on surface streets. Reacher was going to be putting a lot of trust in the tint in the Ford Motor Company's glass. That was for sure. He started the motor and put the roof back up. Then he eased off the turnout and headed south. He repassed the Oliver place after 12 minutes, turned west on the county road, and then south again on the 4-lane into town. Emerson went back to Bel Antonio's cell phone report. Reacher had called Helen Roden. They had business. They had matters to discuss. He would go back to her sooner or later. Or she would go to him. He picked up the phone, spoke to his dispatcher. "Put an unmarked car on Helen Roden's office," he said. "If she leaves a building, have her followed." Reacher drove past the motor court. He stayed low in the seat and glanced sideways. No sign of any activity. No obvious surveillance. He passed the barber shop and the gun store. Traffic slowed him as he approached the raised highway. Then it slowed him more, to walking speed. His face was feet away from the pedestrians on his right, feet away from the stalled drivers on his left. 4 lanes of traffic, the 2 inbound lanes moving slow, the 2 outbound lanes static. He wanted to get away from the sidewalk. He put his turn signal on and forced his way into the next lane. The driver behind his shoulder wasn't happy. Don't sweat it, Reacher thought. I learned to drive in a deuce and a half. Time was when I would have rolled right over you. The left-hand lane was moving a little faster. Reacher crept past cars on his right, glanced ahead. There was a police cruiser, 3 cars in front, in the right-hand lane. There was a green light in the distance. Traffic in the left-hand lane was approaching it slowly. Traffic in the right-hand lane was approaching it slower still. Each successive car reached the painted line and paused a moment and then jumped the gap. Nobody wanted to block the box. Now Reacher was 2 cars behind the cop. He hung back. The irritated guy behind him honked. Reacher inched forward. Now he was 1 car behind the cop. The light went orange. The car in front of Reacher sprinted. The light went red. The cop stopped on the line, and Reacher stopped directly alongside him. He put his elbow on the console and cupped his head in his hand, spread his fingers wide and covered as much of his face as he could, stared straight ahead, up under the header rail, looking at the light, willing it to change. Helen Roden rode down 2 floors in the elevator and met Ann Yanny in the NBC reception area. NBC was paying for Franklin's time, so it was only fair that Yanny should be at the conference. They rode down to the garage together and got into Helen's Saturn. Came up the ramp and out into the sunshine. Helen glanced right and made a left. Didn't register the gray Impala that moved off the curb 20 yards behind her. The light stayed red an awfully long time. Then it went green, and the guy behind Reacher honked, and the cop turned to look. Reacher took off through his field of vision and didn't look back. He filtered into a left turn lane, and the cop car swept past on his right. Reacher watched it jam up again ahead. He didn't want to go through the side-by-side thing again, so he stuck with the left turn. Found himself back in the street with Martha's grocery on it. It was clogged with slow traffic. He shifted on the seat and checked his pants pocket, sifted through the coins by feel, found a quarter, debated with himself. 20 yards, 30, 40. Yes. He pulled into Martha's tiny lot, left the engine running, and slid out of the seat and danced around the hood to the payphone on the wall. He put his quarter in the slot and took out Emerson's torn card, chose the station house number and dialed. "Help you?" the desk guy said. "Police?" Reacher asked. "Go ahead, sir." Reacher kept his voice fast and light, rushed and low. "That guy on the wanted poster, the thing you guys are passing around?" "Yes, sir." "He's right here, right now." "Where?" "In my drive-thru.
The one on the 4-lane north of town next to the tire store. He's inside right now at the counter eating. You sure it's the guy? Looks just like the picture. Does he have a car? Big red Dodge pickup. Sir, what's your name? Tony Lazzari, Reacher said. Anthony Michael Lazzari. Batted .273 in 118 appearances at second base in 1935. Second place finish. Reacher figured he would need to move around the diamond soon. The Yankees hadn't had enough second basemen, or enough non-championship years. We're on our way, sir, the desk cop said. Reacher hung up and slid back into the Mustang. Sat still until he heard the first sirens battling north. Helen Roden was halfway down 2nd Street when she caught a commotion in her mirror. A gray Impala sedan lurched out of the lane 3 cars behind her and pulled a crazy U-turn through the traffic and took off back the way it had come.
Asshole, she said.
Ann Yanny twisted in her seat.
Cop car, she said. You can tell by the antennas.
Reacher made it to Franklin's place about 10 minutes late. It was a 2-story brick building. The lower floor looked like some kind of a light industrial unit, abandoned. It had steel shutters over its doors and windows. But the upstairs windows had Venetian blinds with lights behind them. There was an outside staircase leading to an upper door. The door had a white plastic plate on it, Franklin Investigations. There was a parking apron at street level, just a patch of blacktop 1 car deep and about 6 wide. Helen Roden's green Saturn was there, and a blue Honda Civic, and a black Chevy Suburban so long that it was overhanging the sidewalk by a foot. The Suburban was Franklin's, Reacher guessed. The Honda was Rosemary Barr's, maybe. He drove past the place without slowing and circled the block. Saw nothing he didn't want to see. So he slotted the Mustang next to the Saturn and got out and locked it. Ran up the staircase and went in the door without knocking. He found himself in a short hallway with a kitchenette to his right and what he guessed was a bathroom to his left. Up ahead, he could hear voices in a large room. He went in and found Franklin at a desk, Helen Roden and Rosemary Barr in 2 chairs, huddled in conversation, and Ann Yanny looking out the window at her car. All 4 turned as he came in.
Do you know any medical terminology? Helen asked him.
Like what?
PA, she said. A doctor wrote it. Some kind of an abbreviation?
Reacher glanced at her, then at Rosemary Barr. Let me guess, he said. The hospital diagnosed James Barr. Probably a mild case.
Early onset, Rosemary said. Whatever it is. How did you know? Helen asked.
Intuition, Reacher said.
What is it?
Later, Reacher said. Let's do this in order. He turned to Franklin. Tell me what you know about the victims. 5 random people, Franklin said. No connection between any of them. No real connection with anything at all. Certainly no connection to James Barr. Now, I think you were absolutely right. He didn't shoot them for any reason of his own. No, I was absolutely wrong, Reacher said. Thing is, James Barr didn't shoot them at all. Grigor Linsky stepped back into a shadowed doorway and dialed his phone. I followed a hunch, he said. Which was? The Zek asked. With the cops at the lawyer's office, I figured the soldier wouldn't be able to go see her, but obviously they still have business. So I thought maybe she would go to him. And she did. I followed her. They're together in the private detective's office right now, with the sister, and that woman from the television news. Are the others with you? We've got the whole block covered, east, west, north, and south. Sit tight, the Zek said. I'll get back to you. Helen Roden said, You want to explain that statement? The evidence is rock solid, Franklin said. Ann Yanny smiled. A story. Rosemary Barr just stared. You bought your brother a radio, Reacher said to her. A Bose, for the ball games. He told me that. Did you ever buy him anything else?
Like what?
Like clothes.
Sometimes, she said.
Pants?
Sometimes, she said.
What size?
Size, she repeated blankly.
What size pants does your brother wear?
34 waist, 34 leg.
Exactly, Reacher said. He's relatively tall.
How does this help us?
Helen asked. You know anything about numbers games? Reacher asked her. Old-fashioned illegal numbers, state lotteries, the Powerball, things like that.
What about them?
What's the hardest part of them? Winning, Ann Yanny said. Reacher smiled. Yeah, from the player's point of view, sure. But the hardest part for the organizers is picking truly random numbers. True randomness is very hard for humans to achieve. In the old days, numbers runners used the business pages in the newspapers. They would agree in advance, maybe the second page of the stock prices, maybe the second column, the last two figures in the first six prices quoted. Or the last six, or the middle six, or whatever. That came close to true randomness. Now the big lotteries use complicated machines. But you can find mathematicians who can prove the results aren't truly random, because humans built the machines.
How does this help us?
Helen said. Just a train of thought, Reacher said. I sat all afternoon in Ms. Yanni's car, enjoying the sun, thinking about how hard it is to achieve true randomness. Your train's on the wrong track, Franklin said. James Barr shot 5 people. The evidence is crushing. You were a cop, Reacher said. You put yourself in danger. Stakeouts, takedowns, high-pressure situations, moments of extreme stress. What's the first thing you did afterwards? Franklin glanced at the women. Went to the bathroom, he said. Correct, Reacher said. Me too. But James Barr didn't. Bellantonio's report from Barr's house shows cement dust in the garage, the kitchen, the living room, the bedroom, and the basement. But not in the bathroom. So he got home, but he didn't take a leak until after he changed and showered? And how could he shower anyway without going into the bathroom? Maybe he stopped on the way. He was never there. He was there, Reacher. What about the evidence? There's no evidence that says he was there. Are you nuts? Oh, there's evidence that says his van was there, and his shoes, and his pants, and his coat, and his gun, and his ammo, and his quarter. But there's nothing that says he was there.
Someone impersonated him?
Ann Yanni asked. Down to the last detail, Reacher said. Drove his car, wore his shoes and his clothes, used his gun. Oh, this is fantasy, Franklin said. It explains the raincoat, Reacher said. A big, roomy garment that covered everything except the denim jeans. Why else wear a raincoat on a warm, dry day?
Who?
Rosemary asked. Watch, Reacher said. He stood still, and then he took a single pace forward. My pants at 37-inch legs, he said. I crossed the new part of the garage in 35 strides. James Barr has a 34-inch leg, which means he should have done it in about 38 strides. But Bellantonio's footprint count shows 48 strides.
A very short person,
Helen said.
Charlie,
Rosemary said. I thought so too, Reacher said. But then I went to Kentucky. Initially because I wanted to confirm something else. I got around to thinking that maybe James Barr just wasn't good enough. I looked at the scene. It was tough shooting. And 14 years ago he was good, but he wasn't great. And when I saw him in the hospital, the skin on his right shoulder was unmarked. And to shoot as well as he apparently did, a guy's gotta practice. And a guy who practices builds up bruising on his shoulder, like a callus. He didn't have it. So I figured a guy who started out average could only have gotten worse with time, especially if he wasn't practicing much. That's logical, right? Maybe he'd gotten to the point where he couldn't have done the thing on Friday, through a simple lack of ability. That's what I was thinking. So I went down to Kentucky to find out for sure how much worse he'd gotten.
And?
Helen asked. He'd gotten better, Reacher said. Way better. Not worse. Look at this. He took the target out of his shirt pocket and unfolded it. This is the latest of 32 sessions over the last 3 years. And this is much better than he was shooting when he was in the Army 14 years ago. Which is weird, right? He's fired only 320 rounds in the last 3 years, and he's great. Whereas he was firing 2,000 a week back then, and he was only average.
So what does this mean?
He went down there with Charlie, every time. And the guy who runs the range is a Marine champion, and a real anal pack rat. He files all the used targets. Which means that Barr had at least 2 witnesses to what he was scoring every time. I'd want witnesses, Franklin said, if I was shooting like that. It's not possible to get better by not practicing, Reacher said. I think the truth is, he'd actually gotten really bad. And I think his ego couldn't take it. Any shooter is competitive. He knew he was lousy now, and he couldn't face it, and he wanted to cover it up. He wanted to show off. Franklin pointed at the target.
Doesn't look lousy to me. This is faked, Reacher said. You're going to give this to Bel Antonio, and Bel Antonio's going to prove it to you. Faked how? I'll bet this was done with a handgun, 9mm from point-blank range. If Bel Antonio measures the holes, my guess is he'll find they're 46 thousandths of an inch bigger than 308 holes. And if he tests the paper, he'll find gunpowder residue on it. Because my guess is James Barr took a stroll down the range and made these holes from an inch away, not 300 yards. Every time. Huh, that's a stretch. It's simple metaphysics. Barr was never this good. And it's fair to assume he must have gotten worse. If he'd gotten a little worse, he'd have owned up to it. But he didn't own up to it, so we can assume he'd gotten a lot worse. Bad enough to be seriously embarrassed about it. Maybe bad enough that he couldn't hit the paper at all. Nobody spoke. It's a theory that proves itself, Reacher said. To fake the score because of embarrassment proves he couldn't shoot well anymore. If he couldn't shoot well anymore, he didn't do the thing on Friday. You're just guessing, Franklin said. Reacher nodded. I was, but I'm not now. Now I know for sure. I fired a round down in Kentucky. The guy made me, like a rite of passage. I was full of caffeine. I was twitching like crazy. Now I know James Barr will have been way worse.
Why?
Rosemary asked. Because he has Parkinson's disease, Reacher said to her. PA means paralysis agitans, and paralysis agitans is what doctors call Parkinson's disease. Your brother's getting sick, I'm afraid. Shaking and twitching. And no way on earth can you fire a rifle accurately with Parkinson's disease. My opinion, not only didn't he do the thing on Friday, he couldn't possibly have done it. Rosemary went quiet. Good news and bad news. She glanced at the window, looked at the floor. She was dressed like a widow. Black silk blouse, black pencil skirt, black nylons, black patent leather shoes with a low heel.
Maybe that's why he was so angry all the time, she said. Maybe he felt it coming on, felt helpless and out of control. His body started to let him down. He would have hated that. Anyone would.
Then she looked straight at Reacher.
I told you he was innocent,
she said. Ma'am, I apologize unreservedly, Reacher said. You were right. He reformed. He kept to his bargain. He deserves credit. And I'm sorry he's sick.
Now you've got to help him. You promised.
I am helping him. Since Monday night, I haven't done anything else. Oh, this is crazy, Franklin said. No, it's exactly the same as it always was, Reacher said. It's someone setting James Barr up for the fall, but instead of actually making him do it, they just made it look like he did it. That's the only practical difference here.
But is it possible?
Ann Yanny asked. Why not? Think it through. Walk it through. Ann Yanny walked it through. She rehearsed little movements, slowly, thoughtfully, like an actress.
He dresses in Barr's clothes and shoes, and maybe finds a quarter in a jar, or in a pocket somewhere. He wears gloves, so as not to mess up Barr's fingerprints. He's already taken the traffic cone from Barr's garage, maybe the day before. He gets the rifle from the basement. It's already been loaded by Barr himself previously. He drives to town in Barr's minivan. He leaves all the clues, covers himself in cement dust, comes back to the house and puts everything away and leaves. Fast, not even taking the time to use the bathroom. Then James Barr comes home sometime later and walks into a trap he doesn't even know is there.
That's exactly how I see it, Reacher said.
But where was Barr at the time?
Ellen said. Out, Reacher said. That's a nice coincidence, Franklin said. I don't think it was, Reacher said. I think they arranged something to get him out of the way. He remembers going out somewhere, previously, then being optimistic, like something good was about to happen. I think they set him up with someone. I think they engineered a chance meeting that led somewhere. I think he had a date on Friday.
With who?
The redhead, maybe. They turned her loose on me. Maybe they turned her loose on him, too. He dressed well on Friday. The report shows his wallet was in a decent pair of pants.
So, who really did it?
Ellen asked. Someone cold as ice, Reacher said. Someone who didn't even need to use the bathroom afterwards.
Charlie, Rosemary said. Got to be. Has to be. He's small. He's weird. He knew the house. He knew where everything was. The dog knew him.
He was a terrible shooter, too, Reacher said. That's the other reason I went to Kentucky. I wanted to test that theory.
So, who was it?
Charlie, Reacher said. His evidence was faked as well, but in a different way. The holes in his targets were all over the place. Except they weren't really all over the place. The distribution wasn't entirely random. He was trying to disguise how good he actually was. He was aiming at arbitrary points on the paper, and he was hitting those points, every time, dead on, believe me. Once in a while he'd get bored and he'd put one through the inner ring, or he'd pick on a quadrant outside the outer ring and put a round straight through it. One time he drilled all 4 corners. The point is, it doesn't really matter what you aim at as long as you hit it. It's only convention that makes us aim at the 10 ring. It's just as good practice to aim at some other spot, even a spot off the paper, like a tree. That's what Charlie was doing. He was a tremendous shot, training hard, but trying to look like he was missing all the time. But like I said, true randomness is impossible for a human to achieve. There are always patterns.
Why would he do that?
Helen asked. For an alibi.
Making people think he couldn't shoot?
Reacher nodded. He noticed that the rangemaster was saving the used targets. He's an ice-cold pro who thinks about every wrinkle ahead of time. Who is he? Franklin asked. His real name's Chenko, and he hangs out with a bunch of Russians. He's probably a Red Army veteran, probably one of their snipers. And they're real good. They always have been. How do we get to him? Through the victim? Square one. The victims are all dead ends. You'll have to come up with something better than that. His boss calls himself the Zek. What kind of a name is that? It's a word, not a name. Old-time Soviet slang. A Zek was a labor camp inmate in the Gulag in Siberia. Those camps are ancient history. Which makes the Zek a very old man. But a very tough old man. Probably way tougher than we can imagine. The Zek was tired after his stint with the backhoe. But he was used to being tired. He'd been tired for 63 years. He'd been tired since the day the recruiter came to his village in the early fall of 1942. His village was 4,000 miles from anywhere, and the recruiter was a type of Moscow Russian nobody had ever seen before. He was brisk and self-assured and confident. He permitted no argument, no discussion. All males between the ages of 16 and 50 were to come with him. The Zek was 17 at that point. Initially, he was overlooked because he was in prison. He'd slept with an older man's wife, and then beaten the guy badly when he complained about it. The beaten guy claimed exemption from the draft because of his physical condition, and then he told the recruiter about his assailant in prison. The recruiter was anxious to make his numbers, so the Zek was hauled out of his cell and told to line up with the others in the village square. He did so quite happily. He assumed he was being given a ride to freedom. He assumed there would be 100 opportunities just to walk away. He was wrong. The recruits were locked into a truck and then a train for a journey that lasted 5 weeks. Formal induction into the Red Army happened along the way. Uniforms were issued, thick woolen garments and a coat and a pair of felt-lined boots and a pay book. But no actual pay. No weapons. And no training either, beyond a brief stop in a snow-covered rail yard where a commissar brayed over and over again at the locked train through a huge metal megaphone. The guy repeated a simple 20-word speech, which the Zek remembered ever after. The fate of the world is being decided at Stalingrad, where you will fight to the last for the motherland. The 5-week journey ended on the eastern bank of the Volga, where the recruits were unloaded like cattle and forced to run straight for a small assemblage of old river ferries and pleasure cruisers. Half a mile away on the opposite bank was a vision from hell. A city, larger than anything the Zek had ever seen before, was in ruins, belching smoke and fire. The river was burning and exploding with mortar shells. The sky was full of planes which lined up and fell into dives, dropping bombs, firing guns. There were corpses everywhere, and body parts, and screaming wounded. The Zek was forced onto a small boat that had a gaily colored striped sunshade.
It was crammed tight with soldiers. Nobody had room to move. Nobody had a weapon. The boat lurched out into the freezing current, and airplanes fell on it like flies on shit. The crossing lasted 15 minutes, and at the end of it, the Zek was slimy with his neighbor's blood. He was forced off onto a narrow wooden pier and made to line up single file and then made to run towards the city, past a staging post where the second phase of his military training took place. 2 quartermasters were doling out loaded rifles and spare ammunition clips in an endless alternate sequence and chanting what later struck the Zek as a poem or a song or a hymn to complete and utter insanity, over and over again, without pausing. The one with the rifle shoots, the one without follows him. When the one with the rifle is killed, the one who is following picks up the rifle and shoots. The Zek was handed an ammunition clip. No rifle. He was shoved forward and blindly followed the back of the man ahead. He turned a corner, passed in front of a Red Army machine gun nest. At first he thought the front line must therefore be very close. But then a commissar with a flag and another huge megaphone roared at him, "No retreat! If you turn back even 1 step, we will shoot you down!" So the Zek ran helplessly onward and turned another corner and stepped into a hail of German bullets. He stopped, half-turned, and was hit 3 times in the arms and legs. He was bowled over and came to rest, lying on the shattered remains of a brick wall, and within minutes was buried under a mounting pile of corpses. He came to 48 hours later in an improvised hospital and made his first acquaintance with Soviet military justice. Harsh, ponderous, ideological, but running strictly in accordance with its own arcane rules. The matter at issue was caused by his having half-turned. Were his wounds inflicted by the motherland's enemy, or had he been retreating towards his own side's guns? Because of the physical ambiguity, he was spared execution and sentenced to a penal battalion instead. Thus began a process of survival that had so far lasted 63 years. A process he intended to continue. He dialed Grigor Linsky's number. "We can assume the soldier is talking," he said. "Whatever he knows, they all know now. Therefore, it's time to get ourselves an insurance policy." Franklin said, "We're really no further ahead, are we? No way is Emerson going to accept a damn thing unless we give him more than we've got right now." "So, work the victim list," Reacher said. "That could take forever. 5 lives, 5 life histories. So let's focus." "Oh, great. Terrific. Just tell me which one you want me to focus on." Reacher nodded. Recalled Helen Roden's description of what she had heard. The first shot, and then a tiny pause, and then the next 2, then another pause, a little longer, but really only a split second, and then the last 3. He closed his eyes. In his mind, he pictured Belantonio's audiograph from the cell phone voicemail. Pictured his own mute simulation in the gloom of the new parking garage, his right arm extended like a rifle. Click, 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 click. "Not the first one," he said. "Not the first cold shot. No guarantee of hitting anything with that. Therefore the first victim was meaningless, part of the window dressing. Not the last 3 either. That was bang, 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 the deliberate miss, and more window dressing. The job was already done by then. So the second or the third, or both of them." Click, click, click. Reacher opened his eyes. "The third," he said. "There's a rhythm there. The first cold shot, then a lead-in, and then the money shot, the target. Then a break. His eye is lagging in the scope. He's making sure the target is down. It is. So then the last 3.
Who was the third?
Helen asked. "The woman," Franklin said. Linsky called Chenko, and then Vladimir, and then Sokolov. He explained the mission and pulled them all in tighter. Franklin's office had no back entrance. There was just the exposed staircase. The target's car was right there on the apron. Easy. Reacher said, "Tell me about the woman." Franklin shuffled his notes, put them in a new order of priority. "Her name was Oline Archer," he said. "Caucasian female, married, no children, 37 years old, lived west of here in the outer suburbs." Employed in the DMV building," Reacher said. "If she was the specific target, Charlie had to know where she was and when she would be coming out." Franklin nodded. "Yep, employed by the DMV itself. Been there a year and a half." "Doing what exactly?" Clerical supervisor, doing whatever they do in there.
So it was work-related?
Yanni asked. What, too long of a counter delay? Franklin said. A bad photo on a driver's license? I doubt it. I checked the national databases. DMV clerks don't get killed by customers. That just doesn't happen.
So what about her personal life?
Helen Roden asked. Nothing jumped out at me, Franklin said. She was just an ordinary woman, but I'll keep digging. I'll get down a few levels. Gotta be something there.
Do it fast,
Rosemary Barr said.
for my brother's sake. We have to get him out. We need medical opinions for that.
Yanni said.
Regular doctors now, not psychiatrists. Will NBC pay?
Helen Roden asked.
If it's likely to work.
It should, Rosemary said.
I mean, shouldn't it? Parkinson's is a real thing, isn't it? Either he's got it or he hasn't.
It might work at trial, Reacher said. A plausible reason why James Barr couldn't have done it, plus a plausible narrative about someone else doing it. That's usually how you create reasonable doubt. Plausible's a big word, Franklin said, and reasonable doubt is a risky concept. Better to get Alex Roden to drop the charges altogether, which means convincing Emerson first. I can't talk to either one of them, Reacher said.
I can,
Helen said. I can, Franklin said.
and I sure as hell can.
Yanni said.
We all can, apart from you.
But you might not want to, Reacher said.
Why not?
Helen asked. You're not going to like this part very much.
Why not?
Helen asked again. Think, Reacher said. Work backwards. The thing with Sandy being killed, and the thing in the sports bar Monday night, why did those two things happen?
To tie you up. To prevent you hurting the case.
Correct. 2 attempts, same aim, same goal, same perpetrator.
Obviously.
And the thing Monday night started with me being followed from my hotel. Sandy and Jeb Oliver and his other pals were cruising around, standing by, waiting until someone called them and told them where I ended up. So really, it started with me being followed to my hotel, much earlier in the day.
We've been through all of this.
But how did the puppet master get my name? How did he even know I was in town? How did he know there was a guy here who was a potential problem?
Someone told him.
Who knew, early in the day on Monday? Helen paused a beat.
My father, she said, since early on Monday morning. And then Emerson, presumably, shortly afterwards. They'll have talked about the case. They'll have communicated immediately if there was a danger that the wheels were coming off.
Correct, Reacher said. Then one of those two guys called the puppet master, well before lunch on Monday. Helen said nothing. Unless one of those two guys is the puppet master, Reacher said.
The Zach is the puppet master. You said so yourself.
I said he's Charlie's boss, that's all. We got no way of knowing whether he's actually at the top of the tree.
You're right, Helen said. I don't like this line of thinking at all.
Someone communicated, Reacher said. That's for damn sure. Either your father or Emerson. My name was on the street 2 hours after I got off the bus. So one of them is bent, and the other one won't help us either because he already likes the case exactly the way it is. The room went quiet.
I need to get back to work,
Yanni said. Nobody spoke.
Call me if there's news,
Yanni said. The room stayed quiet. Reacher said nothing. Yanni crossed the room, stopped next to him.
Keys?
She said. He dug in his pocket and handed them over. Thanks for the loan, he said. Nice car. Linsky watched the Mustang leave. It went north. Loud engine, loud exhaust. It was audible for a whole block. Then the street went quiet again, and Linsky dialed his phone. The television woman is out of there, he said. The private detective will stay at work, the Zek said. So, what if the others leave together? I hope they don't. What if they do? Take them all. Rosemary Barr asked,
Is there a cure for Parkinson's disease?
No, Reacher said. No cure, no prevention. But it can be slowed down. There are drugs for it. Physiotherapy helps. And sleep. The symptoms disappear when a person is asleep.
Maybe that's why he wanted the pills. To escape.
He shouldn't try to escape too much. Social contact is good.
I should go to the hospital,
Rosemary said. Explain to him, Reacher said. Tell him what really happened on Friday. Rosemary nodded, crossed the room, and went out the door. A minute later, Reacher heard her car start up and drive away. Franklin went out to the kitchenette to make coffee. Reacher and Helen Roden were left alone in the office together. Reacher sat down in the chair that Rosemary Barr had used. Helen stepped to the window and looked down at the street below. She kept her back to the room. She was dressed the same as Rosemary Barr. Black shirt, black skirt, black patent leather shoes. But she didn't look like a widow. She looked like something from New York or Paris. Her heels were higher, and her legs were long and bare and tan.
"These guys we're talking about are Russians," she said.
Reacher said nothing.
"My father is an American," she said.
"An American called Alexei Alexievich," Reacher said.
"Our family came here before World War I. There's no possible connection. How could there be? These people we're talking about are low-life Soviets."
"What'd your father do before he was the DA?"
"He was an assistant DA.
"Before that?"
He always worked there."
"Tell me about his coffee service."
"What about it?"
"He uses china cups and a silver tray. The county didn't buy him for him."
"So?"
"Tell me about his suits."
"His suits?"
"On Monday, he was wearing a $1,000 suit. You don't see many public servants wearing $1,000 suits."
"He's got expensive tastes."
"How does he afford them?"
"I don't want to talk about this."
"One more question." Helen said nothing. "Did he pressure you not to take the case?" Helen said nothing. Looked left, looked right. Then she turned round.
"He said losing might be winning."
"Concerned for your career?"
"I thought so. I still think so. He's an honest man."
Reacher nodded. "There's a 50% chance you're right." Franklin came back in with the coffee, which was a thin, own-brand brew in 3 non-matching pottery mugs, 2 of them chipped, on a cork bar tray, with an open carton of half and half and a yellow box of sugar and a single pressed steel spoon. He put the tray on the desk, and Helen Roden stared at it, like it was making Reacher's point for him. This is how coffee is served in an office.
"David Chapman knew your name on Monday," she said. "James Barr's first lawyer. He's known about you since Saturday."
"But he didn't know I ever showed up," Reacher said. "I assume nobody told him." "I knew your name," Franklin said. "Maybe I should be in the mix, too." "But you knew the real reason I was here," Reacher said. "You wouldn't have had me attacked. You'd have had me subpoenaed." Nobody spoke. "I was wrong about Jeb Oliver," Reacher said. "He isn't a dope dealer. There was nothing in his barn except an old pickup truck."
"I'm glad you can be wrong about something," Helen said.
"Jeb Oliver isn't Russian," Franklin said. "Apple pie," Reacher said. "Well, therefore these guys can work with Americans. That's what I'm saying. It could be Emerson. Doesn't have to be the DA." 50% chance, Reacher said. "I'm not accusing anybody yet." "If you're right in the first place." "The bad guys were all over me very fast." "Well, it doesn't sound like either Emerson or the DA to me, and I know them both."
"You can say his name," Helen said. "His name is Alex Roden."
"I don't think it's either one of them," Franklin said.
"I'm going back to work," Helen said.
"Give me a ride?" Reacher asked. "Let me out onto the highway?"
"No," Helen said. "I really don't feel like doing that."
She picked up her purse and her briefcase and walked out of the office alone. Reacher sat still and listened to the sounds out on the street. He heard a car door opening and closing, an engine starting, a car driving away. He sipped his coffee and said, "I guess I upset her." Franklin nodded. "Yeah, I guess you did." "These guys have got someone on the inside. That's clear, right? That's a fact. So we should be able to discuss it." "A cop makes more sense than a DA." "I don't agree. A cop controls his own cases only. Ultimately, a prosecutor controls everything." "I'd prefer it that way. I was a cop." "So was I," Reacher said. "And I have to say, Alex Roden kills a lot of cases. People say it's caution, but it could be something else." "You should analyze what kind of cases he kills." "Huh, like I don't have enough to do already." Reacher nodded, put his mug down, stood up. "Start with Olene Archer," he said, "the victim. She's what's important now." Then he stepped to the window and checked the street. Saw nothing. So he nodded to Franklin and walked down the hallway and out the door to the top of the outside staircase. He paused on the top step and stretched in the warmth, rolled his shoulders, flexed his hands, took a deep breath of air. He was cramped from driving and sitting all day, and oppressed by hiding out. It felt good just to stand still and do nothing, high up and exposed, out in the open, in the daylight. Below him, to his left, the cars were gone except for the black Suburban. The street was quiet. He glanced to his right. There was traffic building up on the north-south drag. To his left, there was less. He figured he would dodge west first, but a long way west, because the police station must be near. He would need to loop round it. Then he would head north. North of downtown was a warren. North of downtown was where he felt best. He started down the stairs. As he stepped off onto the sidewalk at the bottom, he heard a footfall 15 feet behind him. A sidestep, thin soles on limestone grit. Quiet. Then the unmistakable crunch-crunch of a pump-action shotgun racking around. Then a voice. It said, "Stop right there." An American accent. Quiet but distinct. From somewhere way north. Reacher stopped, stood still and stared straight ahead at a blank brick wall across the street. The voice said, "Step to your right." Reacher stepped to his right. A long, sideways shuffle. The voice said, "Now turn around, real slow." Reacher turned around, real slow. He kept his hands away from his body, palms out. Saw a small figure 15 feet away, the same guy he'd seen the night before from the shadows. No more than 5'4", not more than 130 pounds, slight, pale, with cropped black hair that stuck up crazily. Chenka, or Charlie. In his right hand, rock steady, was a sawn-off with a pistol grip. In his left hand was some kind of a black thing. "Catch," Charlie said. He tossed the black thing underhand. Reacher watched it tumble and sparkle through the air straight at him, and his subconscious said, "Not a grenade." So he caught it, two-handed. It was a shoe, a woman's patent leather dress shoe, black with a heel. It was still slightly warm. "Now toss it back," Charlie said, "just like I did." Reacher paused. Whose shoe was it? He stared down at it. Low heel. Rosemary bars? "Toss it back," Charlie called. "Nice and slow." Assess and evaluate. Reacher was unarmed. He was holding a shoe. Not a stone, not a rock. The shoe was lightweight and unaerodynamic. It wouldn't do anyone any harm. It would stall and flutter in the air, and Charlie would just swat it away. "Toss it back," Charlie said again. Reacher did nothing. He could tear the heel off and throw it like a dart, like a missile, but Charlie had shoot him while he was drawing his arm back and winding up. Charlie was 15 feet away, poised, balanced, unblinking, with the gun rock steady in his hand. Too close to miss, too far to get to. "Last chance," Charlie said. Reacher soft-tossed the shoe back, a long, looping underhand throw. Charlie caught it one-handed, and it was like the scene had rewound right back to the beginning. "She's in summer school," Charlie said. "Think about it like that. She's going to get acquainted with the facts of life. She's going to work on her testimony, about how her brother planned in advance, about how he let slip what he was going to do. She's going to be a great witness. She's going to make the case. You understand that, right?" Reacher said nothing. "So the game is over now," Charlie said. Reacher said nothing. "Take 2 steps backwards," Charlie said. Reacher took 2 steps backwards. They put him right on the curb. Now Charlie was 20 feet away. He was still holding the shoe. He was smiling. "Turn around," he said. "You gonna shoot me?" Reacher asked. "Maybe." "You should." "Why?" "Because if you don't, I'm gonna find you and I'm gonna make you sorry." "Big talk." "Not just talk." "So maybe I'll shoot you." "You should." "Turn around," Charlie said. Reacher turned around. "Now stand still," Charlie said. Reacher stood still, faced the street. He kept his eyes open. stared down at the blacktop. It was laid over ancient cobblestones. It was full of small humps in a regular pattern. He started counting them, to fill what might be the last seconds of his life. He strained to hear sounds behind him, listened for the whisper of clothing as Charlie's arm extended, listened for the quiet metallic click as the trigger moved through its first tenth of an inch. Would Charlie shoot? Common sense said no. Homicides were always investigated. But these people were crazy, and there was a 50% chance they owned a local cop. Or that he owned them. Silence. Reacher strained to hear sounds behind him. But he heard nothing. Nothing happened. Nothing at all. 1 minute. 2. Then, 100 yards away to the east, he heard a siren. Just 2 brief electronic blips from a cop car forcing a path through traffic. "Stand still," Charlie said again. Reacher stood still. 10 seconds. 20. 30. Then 2 police cruisers turned into the street simultaneously, one from the east and one from the west. They were both moving fast. Their engines roared, their tires howled, their sounds beat against the brick. They jammed to a stop. Doors opened. Cops spilled out. Reacher turned his head. Charlie wasn't there anymore. The arrest was fast and efficient. It went down the usual way. Guns, shouting, handcuffs, Miranda. Reacher stayed silent throughout. He knew better than to speak. He'd been a cop for 13 years, and he knew the kind of trouble that talking can get a guy into. And the kind of delay it can cause. Say something, and the cops have to stop to write it down. And Reacher couldn't afford for anyone to stop. Not right then. The trip to the station house was mercifully short, not more than 4 blocks. Reacher guessed it made sense that an ex-cop like Franklin would pick an office location in the neighborhood he was accustomed to. He used the drive time to work on a strategy. He figured he would be taken straight to Emerson, which gave him a 50% chance of being put in a room with a bad guy. Or with a good guy. But he ended up 100% sure he was in a room with a bad guy, because Emerson and Alex Roden were both there together. Reacher was hauled out of the squad car and hustled straight to Emerson's office. Emerson was behind the desk, Roden was in front of it. Can't say a word, Reacher thought. But this has got to be real fast. Then he thought, which one? Roden or Emerson? Roden was wearing a suit. Blue, summer weight, expensive. Maybe the same one as on Monday. Emerson was in shirt sleeves, playing with a pen, bouncing it off his blotter, one end, then the other. Get on with it, Reacher thought. You weren't so hard to find, Emerson said. Reacher said nothing. He was still handcuffed. Tell us about the night the girl was killed, Roden said. Reacher said nothing. Tell us how it felt, Emerson said, when her neck snapped. Reacher said nothing. The jury's gonna hate you, Roden said. Reacher said, phone call. You want to lawyer up? Emerson said. Reacher said nothing. Who's your lawyer? Roden asked. Your daughter, Reacher said. Want us to call her? Emerson asked. Maybe. Or maybe Rosemary Barr instead. He watched their eyes. The sister, Roden said. You want us to call the sister? Emerson said. One of you knows she ain't gonna answer, Reacher thought. Which one? Nothing in their eyes. Call Ann Yanny, he said. From the TV, Roden said. Why her? I get a phone call, Reacher said. I don't have to explain anything. I say who, you dial the number. She'll be getting ready to go on the air. The local news is at 6 o'clock. So we'll wait, Reacher said. I've got all the time in the world. Which one of you knows that isn't true? They waited, but it turned out the wait wasn't long. Emerson placed the call to NBC and told Ann Yanny's assistant that the police department had arrested Jack Reacher and that Reacher was requesting Yanny's presence, reason unknown. It was a bizarre message, but Yanny was in Emerson's office less than 30 minutes later. She was a journalist on the scent of a story. She knew that network tomorrow was better than local today. How can I help? She asked. She had presence. She was a star in her market. And she was media. Both Emerson and Roden looked a little intimidated, not by her as an individual, but by what she represented. "I'm sorry," Reacher said to her. "I know you won't want to, and I know I said I would never tell, but under the circumstances, you're going to have to confirm an alibi for me. No choice, I'm afraid." He glanced at her, saw her following his words, saw confusion cross her face. She had no reaction. He kept his eyes on hers. No reaction. "Help me out here, girl." 1 second. 2 seconds. No reaction. Reacher held his breath. "Get with the damn program, Yanny. 1 more second and it's all gonna fall apart." No reaction. Then she nodded. She caught on. Reacher breathed out. Good call. Professional skill. She was a person accustomed to hearing breaking news in her earpiece and repeating it live on air half a second later like she'd known about it all her life. "What alibi?" Emerson said. Yanny glanced at him, then at Roden.
"I thought this was about Jack Reacher," she said.
"It is," Emerson said.
"But this is Joe Gordon,"
she said.
"At least, that's what he told me."
"He told you his name was Gordon?"
"When I met him."
"Which was when?"
2 days ago."
"You've been running his picture on your show."
"That was his picture? It looked nothing like him. The hair was totally different. No similarity at all."
"What alibi?" Emerson said again.
"For when?"
Yanny asked. "The night the girl was killed. That's what we're talking about here." Yanny said nothing. Roden said, "Ma'am, if you know something, you need to tell us now."
"I'd rather not,"
Yanny said. Reacher smiled to himself. The way she said it absolutely guaranteed that Emerson and Roden were a minute away from begging to hear the story. She was standing there, blushing on command all the way up to her temples, her back straight, her blouse open 3 buttons. She was a hell of an actress. Reacher figured maybe all news anchors were. "It's a question of evidence," Emerson said.
"Obviously,"
Yanny said.
"But can't you just take my word?"
"For what?"
"That he didn't do it."
"We need details," Roden said.
"I have to think of my reputation,"
Yanny said. "Your statement won't be made public if we drop the charges."
"Can you guarantee dropping the charges?"
"Not before we hear your statement," Emerson said.
"So it's a catch-22,
Yanny said. "I'm afraid it is." Don't push too far, Reacher thought. We don't have time. Yanny sighed, looked down at the floor, looked up, straight into Emerson's eyes. Furious, embarrassed, magnificent.
"We spent that night together,"
she said. "You and Reacher?"
"Me and Joe Gordon."
Emerson pointed. "This man?" Yanny nodded.
"That man."
"All night?"
"Yes."
"From when to when?"
"From about 11:40, when the news was over, until I got paged the next morning when you guys found the body."
"Where were you?" Reacher closed his eyes, recalled the conversation the night before in the parking garage, the car window, open 1.5 inches. Had he told her?
"The motor court,"
Yanny said.
"His room."
"The clerk didn't say he saw you."
"Of course the clerk didn't see me. I have to think about things like that."
"Which room?" Had he told her?
"Room 8.
Yanny said. "He didn't leave the room during the night?"
"No, he didn't."
"Not at all?"
"No."
"How can you be sure?" Yanny looked away.
"Because we didn't actually sleep a wink."
The office went quiet. "Can you offer any corroboration?" Emerson asked.
"Like what?"
Yanny asked back. "Distinguishing marks? That I can't see right now, but that someone who'd been in your position would have seen?"
"Oh, please."
"It's the last question," Emerson said. Yanny said nothing. Reacher recalled switching on the Mustang's dome light and lifting his shirt to reveal the tire iron. He moved his cuffed hands and laid them across his waistband. "Anything?" Emerson said. "It's important," Roden said.
"He has a scar," Yanny said. "Low down on his stomach. A horrible big thing."
Emerson and Roden both turned and looked at Reacher. Reacher got to his feet, grabbed a fold of fabric in both hands, and pulled his shirt out of his pants, lifted it. "Okay," Emerson said. "What was that?" Roden asked. "Part of a Marine sergeant's jawbone," Reacher said. "The medics figured it must have weighed about 4 ounces. It was traveling at 5,000 feet per second away from the epicenter of a trinitrotoluene explosion. Just surfing along on the pressure wave until it hit me." He dropped his shirt back down. Didn't try to tuck it in. The handcuffs would have made it difficult. "Satisfied now?" he asked. "Have you embarrassed the lady enough?" Emerson and Roden looked at each other. "One of you knows for sure I'm innocent," Reacher thought, "and I don't care what the other one thinks." "Ms. Yanny'll have to put it in writing," Emerson said.
"You type it, I'll sign it,"
Yanny said. Roden looked straight at Reacher. "Can you offer corroboration?" "Like what?" "Oh, something along the lines of your scar, but relating to Ms. Yanny." Reacher nodded. "Yes, I could. But I won't. And if you ask again, I'll knock your teeth down your throat." Silence in the office. Emerson dug in his pocket and found a handcuff key, turned suddenly and tossed it underarm through the air. Reacher's hands were cuffed, but he was careful to lead with his right. He caught the key in his right palm and smiled. "Bel Antonio been talking to you?" he said. "Why did you give Ms. Yanny a false name?" Emerson asked. "Maybe I didn't," Reacher said. "Maybe Gordon is my real name." He tossed the key back and stepped over and held his wrists out and waited for Emerson to unlock the cuffs. The Zec took the phone call 2 minutes later, a familiar voice, low and hurried. "It didn't work," it said. "He had an alibi." "For real?" "Probably not, but we're not going to go there." "So what next?" "Just sit tight. He can't be more than 1 step away now, in which case he'll be coming for you soon. So be locked and loaded and ready for him."
"They didn't fight very hard,"
Yanny said.
did they?
She started the Mustang's engine before Reacher even got his door closed. "I didn't expect him to," he said. "The innocent one knows the case was weak, and the guilty one knows putting me back on the street takes me off the board about as fast as putting me in a cell right now."
"Why?"
"Because they've got Rosemary Barr, and they know I'll go find her. So they'll be waiting for me, ready to rock and roll. I'll be dead before morning. That's the new plan. Cheaper than jail." They drove straight back to Franklin's office and ran up the outside staircase and found Franklin sitting at his desk. The lights were off and his face was bathed in the glow from his computer screen. He was staring at it blankly, like it was telling him nothing. Reacher broke the news about Rosemary Barr. Franklin went very still and glanced at the door, then the window. "We were right here," he said. Reacher nodded. "3 of us. You, me, and Helen." "I didn't hear anything." "Me either," Reacher said. "They're really good." "What are they going to do to her?" "They're going to make her give up evidence against her brother. Some kind of a made-up story." "Will they hurt her?" "That depends on how fast she caves."
"She's not going to cave," Yanny said. "Not in a million years. Don't you see that? She's totally dedicated to clearing her brother's name."
"Then they're going to hurt her." "Where is she?" Franklin said. "Best guess." "Wherever they are," Reacher said. "But I don't know where that is." She was in the upstairs living room, taped to a chair. The Zec was staring at her. He was fascinated by women. Once he'd gone 27 years without seeing one. The penal battalion he'd joined in 1943 had had a few, but they were a small minority and they died fast. And then, after the Great Patriotic War had been won, his nightmare progress through the Gulag had begun. In 1949, he'd seen a woman peasant near the White Sea Canal. She was a stooped and bulky old crone 200 yards away in a beet field. Then nothing, until in 1976 he saw a nurse riding a troika sled through the frozen wastes of Siberia. He was a quarryman then. He'd come up out of the hole with 100 other Zecs and was walking home in a long, ragged column down a long, straight road. The nurse's sled was approaching on another road that ran at right angles. The land was flat and featureless and covered with snow. The Zeks could see forever. They stood and watched the nurse drive a whole mile. Then they'd turn their heads as one as she passed through the crossroads and watched her through another mile. The guards denied them food that night as punishment for the unauthorized halt. 4 men died, but the Zek didn't. "Are you comfortable?" he asked. Rosemary Barr said nothing. The one called Chenko had returned her shoe. He had crouched in front of her and fitted it to her foot like a store clerk. Then he had backed away and sat down next to the one called Vladimir on the sofa. The one called Sokolov had stayed downstairs in a room full of surveillance equipment. The one called Linsky was pacing the room, white with pain. He had something wrong with his back. "When the Zek speaks, you should answer," the one called Vladimir said. Rosemary looked away. She was afraid of Vladimir, more so than the others. Vladimir was huge, and he gave off an air of depravity, like a smell. "Does she understand her position?" Linsky asked. The Zek smiled at him, and Linsky smiled back. It was a private joke between them. Any claim to rights or humane treatment in the camps was always met with a question. "Do you understand your position?" The question was always followed by a statement. "You don't have a position. You are nothing to the motherland." The first time Linsky had heard the question, he'd been about to reply, but the Zek had hauled him away. By that point, the Zek had 18 years under his belt, and the intervention was uncharacteristic. But clearly, he had felt something for the raw youngster. He'd taken the kid under his wing. They'd been together ever since, through a long succession of locations neither of them could name. Many books had been written about the Gulag, and documents had been discovered, and maps had been made. But the irony was that those who had participated had no idea where they'd been. Nobody had told them. A camp was a camp, with wire, huts, endless forest, endless tundra, endless work. What difference did a name make? Linsky had been a soldier and a thief. In the west of Europe or in America, he would have served time, 2 years here, 3 years there. But during the Soviet, stealing was an ideological transgression. It showed an uneducated and antisocial preference for private property. Such a preference was answered with a swift and permanent removal from civilized society. In Linsky's case, the removal had lasted from 1963 until civilized society had collapsed and Gorbachev had emptied the Gulag. "She understands her position," the Zek said. "And next comes acceptance." Franklin called Helen Roden. 10 minutes later, she was back in his office. She was still mad at Reacher, that was clear. But she was too worried about Rosemary Barr to make a big deal out of it. Franklin stayed at his desk, one eye on his computer screen. Helen and Ann Yanny sat together at a table. Reacher stared out the window. The sky was darkening.
"We should call someone," Helen said.
"Like who?" Reacher asked.
"My father. He's the good guy."
Reacher turned round. "Suppose he is. What do we tell him? That we've got a missing person? He'll just call the cops, because what else can he do? And if Emerson's the bad guy, the cops will sit on it. Even if Emerson's the good guy, the cops will sit on it just the same. Missing adults don't get anyone very excited. Too many of them."
"But she's integral to the case."
"The case is about her brother, so the cops will figure it's only natural she ran away. Her brother's a notorious criminal, and she couldn't stand the shame."
"But you saw her get kidnapped. You could tell them."
"I saw a shoe. That's all I can tell anybody. And I've got no credibility here. I've been playing silly games for 2 days."
"So what do we do?"
Reacher turned back to the window. "We take care of it ourselves," he said.
"How?"
"All we need is a location. We work through the woman who was shot, we get names, we get some kind of a context, we get a place. Then we go there."
"When?"
Yanny asked. 12 hours, Reacher said, before dawn. They'll be working on some kind of a timetable. They want to take care of me first, and then they want to start in on Rosemary Barr.
We need to get to her before they run out of patience.
But that means you'll be showing up exactly when they're expecting you.
Reacher said nothing.
It's like walking into a trap,
Yanni said. Reacher didn't answer that. Yanni turned to Franklin and said,
"Tell us more about the woman who was shot."
"There's nothing more to tell," Franklin said. "I've been through everything forwards and backwards. She was very ordinary.
Family?
All of them are back east, where she came from.
Friends?
2, basically. A co-worker and a neighbor. Neither of them is interesting. Neither of them is Russian, for instance." Yanni turned back to Reacher.
"So maybe you're wrong. Maybe the third shot wasn't the money shot."
"It must have been," Reacher said. "Or why would he pause after it? He was double-checking he had a hit."
"He paused after the 6th, too. For good."
"He wouldn't wait that long. It could have gone completely out of control by then. People could have been jumping all over each other."
"But they weren't."
"He couldn't have predicted that." "I agree," Franklin said. "A thing like that, you don't do it with your first shot or your last shot." Then his eyes lost focus. He stared at the wall like he wasn't seeing it. "Wait," he said. He glanced at his screen. "Something I forgot," he said. "What?" Reacher asked. "What you said about Rosemary Barr, missing persons." He turned back to his mouse and his keyboard and started clicking and typing. Then he hit his enter key and sat forward intently, like proximity would speed the process. "Last chance," he said. Reacher knew from television commercials that computers operated at all kinds of gigahertz, which he assumed was pretty fast. But even so, Franklin's screen stayed blank for a long, long time. There was a little graphic in the corner. It was rotating slowly. It implied a thorough and patient search through an infinite amount of data. It spun for minutes. Then it stopped. There was an electrostatic crackle from the monitor, and the screen wiped down and redrew into a densely printed document. Plain computer font. Reacher couldn't read it from where he was. The office went quiet. Franklin looked up. "Okay," he said. "There you go. At last. Finally. Something that isn't ordinary. Finally we catch a break."
"What?"
Yanni said. "Olene Archer reported her husband missing 2 months ago." Franklin pushed his chair back to make space, and the others all crowded round the screen together. Reacher and Helen Roden ended up shoulder to shoulder. No more animosity, just the thrill of pursuit. Most of the document was taken up with coded headers and source information. Letters, numbers, times, origins. The substantive message was short. 2 months previously, Mrs. Olene Ann Archer had made a missing persons report concerning her husband. His name was Edward Stratton Archer. He had left the marital home for work early on a routine Monday and had not returned by end of business on the Wednesday, which was when the report was made.
"Is he still missing?"
Helen asked. "Yes," Franklin said. He pointed to the letter A buried in a code at the top of the screen. "It's still active." "So let's go talk to Olene's friends," Reacher said. "We need some background here." "Now?" Franklin said. "We've only got 12 hours, Reacher said. No time to waste." Franklin wrote down names and addresses for Olene Archer's co-worker and neighbor. He handed the paper to Ann Yanni because she was paying his bill. "I'll stay here," he said. "I'll see if the husband shows up in the databases. This could be a coincidence. Maybe he's got a wife in every state. Wouldn't be the first time." "I don't believe in coincidences," Reacher said. "So don't waste your time. Find a phone number for me instead. A guy called Cash, former Marine. He owns the range where James Barr went to shoot, down in Kentucky. Call him for me." "Message?" "Give him my name. Tell him to get his ass in his Humvee. Tell him to drive up here, tonight. Tell him there's a whole new invitational going on." "Invitational?" "He'll understand. Tell him to bring his M24, with a night scope, and whatever else he's got lying around." Reacher followed Ann Yanni and Helen Roden down the stairs. They got into Helen's Saturn, the women in the front and Reacher in the back. Reacher figured they'd all have preferred the Mustang, but it only had 2 seats.
"Where first?"
Helen asked. "Which is closer?" Reacher asked back.
"The co-worker."
"Okay, her first." Traffic was slow. Roads were torn up and construction traffic was lumbering in and out of work zones. Reacher glanced between his watch and the windows. Daylight was fading. Evening was coming.
Time ticking away. The co-worker lived in a plain heartland suburb east of town. It was filled with a grid of straight residential streets. The streets were lined on both sides by modest ranch houses. The houses had small lots, flags on poles, hoops over the garage doors, satellite dishes on brick chimneys. Some of the sidewalk trees had faded yellow ribbons tied round them. Reacher guessed they symbolized solidarity with troops serving overseas. Which conflict, he wasn't sure. What the point was, he had no idea. He had served overseas for most of 13 years and had never met anyone who cared what was tied to trees back home. As long as someone sent paychecks and food and water and bullets and wives stayed faithful, then most guys were happy enough. The sun was going down behind them, and Helen was driving slowly with her head ducked forward so she could see the house numbers early. She spotted the one she wanted and pulled into a driveway and parked behind a small sedan. It was new. Reacher recognized the brand name from his walk up the 4-lane. America's Best Warranty. The co-worker herself was a tired and harassed woman of about 35. She opened her door and stepped out to the stoop and pulled the door shut behind her to block out the noise from what sounded like a dozen kids running riot inside. She recognized Ann Yanny immediately, even glanced beyond her, looking for a camera crew.
Yes, she said. We need to talk about Olene Archer,
Helen Roden said. The woman said nothing. She looked conflicted, like she knew she was supposed to think it was tasteless to talk about victims of tragedy to journalists. But apparently Ann Yanny's celebrity status overcame her reluctance.
Okay, she said. What do you want to know? Olene was a lovely person, and all of us at the office miss her terribly.
The nature of randomness, Reacher thought. Random slayings always involved people described as lovely afterwards. Nobody ever said, "She was a rat-faced fink and I'm glad she's dead. Whoever it was did us all a favor." That never happened.
We need to know something about her husband,
Helen said.
I never met her husband, the woman said. Did Olene talk about him? Well, a little, I guess, now and then. His name's Ted, I think. What does he do? Well, he's in business. I'm not sure what kind of business. Did Olene say anything about him being missing? Missing? Olene reported him missing 2 months ago. Well, I know she seemed very worried. I think he was having problems with his business. In fact, I think he'd been having problems for a year or two. That's why Olene went back to work. She didn't always work? Oh, no, ma'am. No, I think she did way back, but then she gave it up. But she had to come back, because of circumstances. Whatever the opposite of rags to riches is.
Riches to rags, Reacher said.
Yes, like that, the woman said. She needed her job, financially. I think she was embarrassed about it. But she didn't give you details,
Ann Yanny asked.
She was a very private person, the woman said. It's important. She'd get kind of distracted. That wasn't like her. About a week before she was killed, she was gone most of one afternoon. That wasn't like her either. Do you know what she was doing? No, I really don't. Anything you remember about her husband would help us.
The woman shook her head.
His name is Ted. That's all I can say for sure. Okay, thanks, Helen said.
She turned and headed back to her car. Yanny and Reacher followed her. The woman on the stoop stared after them, disappointed, like she'd failed an audition. Ann Yanny said,
Strike one. But don't worry, it always happens that way. Sometimes I think we should just skip the first person on the list. They never know anything.
Reacher was uncomfortable in the back of the car. His pants pocket had gotten underneath him, and a coin was digging edge-on into his thigh. He squirmed round and pulled it out. It was a quarter, new and shiny. He looked at it for a minute, and then he put it in the other pocket. I agree, he said. We should have skipped her. My fault. Stands a reason a co-worker wouldn't know much. People are cagey around co-workers, especially rich people falling on hard times.
The neighbor will know more,
Yanny said.
We hope,
Helen said. They were caught in crosstown traffic. They were headed from the eastern suburbs to the western, and it was a slow, slow ride. Reacher was glancing between his watch and the windows again. The sun was low on the horizon ahead of them. Behind them, it was already twilight. Time ticking away. Rosemary Barr moved in her chair and struggled against the tape binding her wrists.
"We know it was Charlie who did it,"
she said. "Charlie?" the Zek repeated.
"My brother's so-called friend."
"Chenko," the Zek said. "His name is Chenko. And yes, he did it. Tactically, it was his plan. He did well. Of course, his physique helped. He was able to wear his own shoes inside your brother's. He had to roll the pants and the raincoat sleeves."
"But we know,"
Rosemary said. But who knows? And what exactly do they bring to the party?"
"Helen Roden knows."
"You'll dismiss her as your lawyer. You'll terminate the representation. She will be unable to repeat anything she learned while your relationship was privileged. Linsky, am I right?"
Linsky nodded. He was 6 feet away on the sofa, propped at an odd angle to rest his back.
"That's the law," he said, "here in America."
"Franklin knows," Rosemary said, "and Ann Yanny."
"Hearsay," the Zek said. "Theories, speculation, and innuendo. Those two have no persuasive evidence, and no credibility either. Private detectives and television journalists are exactly the kind of people who peddle ridiculous and alternative explanations for events like these. It's to be expected. Its absence would be unusual. Apparently, a president was killed in this country more than 40 years ago, and people like them still claim that the real truth has not yet been uncovered."
Rosemary said nothing.
"Your deposition will be definitive," the Zek said. "You'll go to Roden, and you'll give sworn testimony about how your brother plotted and planned, about how he told you what he was intending, in detail, the time, the place, everything. You'll say that to your sincere and everlasting regret you didn't take him seriously. Then some poor excuse for a public defender will take one look at your evidence and plead your brother guilty, and the whole thing will be over."
"I won't do it," Rosemary said.
The Zek looked straight at her. "You will do it," he said. "I promise you that. 24 hours from now, you'll be begging to do it. You'll be insane with fear that we might change our minds and not let you do it."
The room went quiet. Rosemary glanced at the Zek as if she had something to say. Then she glanced away. But the Zek answered her anyway. He had heard her message loud and clear.
"No, we won't be there with you at the deposition," the Zek said. "But we will know what you tell them, within minutes. And don't think about a little detour to the bus depot. For one thing, we'll have your brother killed. For another, there's no country in the world we can't find you in."
Rosemary said nothing.
"Anyway," the Zek said, "let's not argue. It's unproductive and pointless. You'll tell them what we tell you to tell them. You will, you know. You'll see. You'll be desperate to. You'll be wishing we had arranged an earlier appointment for you, at the courthouse. You'll spend the waiting time on your knees, pleading for a chance to show us how word-perfect you are. That's how it usually happens. We're very good at what we do. We learned at the feet of masters."
"My brother has Parkinson's disease," Rosemary said.
"Diagnosed when?" the Zek asked, because he knew the answer.
"It's been developing."
The Zek shook his head. "Too subjective to be helpful. Who's to say it's not a similar condition brought on suddenly by his recent injury? If not, then who's to say such a condition is a true handicap anyway, when shooting from such a close range? If the public defender brings in an expert, then Roden will bring in 3. He'll find doctors who will swear that little Annie Oakley was racked with Parkinson's disease from the very day she was born."
"Reacher knows," Rosemary said.
"The soldier? The soldier will be dead by morning.
Dead or a runaway.
He won't run away.
Therefore he'll be dead. He'll come for you tonight. We'll be ready for him.
Rosemary said nothing.
Men have come for us before in the night, the Zek said. Many times, in many places. And yet we're still here. Da, Linsky?
Linsky nodded again.
We're still here, he said.
When will he come? The Zek asked.
I don't know,
Rosemary said.
4 o'clock in the morning, Linsky said. He's an American. They're trained that 4 o'clock in the morning is the best time for a surprise attack. Direction? From the north would make the most sense. The stone-crushing plant would conceal his staging area and leave him only 200 yards of open ground to cover. But I think he'll double bluff us there. He'll avoid the north because he knows it's best. Not from the west, the Zek said.
Linsky shook his head.
I agree. Not down the driveway. Too straight and open. He'll come from the south or the east. Put Vladimir in with Sokolov, the Zek said to him. Tell them to watch the south and the east very carefully. But tell them to keep an eye out north and west, too. All 4 directions must be monitored continuously, just in case. Then put Chenko in the upstairs hallway with his rifle. He can be ready to deploy to whichever window is appropriate. With Chenko, 1 shot will be enough.
Then he turned to Rosemary Barr.
Meanwhile, we'll put you somewhere safe, he said. Your tutorials will start as soon as the soldier is buried.
The outer western suburbs were bedroom communities for people who worked in the city, so the traffic stayed bad all the way out. The houses were much grander than in the east. They were all 2-story, all varied, all well-maintained. They all had big lots and pools and ambitious evergreen landscaping. With the last of the sunset behind them, they looked like pictures in a brochure.
Tight-ass middle class, Reacher said.
what we all aspire to,
Yanni said.
They won't want to talk, Reacher said. Not their style.
They'll talk,
Yanni said.
Everyone talks to me.
They drove past the Archer place slowly. There was a cast metal sign on thin chains under the mailbox. Ted and Olene Archer. Beyond it, across a broad open lawn, the house looked closed up and dark and silent. It was a big Tudor place. Dull brown beams, cream stucco, 3-car garage. Nobody home, Reacher thought. The neighbor they were looking for lived across the street and 1 lot to the north. Hers was a place about the same size as the Archers, but done in an Italianate style. Stone accents, little crenellated towers, dark green sun awnings on the south-facing ground-floor windows. The evening light was fading away to darkness, and lamps were coming on behind draped windows. The whole street looked warm and rested and quiet and very satisfied with itself. Reacher said, "They sleep safely in their beds because rough men stand ready in the night to visit violence on those who would do them harm."
You know George Orwell?
Yanni asked. "I went to college," Reacher said. "West Point is technically a college." Yanni said,
The existing social order is a swindle, and its cherished beliefs mostly delusions.
"It is not possible for any thinking person to live in such a society as our own without wanting to change it," Reacher said.
I'm sure these are perfectly nice people,
Helen said. "But will they talk to us?"
They'll talk.
Yanni said.
Everyone talks.
Helen pulled into a long limestone driveway and parked about 20 feet behind an imported SUV that had big chrome wheels. The front door of the house was made of ancient gray weathered oak with iron banding that had nail heads as big as golf balls. It felt like you could step straight through it into the Renaissance. "Property is theft," Reacher said.
Proudhon,
Yanni said.
property is desirable, is a positive good in the world.
"Abraham Lincoln," Reacher said, in his first State of the Union. There was an iron knocker shaped like a quoit in a lion's mouth. Helen lifted it and used it to thump on the door. Then she found a discreet electric bell push and pressed that, too. They heard no answering sound inside the house. Heavy door, thick walls. She tried again with the bell, and before she got her finger off the button, the door sucked back off copper weatherproofing strips and opened like a vault. A guy was standing there with his hand on the inside handle. "Yes," he said. He was somewhere in his 40s, solid, prosperous, Probably a golf club member, maybe an elk, maybe a Rotarian. He was wearing corduroy pants and a patterned sweater. He was the kind of guy who gets home and immediately changes clothes as a matter of routine.
Is your wife at home? Helen asked. We'd like to speak with her about Oline Archer.
About Oline, the guy said. He was looking at Ann Yanny.
I'm a lawyer, Helen said.
Well, what is there to be said about Oline?
Maybe more than you think,
Yanny said. You're not a lawyer.
I'm here as a journalist,
Yanny said.
But not on a human interest story. Nothing tacky. There might have been a miscarriage of justice. That's the issue here.
A miscarriage? In what way?
They might have arrested the wrong man for the shootings. That's why I'm here. That's why we're all here.
Reacher watched the guy. He was standing there, holding the door, trying to decide. In the end, he just sighed and stepped back. You better come in, he said. Everyone talks. He led the way through a muted yellow hallway to a living room. It was spacious and immaculate. Velvet furniture, little mahogany tables, a stone fireplace. No television. Oh, there was probably a separate room for that. A den or a home theater. Or perhaps they didn't watch television. Reacher saw Ann Yanny calculating the odds. I'll get my wife, the guy said. He came back a minute later with a handsome woman a little younger than himself. She was wearing pressed jeans and a sweatshirt the same yellow as the hallway walls. Penny loafers on her feet, no socks. She had hair that had been expensively styled to look casual and windswept. She was medium height and lean in a way that spoke of diet books and serious time in aerobics classes.
What's this about?
She asked.
Ted Archer,
Helen said.
Ted? I thought you told my husband it was about Oline. We think there may be a connection between his situation and hers. Well, how could there be a connection? Surely what happened to Oline was completely out of the blue. Maybe it wasn't. Well, I don't understand. We suspect that Oline might have been a specific target, kind of hidden behind the confusion of the other 4 victims.
Well, wouldn't that be a matter for the police?
Helen paused.
At the moment, the police seem satisfied with what they've got.
The woman glanced at her husband. Well, then I'm not sure we should talk about it, he said.
At all?
Yanny asked.
Or just to me?
Well, I'm not sure if we would want to be on television. Reacher smiled to himself. The other side of the tracks.
This is deep background only,
Yanny said.
It's entirely up to you whether your names are used.
The woman sat down on a sofa, and her husband sat next to her, very close. Reacher smiled to himself again. They had subconsciously adopted the standard couple-on-a-sofa pose that television interviews used all the time. 2 faces close together, ideally framed for a tight camera shot. Yanny took her cue and sat in an armchair facing them, perched right on the edge, leaning forward, her elbows on her knees, a frank and open expression on her face. Helen took another chair. Reacher stepped away to the window, used a finger to move the drapes aside. It was full dark outside. Time ticking away.
Tell us about Ted Archer, Yanny said. Please.
A simple request, only 6 words, but her tone said,
I think you 2 are the most interesting people in the world, and I would love to be your friend.
For a moment, Reacher thought Yanny had missed her way. She would have been a great cop.
Ted had business problems,
the woman said.
Is that why he disappeared?
Yanny asked. The woman shrugged.
Well, that was Oline's initial assumption. But, well, ultimately, she rejected that explanation. And I think she was right, too. Ted wasn't that kind of a man. And his problems weren't those kind of problems. The fact is, he was getting screwed rotten, and he was mad as hell about it, and he was fighting. And people who fight don't just walk away. I mean, do they? How was he getting screwed?
The woman glanced at her husband. He leaned forward. Boy stuff. His principal customer stopped buying from him, which happens. Power in the marketplace, ebbs and flows. So Ted offered to renegotiate, offered to drop his price. Well, no dice. So he offered to drop it more. He told me he got to the point where he was giving it away, and still no dice. They just wouldn't buy.
What do you think was happening?
Yanny asked.
Keep talking, sir.
Oh, corruption, the guy said. Under-the-table inducements. It was completely obvious. One of Ted's competitors was offering kickbacks. No way for an honest man to compete with that.
When did this start?
About 2 years ago. It was a major problem for them. Financially, they went downhill very fast. No cash flow. Ted sold his car. Oline had to go out to work. Oh, the DMV thing was all she could find. Well, they made her a supervisor after about a month. He smiled a thin smile, proud of his class. Another year, she'd have been running the place. She'd have been commissioner.
What was Ted doing about it? How was he fighting?
Well, he was trying to find out which competitor it was.
Did he find out?
We don't know. He was trying for a long time, and then he went missing.
Didn't Oline include this in her report?
The guy sat back, and his wife leaned forward again. Shook her head.
Oline didn't want to. Not back then. Well, it was all unproven, all speculation. She didn't want to throw accusations around, and it wasn't definitely connected. I guess the way we're telling it now, it sounds more obvious than it was at the time. I mean, Ted wasn't Sherlock Holmes or anything. He wasn't on the case 24/7. He was still doing normal stuff. He was just talking to people when he could, asking questions, comparing notes, comparing prices, trying to put it all together. It was a 2-year period. Occasional conversations, phone calls, inquiries, and things like that. It didn't seem dangerous, certainly. Did Oline ever go to anyone with this? Later, maybe?
The woman nodded.
Oh, she stewed for 2 months after he disappeared. We talked. She was up and down with it. Eventually, she decided there had to be a connection. I agreed with her. She didn't know what to do. I told her she should call the police. And did she? She didn't call. She went, personally. She felt they would take her more seriously face to face. Not that they did, apparently. Nothing happened. It was like dropping a stone down a well and never hearing the splash. When did she go? A week before the thing in the plaza last Friday.
Nobody spoke. Then, kindly, gently, Anne Yanni asked the obvious question.
You didn't suspect a connection?
The woman shook her head.
Well, why would we? It seemed to be a total coincidence. The shootings were random, weren't they? I mean, you said so yourself. On the television news, we heard you say it. 5 random victims in the wrong place at the wrong time.
Nobody spoke. Reacher turned away from the window. What business was Ted Archer in? He asked. Oh, I'm sorry, I assumed you knew, the husband said. He owns a quarry, a huge place about 40 miles north of here. Cement, concrete, crushed stone. Vertically integrated, very efficient. And who was the customer who backed off? Oh, the city, the guy said. Big customer. As big as they come. All this construction going on right now is manna from heaven for people in that business. The city sold $90 million in tax-free municipals just to cover the first year. And add in the inevitable overruns, and it's a 9-figure bonanza for somebody. What car did Ted sell? A Mercedes-Benz. Then what did he drive? Well, he used a truck from work. Did you see it? Well, every day for 2 years. What was it? Well, a pickup, a Chevy, I think. An old brown Silverado, plain steel wheels? The guy stared. How did you know that? One more question, Reacher said, for your wife. She looked at him. After Oline went to the cops, did she tell you who it was she talked to? Was it a detective called Emerson? The woman was already shaking her head.
I told Oline if she didn't want to call, she should go to the station house. But she said it was too far because she never got that long of a lunch hour. She said she'd go to the DA instead. His office is much closer to the DMV. And Oline was like that anyway. She preferred to go straight to the top. So she took it to Alex Roden himself.
Helen Roden was completely silent on the drive back to town. So silent she quivered and vibrated and shook with it. Her lips were clamped and her cheeks were sucked in and her eyes were wide open. Her silence made it impossible for Reacher or Yanni to speak. It was like all the air had been sucked out of the car, and all that was left was the black hole of silence so loud it hurt. She drove like a robot, confidently, not fast, not slow,
displaying a mechanical compliance with lane markers and stoplights and yield signs. She parked on the apron below Franklin's office and left the motor running and said,
"You two go on ahead. I just can't do this."
Ann Yanny got out and walked over to the staircase. Reacher stayed in the car and leaned forward over the seat. "It'll be okay," he said.
"It won't."
"Helen, pull the keys and get your ass upstairs. You're an officer of the court and you've got a client in trouble." Then he opened his door and climbed out of the car, and by the time he had walked around the trunk, she was waiting for him at the foot of the stairs. Franklin was in front of his computer, as always. He told Reacher that Cash was on his way up from Kentucky, no questions asked. Told him that Ted Archer hadn't shown up anywhere else in the databases. Then he noticed the silence and the tension. "What's up?" he asked. "We're one step away," Reacher said. "Ted Archer was in the concrete business, and he was frozen out of all these new city construction contracts by a competitor who was offering bribes. He tried to prove it, and must have been getting very close to succeeding because the competitor offed him." "Can you prove that?" "Only by inference. We'll never find his body without digging up First Street again. But I know where his truck is. It's in Jeb Oliver's barn." "Why there?" "They use Oliver for things they can't do themselves, for when they don't want to show their faces, or for when they can't. Presumably Archer knew them and wouldn't have gone near them, but Oliver was just a local kid. Maybe he staged a flat tire or hitched a ride. Archer would have walked right into it. Then the bad guys hid the body, and Oliver hid the truck." "Olene Archer didn't suspect anything?" "Oh, she did eventually," Reacher said. "She sat on it 2 months, and then presumably she pieced together enough to make some kind of sense out of it. Then she started to go public with it, and all kinds of private alarm bells must have gone off because a week later she was dead. Staged the way it was, because to have a missing husband and then a murdered wife 2 months later would have raised too many flags. But as long as it looked random, it was going to be seen as coincidental." "Who had Olene taken it to? Emerson?" Reacher said nothing.
"She took it to my father,"
Helen Roden said. There was silence for a long moment. "So what now?" Franklin said. "You need to hit that keyboard again," Reacher said. "Whoever got the city contracts has pretty much defined himself as the bad guy here, so we need to know who he is, and where he's based." "Public record," Franklin said. "So check it." Franklin turned away in the silence and started his fingers pattering over the keys. He pointed and clicked for a minute. Then he came up with the answer. "Specialized Services of Indiana," he said. "They own all the current city contracts for cement, concrete, and crushed stone. Many, many millions of dollars." "Where are they?" "That was the good news." "What's the bad?" "There's no paperwork. They're a trust registered in Bermuda. They don't have to file anything." "What kind of a system is that?" Franklin didn't answer.
"A Bermuda trust needs a local lawyer,"
Helen said. Her voice was low, quiet, resigned. Reacher recalled the plate outside A.A. Roden's office, the name followed by the letters that denoted the law degree. Franklin clicked his way through 2 more screens. "There's a phone number," he said. "That's all we've got."
"What is it?"
Helen asked. Franklin read it out.
"That's not my father's number,"
Helen said. Franklin clicked his way into a reverse directory, typed in a number, and the screen changed and gave him a name and a business address. "John Mistroff," he said. "Russian name," Reacher said. "I guess so. Do you know him?" "Vaguely. He's a wills and trusts guy, one-man band. I've never worked for him." Reacher checked his watch. "Can you find a home address?" Franklin went into a regular directory, typed in the name, and came up with a domestic listing. "Should I call him?" he said. Reacher shook his head. "We'll pay him a visit. Face-to-face works better when time is short." Vladimir made his way down to the ground-floor surveillance room. Sokolov was in a rolling chair in front of the long table that carried the 4 television monitors. From left to right they were labeled north, east, south, and west, which made sense if a person viewed the world from a clockwise perspective. Sokolov was scooting his chair slowly down the line, examining each picture, moving on, returning from west to north with a powerful push off the wall. All 4 screens were misty and green because it was dark outside and the thermal imaging had kicked in. Occasionally, a bright dot could be seen moving fast in the distance. An animal, nocturnal, fox, skunk, raccoon, or a pet cat or a lost dog far from home. The north monitor showed a glow from the crushing plant. It would fade as the idle machines cooled. Apart from that, all the backgrounds were a deep olive color, because there was nothing out there except for miles of fields constantly misted with cold water from the always-turning irrigation booms. Vladimir pulled up a second-wheeled chair and sat down on Sokolov's left. He would watch north and east. Sokolov would concentrate on the south and west. That way they each had responsibility for one likely direction and one unlikely. It was a fair distribution of labor. Upstairs in the third-floor hallway, Chenko loaded his own supermatch. 10 rounds. Lake City 308s. One thing Americans did right was ammunition. He opened all the bedroom doors to speed his access north, south, east, or west as required. He walked to a window and turned his night scope on. Set it for 75 yards. He figured he would get the call when the soldier was about 150 yards out. That was about the practical limit for the cameras. He would step to the right window and acquire the target when it was still more than 100 yards distant. He would track its progress. He would let it come to him. When it was 75 yards out, he would kill it. He raised the rifle, checked the image. It was bright and clear. He watched a fox cross the open ground east to west. Good hunting, my little friend. He walked back to the hallway and propped the gun against the wall and sat down in a straight-back chair to wait. Helen Roden insisted on staying behind in Franklin's office, so Reacher and Yanny went out alone in the Mustang. The streets were dark and quiet. Yanny drove. She knew her way around. The address they were looking for was a loft building carved out of an old warehouse halfway between the river wharf and the railhead. Yanny said it was a part of the new urban strategy. Soho comes to the heartland. She said she'd thought about buying in the same building. Then she said,
We should put Helen on suicide watch.
She'll be okay, Reacher said.
You think?
I'm pretty sure.
What if it was your old man?
Reacher didn't answer that. Yanny slowed as the bulk of a large brick building loomed through the darkness. You can ask first, Reacher said. If he doesn't answer, I'll ask second.
He'll answer,
Yanny said.
They all answer.
But John Mistroff didn't. He was a thin guy of about 45. He was dressed like a post-divorce midlife crisis victim. Acid rinse, too tight jeans, black t-shirt, no shoes. They found him all alone in a big white loft apartment, eating Chinese food from paper cartons. Initially, he was very pleased to see Ann Yanny. Maybe hanging out with celebrities was a part of the lifestyle glamour that the new development had promised. But his early enthusiasm faded fast. It disappeared completely when Yanny ran through her suspicions and then insisted on knowing the names behind the trust.
I can't tell you, he said. Surely you understand there are confidentiality issues here. Surely you understand that. I understand that serious crimes have been committed, Yanny said. That's what I understand. And you need to understand that too. You need to choose up sides, right now, fast, before this thing goes public.
No comment, the guy said.
There's no downside here,
Yanny said gently.
These names we want, they'll all be in jail tomorrow. No comebacks.
No comment, the guy said again.
You want to go down with them?
Yanny asked, sharply.
Like an accessory? Or do you want to get out from under? It's your choice. But one way or the other, you're going to be on the news tomorrow night. Either doing the perp walk, or standing there looking good, like, oh my God, I had no idea. I was only too happy to help.
No comment, the guy said for the third time. Loud, clear, and smug. Yanny gave up, shrugged, and glanced at Reacher. Reacher checked his watch. Time ticking away. He stepped up close. You got medical insurance? He asked. The guy nodded. Dental plan? The guy nodded again. Reacher hit him in the mouth. Right-handed, short swing, hard blow. Get that fixed, he said. The guy rocked back a step and doubled over, and then came up coughing with blood all over his chin. Cut lips, loose teeth all rhymed with red.
Names, Reacher said. Now, or I'll take you apart a piece at a time.
The guy hesitated. Mistake. Reacher hit him again. Then the guy came up with names, 6 of them, and descriptions, and an address, all from a position flat on the floor, and all in a voice thick and bubbly with mouthfuls of blood. Reacher glanced at Yanni. "They all answer," he said. In the dark, in the Mustang, on the way back, Yanni said,
"He'll call and warn them."
"He won't," Reacher said. "He just betrayed them, so my guess is he'll be going on a long vacation tomorrow."
"You hope."
"Doesn't matter anyway. They already know I'm coming for them. Another warning wouldn't make a difference."
"You have a very direct style. One they don't mention in Journalism 101.
"I could teach you. It's about surprise, really. If you can surprise them, you don't have to hit them very hard." Yanni dictated to Franklin the names that John Mistroff had given up. 4 of them corresponded with names Reacher had already heard: Charlie Smith, Konstantin Raskin, Vladimir Shumilov, and Pavel Sokolov. The 5th was Grigor Linsky, which Reacher figured had to be the damaged man in the boxy suit, because the 6th name had been given simply as Zek Chelovik. "I thought you said Zek was a word," Franklin said. "It is," Reacher said, "and so is Chelovik. It's a transliteration of their word for human being. Zek Chelovik means prisoner human being, like prisoner man. The others aren't using code names." "Neither is the Zek, probably. Maybe that's all he's got left. Maybe he forgot his real name. Maybe we all would, in the Gulag."
"You sound sorry for him,"
Yanni said. "I'm not sorry for him," Reacher said. "I'm just trying to understand him."
"No mention of my father,"
Helen said. Reacher nodded. "The Zek is the puppet master. He's at the top of the tree."
"Which means my father is just an employee."
"Don't worry about that now. Focus on Rosemary." Franklin used an online map and figured out that the address John Mistroff had spilled related to a stone-crushing plant built next to a quarry 8 miles north and west of the city. Then he searched the tax rolls and confirmed that Specialized Services of Indiana was its registered owner. Then he searched the rolls all over again and found that the only other real estate registered to the trust was a house on the lot adjacent to the stone-crushing plant. Yanni said she knew the area. "Anything else out there?" Reacher asked her. She shook her head.
"Nothing but farmland for miles."
"Okay," Reacher said. "There you go. That's where Rosemary is." He checked his watch. 10 o'clock in the evening.
"So what now?"
Yanni said. "Now we wait," Reacher said.
"For what?"
"For cash to get here from Kentucky. And then we wait some more."
"For what?"
Reacher smiled. "For the dead of night," he said. They waited. Franklin made coffee. Yanni told TV stories about people she'd known, about things she'd seen, about governors' girlfriends, politicians' wives, lovers, rigged ballots, crooked unions, about acres of marijuana growing behind circular screens of tall corn on the edges of Indiana fields. Then Franklin talked about his years as a cop. Then Reacher talked about his years since the Army, the wandering, the exploring, his rootless, invisible life. Helen Roden said nothing at all. At 11 o'clock exactly, they heard the rattle of a big diesel engine beating off the brick outside. Reacher stepped to the window and saw Cash's Humvee nosing onto the parking apron. Too noisy, he thought. We can't use it. Or maybe we can. "The Marines are here," he said. They heard Cash's feet on the outside stairs, heard his knock on the door. Reacher went out to the hallway to open up. Cash came in, brisk, solid, reassuring. He was dressed all in black canvas pants, black canvas windbreaker. Reacher introduced him all round. Yanni, Franklin, Helen Roden. Everyone shook hands and Cash took a seat. Inside 20 minutes, he was up to speed and totally on board. "They blanked a 19-year-old girl," he said. "You'd have liked her," Reacher said. "Do we have a plan?" "We're about to make one," Reacher said. Yanni went out to her car for the maps. Franklin cleared away the coffee cups and made space on the table. Yanni chose the right map, spread it out flat.
"It's like a giant chessboard out there," she said. "Every square is a field 100 yards across. There are roads laid out in a grid, north to south, west to east, about 20 fields apart.
Then she pointed. Slim finger, painted nail.
But right here, we've got 2 roads that meet, and southeast of the corner they make, we've got an empty space 3 fields wide and 5 fields high. No agriculture there. The northern part is the stone crushing plant, and the house is south of it. I've seen it, and it stands about 200 yards off the road, all alone in the middle of absolutely nothing. No landscaping, no vegetation, but no fence either.
Flat? Reacher asked.
As a pool table,
Yanny said. Dark out there, Cash said. As the Earl of Hell's waistcoat, Reacher said. And I guess if there's no fence, it means they're using cameras, with some kind of thermal imaging at night, some kind of infrared. How fast can you run 200 yards? Cash asked. Me? Reacher said. Slow enough they could mail order a rifle to shoot me with. What's the best approach? Walk in from the north, Reacher said, without a doubt. We could get into the stone place straight off the road and just hike through it. Then we could lie up as long as we wanted. Good concealment until the last minute. We can't walk in from anywhere if they got thermal cameras. We'll worry about that later. Okay, but they'll anticipate the north. Reacher nodded. We'll pass on the north. Too obvious. Now, south or east would be next best. Because presumably the driveway comes in from the west. Probably too straight and too open. They'll be thinking the same thing. Makes us both right. I kinda like the driveway, Reacher said. What'll it be, paved?
Crushed limestone, Yanny said. They've got plenty to spare.
Noisy, Cash said. It'll have retained a little daytime heat, Reacher said. It'll be warmer than the dirt. It'll put a stripe of color down their thermal picture. If the contrast isn't great, it'll give a shadow zone either side. Are you kidding? Cash said. You're going to be 40 or 50 degrees hotter than ambient temperature. You're going to show up like a road flare. They're going to be paying attention south and east. Not exclusively. Well, you got a better idea? Well, what about a full frontal assault with vehicles? Reacher smiled. If it absolutely positively has to be destroyed by morning, call the United States Marine Corps. Roger that, Cash said. That's too dangerous, Reacher said. We can't give him a second's warning, and we can't turn the place into a free fire zone. We've got Rosemary to think about. Nobody spoke. I like the driveway, Reacher said again. Cash glanced at Helen Roden. We could just call in the cops, he said. You know, if it's the DA who's the bad guy here, a couple of SWAT teams could do it. Same problem, Reacher said. Rosemary would be dead before they got near the door. Cut the power lines? Kill the cameras? Same problem. It's an announcement ahead of time. Your call. The driveway, Reacher said. I like the driveway. But what about the cameras? I'll think of something, Reacher said. Reacher stepped over to the table, stared down at the map. Then he turned back to Cash. Does your truck have a CD player? Cash nodded. Part of the comfort package. You mind if Franklin drives it? Well, Franklin can have it. I'd prefer a sedan. Okay. Your Humvee is our approach vehicle. Franklin can drive us there, let us out, and then get straight back here.
Us?
Yanny said.
Are we all going?
You bet your ass, Reacher said. 4 of us there with Franklin back here as the comm center.
Good,
Yanny said. We need cell phones, Reacher said.
I've got one,
Yanny said. Me too, Cash said.
Me too,
Helen said. I don't, Reacher said. Franklin took a small Nokia out of his pocket. Take mine, he said. Reacher took it. Can you set up a conference call? 4 cell phones and your desk phone as soon as you get back here? Franklin nodded. Give me your numbers. And turn the ringers off, Reacher said. When are we doing this? Cash asked. 4 o'clock in the morning is my favorite time, Reacher said. But they'll be expecting that. We learned it from them. 4 in the morning is when the KGB went knocking on doors. Least resistance. It's a biorhythm thing. So we'll surprise them. We'll do it at 2:30.
If you surprise them, won't you have to hit them very hard?
Yanny said. Reacher shook his head. In this situation, if we surprise them, they won't hit me very hard. Where am I gonna be? Cash asked. Southwest corner of the gravel plant, Reacher said. Looking south and east at the house. You can cover the west and the north side simultaneously with your rifle. Okay. What'd you bring for me? Cash dug in the pocket of his windbreaker and came out with a knife in a sheath. He tossed it across the room. Reacher caught it. It was a standard-issue Navy SEAL SRK, their survival rescue knife. Carbon steel, black epoxy, 7-inch blade. Not new. "This is it?" Reacher said. "All I've got," Cash said. "The only weapons I own are my rifle and that knife." "You're kidding." "I'm a businessman, not a psycho." "Christ's sake, Gunny, I'll be taking a knife to a gunfight? Isn't it supposed to be the other way around?" "All I've got," Cash said again. "Great. You can take a gun from the first one you cut. Face it, if you don't get close enough to cut one of them, you aren't going to win anyway." Reacher said nothing. They waited. Midnight, 12:30. Yanni fiddled with her cell phone and made a call. Reacher ran through the plan one more time. First in his head, then out loud, until everyone was clear. Details, dispositions, refinements, adjustments. "But we still might change everything," he said, "when we get there. No substitute for seeing the actual terrain." They waited. 1 o'clock, 1:30. Reacher started to allow himself to think about the endgame, about what would come after the victory. He turned to Franklin. "Who's Emerson's number 2? he asked. "A woman called Donna Bianca," Franklin said. "She any good?" "She's his number 2. "She'll need to be there, afterwards. It's going to be a real 3-ring circus. Too much for one pair of hands. I want you to bring Emerson and Donna Bianca out there, and Alex Roden, of course, after we win." "They'll be in bed." "So wake 'em up." "If we win," Franklin said. At 1:45, people started to get restless. Helen Roden stepped over and squatted down next to Reacher. She picked up the knife, looked at it, put it back down.
"Why are you doing this?"
she asked. "Because I can, and because of the girl."
"You'll get yourself killed."
"Unlikely," Reacher said. "These are old men and idiots. I've survived worse."
"You're just saying that."
"If I get in okay, I'll be safe enough. Room to room isn't hard. People get very scared with a prowler loose in the house. They hate it."
"But you won't get in okay. They'll see you coming."
Reacher dug in his left-hand pocket and came out with the shiny new quarter that had bothered him in the car. Handed it to her. "For you," he said. She looked at it.
"Something to remember you by?"
"Something to remember tonight by." Then he checked his watch, stood up. "Let's do it," he said. They stood for a moment in the shadows and the silence on the parking apron below Franklin's lighted windows. Then Yanni went to get the Sheryl Crow CD from her Mustang. She gave it to Cash. Cash unlocked the Humvee and leaned inside and put it in the player. Then he gave the keys to Franklin. Franklin climbed into the driver's seat. Cash got in next to him with his M24 across his knees. Reacher and Helen Roden and Ann Yanni squeezed together in the back. "Turn the heater up," Reacher said. Cash leaned to his left and dialed in maximum temperature. Franklin started the engine, backed out into the street, swung the wheel, and took off west. Then he turned north. The engine was loud and the ride was rough. The heater kicked in and the fan blew hard. The interior grew warm and then hot. They turned west, turned north, turned west, turned north, lining up with the grid that would run through the fields. The drive was a series of long, droning cruises punctuated by sharp right-angle corners. Then they made the final turn. Franklin sat up straight behind the wheel and accelerated hard.
"This is it,"
Yanni said.
"Dead ahead. About 3 miles to go."
"Start the music," Reacher said. "Track 8. Cash hit the button. "Every day is a winding road." "Louder," Reacher said. Cash turned it up. Franklin drove on, 60 miles an hour.
2 miles,
Yanni called. Then,
1 mile.
Franklin drove on. Reacher stared out the window to his right, watched the fields flash past in the darkness. Random scatter from the headlights lit them up. The irrigation booms were turning so slowly they looked stationary. Mist filled the air. "High beams," Reacher called. Franklin flicked them on. "Music all the way up," Reacher called. Cash twisted the knob to maximum. "Every day is a winding road."
"Half a mile,"
Yanni yelled. "Windows!" Reacher shouted. 4 thumbs hit 4 buttons, and all 4 windows dropped an inch. Hot air and loud music sucked out into the night. Reacher stared right and saw the dark outline of a house flash past. Isolated, distant, square, solid, substantial, dimly lit from inside. Flat land all round it. The limestone driveway, pale, very long, as straight as an arrow. Franklin kept his foot hard down.
Stop sign in 400 yards,
Yanny yelled. Stand by, Reacher shouted. Showtime!
100 yards,
Yanny yelled. Doors, Reacher shouted. 3 doors opened an inch. Franklin braked hard, stopped dead on the line. Reacher and Yanny and Helen and Cash spilled out. Franklin didn't hesitate. He took off again like it was just a normal dead-of-night stop sign. Reacher and Yanny and Cash and Helen dusted themselves down and stood close together on the crown of the road and stared north until the glow of the lights and the sound of the engine and the thump of the music were lost in the distance and the darkness. Sokolov had picked up the Humvee's heat signature on both the south and west monitors when it was still about half a mile shy of the house. Hard not to. A big, powerful vehicle, traveling fast, trailing long plumes of hot air from open windows. What was to miss? On the screen, it looked like a bottle rocket flying sideways. Then he heard it, too, physically, through the walls. Big engine, loud music. Vladimir glanced his way. Passers-by? He asked. Let's see, Sokolov said. It didn't slow down. It hurtled straight past the house and kept on going north. On the screen, it trailed heat like a re-entry capsule. Through the walls, they heard the music Doppler shift like an ambulance's siren as it went by. Passer-by, Sokolov said. Some asshole, Vladimir said. Upstairs on the 3rd floor, Chenko heard it, too. He stepped through an empty bedroom to a west-facing window and looked out. Saw a big black shape doing about 60 miles an hour, high-beam headlights, bright taillights, music thumping and thudding so loud he could hear the door panels flexing from 200 yards away. It roared past, didn't slow down. He opened the window and leaned out and craned his neck and watched the bubble of light track north into the distance. It went behind the skeletal tangle of machinery in the stone-crushing plant. But it was still visible as a moving glow in the air. After a quarter mile, the glow changed color. Red now, not white. Brake lights flaring for the stop sign. The glow paused for a second. Then the red color died and the glow turned back to white and took off again, fast. The Zek called up from the floor below. Was that him? No, Chenko called back. Just some rich kid out for a drive. Reacher led the way through the dark. 4 people, single file, on the edge of the blacktop, with the gravel plant's high-wire fence on their left and huge circular fields across the road on their right. After the roar of the diesel and the thump of the music, the silence felt absolute. There was nothing to hear except the hiss of irrigation water. Reacher raised his hand and stopped them where the fence turned a right angle and ran away east. The corner post was double thickness and braced with angled spars. Grass and weeds from the shoulder were clumped up high. He stepped forward and checked the view. He was on a perfect diagonal from the northwest corner of the house. He had an equal 45-degree line of sight to the north facade and the west. Because of the diagonal, the distance was about 300 yards. Visibility was very poor. There was a glimmer of cloudy moonlight, but beyond that, there was nothing at all. He stepped back, pointed at Cash, pointed at the base of the corner post. This is your position, he whispered. Check it out. Cash moved forward and knelt down in the weeds. 6 feet away, he was invisible. He switched on his night scope and raised his rifle, tracked it slowly left and right, up and down.
3 stories plus a basement, he whispered. High-pitched shingle roof, plank siding, many windows, 1 door visible to the west. No cover at all in any direction. They bulldozed everything flat all around. Nothing's growing. You're gonna look like a beetle on a bedsheet out there.
Cameras? The rifle tracked a steady line from left to right.
Under the eaves. 1 on the north side, 1 on the west. We can assume the same on the sides we can't see.
How big are they?
How big do you want them to be?
Big enough for you to hit.
Funny man. If they were spy cameras built into cigarette lighters, I could hit them from here.
Okay, so listen up, Reacher whispered. This is how we're gonna do it. I'm gonna get my starting position. Then we're all gonna wait for Franklin to get back and put the comms net on the air. Then I'm gonna make a move. If I don't feel good, I'm gonna call in fire on those cameras. I say the word, I want you to take 'em out. 2 shots, bang, bang. That'll slow 'em down maybe 10 or 20 seconds.
Negative, Cash said. I won't direct live rounds into a wooden structure we know contains a non-combatant hostage.
She'll be in the basement, Reacher said.
Or the attic.
You'll be firing at the eaves.
Exactly. She's in the attic, she hears gunfire, she hits the deck, that's exactly where I'm aiming. One man's ceiling is another man's floor.
Spare me, Reacher said. Take the risk.
Negative. Won't do it.
Christ, Gunny, you are one uptight Marine, you know that? Cash didn't speak. Reacher stepped forward again and peered round the corner of the fence, took a long, hard look, and pulled back. Okay, he said. New plan. Just watch the west windows. You see muzzle flash, you put suppressing fire into the room it's coming out of. We can assume the hostage won't be in the same room as the sniper. Cash said nothing. Will you do that at least? Reacher asked.
You might be in the house already.
I'll take my chances. Voluntary assumption of risk, okay? Helen can witness my consent, she's a lawyer. Cash said nothing. No wonder you came in third, Reacher said. You need to lighten up.
Okay, Cash said. I see hostile gunfire, I'll return it.
Hostile's about the only kind you're gonna see, don't you think? Since you only gave me a damn knife.
Army,
Cash said.
Always bitching about something. What do I do?
Helen asked. New plan, Reacher said. He touched the fence with his palm. Keep low. Follow the fence around the corner. Stop opposite the house. Stay down. They won't pick you up there. It's too far. Listen to your phone. If I need a distraction, I'll ask you to run a little way towards the house and then back again. A zigzag or a circle. Out and back. Real fast. Just enough to put a blip on their screen. No danger. By the time they move a rifle around, you'll be back at the fence. She nodded. Didn't speak.
And me?
Ann Yanny asked. You stay with Cash. You're the ethics police. He gets cold feet about helping me out. You kick his ass, okay? Nobody spoke. All set? Reacher asked.
Set,
they said, one after the other. Reacher walked away into the darkness on the other side of the road. He kept on walking, off the blacktop, across the shoulder, across the stony margin of the field, onward, right into the field, all the way into the middle of the soaking crop. He waited until the irrigation boom rolled slowly round and caught up with him. Then he turned 90 degrees and walked south with it, directly underneath it, keeping pace, letting the ceaseless water rain down and soak his hair and his skin and his clothes. The boom pulled away as it followed its circular path, and Reacher kept straight on at a tangent and walked into the next field. Waited once again for the boom to find him, and then walked on under it, matching its speed, raising his arms high and wide to catch as much drenching as he could. Then that boom swung away and left him, and he walked on to find the next one, and the next, and the next. When at last he was opposite the driveway entrance, he simply walked in a circle, under the last boom, waiting for his cell phone to vibrate, like a man caught in a monsoon. Cash's cell phone vibrated against his hip, and he pulled it out and clicked it on, heard Franklin's voice, quiet and cautious in his ear. "Check in, please," it said. Cash heard Helen say, "Here." Yanny said, "Here," from 3 feet behind him. Cash said, "Here." Then he heard Reacher say, "Here." Franklin said, "Okay, you're all loud and clear, but the ball is in your court." Cash heard Reacher say, "Gunny, check the house." Cash lifted the rifle and swept left to right.
"No change."
Reacher said, "I'm on my way." Then there was nothing but silence. 10 seconds. 20. 30. A whole minute. 2 minutes. Cash heard Reacher ask, "Gunny, do you see me?" Cash lifted the rifle again and swept the length of the driveway, from its mouth all the way to the house.
"Negative. I don't see you. Where are you?"
"About 30 yards in." Cash moved the rifle, estimated 30 yards from the road, and stared through the scope. Saw nothing. Nothing at all.
"Good work, soldier. Keep going."
Yanny crawled forward, whispered in Cash's ear,
"Why don't you see him?"
"Because he's nuts."
"No, explain it to me. You've got a night scope, right?"
"The best money can buy,"
Cash said,
and it works off heat, just like their cameras.
Then he pointed away to his right.
But my guess is Reacher walked through the fields, soaked himself in water. It's coming straight up from the aquifer, stone cold. So right now, he's close to ambient temperature. I can't see him. They can't see him. Smart, Yanni said. Brave, Cash said. But ultimately dumb, because he's drying out every step of the way. And getting warmer.
Reacher walked through the dark and the dirt 10 feet south of the driveway. Not fast, not slow. His shoes were soaked and they were sticking to the mud, almost coming off. He was so cold he was shivering violently, which was bad. Shivering is a physiological reaction designed to warm a cold body fast. And he didn't want to be warm. Not yet. Vladimir had got a rhythm going. He stared at the east monitor for 4 seconds, then the north for 3. East 2, 3, 4, north 2, 3. East 2, 3, 4, north 2, 3. He didn't move his chair, just leaned a little one way, then the other. Beside him, Sokolov had a similar thing going south and west. Slightly different intervals. Not perfectly synchronized. But just as good, Vladimir guessed. Maybe even better. Sokolov had spent a lot of time on surveillance. Reacher walked on. Not fast, not slow. On the map, the driveway looked to be about 200 yards long. On the ground, it felt like an airport runway. Straight as a die. Wide and long. Long, long. He'd been walking forever, and he was less than halfway to the house. He walked on, just kept on going. Looking ahead every step of the way, watching the darkened windows far away in front of him. He realized his hair wasn't dripping anymore. He touched one hand with the other. Dry. Not warm, but no longer cold. He walked on. He was tempted to run. Running would get him there faster, but running would heat him up. He was approaching the point of no return. He was right out there in no man's land. And he wasn't shivering. He raised his phone.
Helen,
he whispered.
I need a diversion.
Helen took off her heels and left them neatly side by side at the base of the fence. For an absurd moment, she felt like a person who piles all her clothes on the beach before she walks into the sea to drown. Then she put her palms down on the dirt like a sprinter in the blocks and took off forward. Just ran crazily, 20 feet, 30, 40, and then she stopped dead and stood still facing the house with her arms out wide like a target.
Shoot me, she thought. Please, shoot me.
Then she got scared that maybe she really meant it, and she turned and ran back in a wide zigzag loop, threw herself down and crawled along the fence until she found her shoes. Vladimir saw her on the north monitor. Nothing recognizable, just a brief flare that, because of the phosphor technology, was smeared and a little time-lagged. But he bent his head close anyway and stared at the afterimage. 1 second. 2. Sokolov sensed the interruption to his rhythm and glanced over. 3 seconds. 4.
Fox?
Vladimir said.
I didn't see it, Sokolov said, but probably. It ran away again. Okay, then.
Sokolov turned back to his own pair of monitors, glanced at the west view, checked the south, and settled into his regular cadence again. Cash had a cadence of his own. He was inching his nightscope along at what he guessed was the speed of a walking man. But every 5 seconds he would sweep it suddenly forward and back in case his estimate was off. During one of those rapid traverses, he picked up on what looked like a pale green shadow.
Reacher, I can see you, he whispered. You're visible, soldier.
Reacher's voice came back. What scope you got on that thing?
Litton,
Cash said. Expensive, right?
$3,700.
Gotta be better than a lousy thermal camera. Cash didn't reply. Reacher said, Well, I'm hoping so anyway. He walked on. Probably the most unnatural thing a human can force himself to do. To walk slowly and surely towards a building that probably has a rifle in it pointing directly at his center mass. If Chenko had any sense at all, he would wait, and wait, and wait, until his target was pretty close. And Chenko seemed to have plenty of sense. 50 yards would be good, or 35, like Chenko's range out of the parking garage. Chenko was pretty good at 35 yards. That had been made very clear. He walked on. took the knife out of his pocket and unsheathed it and held it right-handed, low and easy. Transferred the phone to his left and held it near his ear. Heard Cash say,
"You're totally visible now, soldier. You're shining like the North Star. It's like you're on fire."
40 yards to go. 39, 38. "Helen," he said, "do it again." He heard her voice.
"Okay."
He walked on, held his breath. 35 yards. 34. 33. He breathed out. He walked on, doggedly. 30 yards to go. He heard panting in his ear. Helen, running. He heard Yanni ask off mic,
"How close is he?"
Heard Cash answer,
Not close enough.
Vladimir leaned forward and said, "There it is again." He put his fingertip on the screen, as if touch might tell him something. Sokolov glanced across. Sokolov had spent many more hours with the screens than Vladimir. Primarily surveillance had been his job, his and Raskin's. "That's no fox," he said. "It's way too big." He watched for 5 more seconds. The image was weaving left and right at the very limit of the camera's range. Recognizable size, recognizable shape, inexplicable motion. He stood up and walked to the door, braced his hands on the frame, and leaned out into the hallway. "Chenko!" he called. "North!" Behind his back on the west screen, a shape as big as his thumb grew larger. It looked like a painting-by-numbers figure done in fluorescent colors. Lime green on the outside, then a band of chrome yellow with a core of hot red. Chenko walked through an empty bedroom and opened the window as high as it would go. Then he backed away into the darkness. That way he was invisible from below and invulnerable except to a shot taken from the 3rd story of an adjacent building. And there were no adjacent buildings. He switched on his nightscope and raised his rifle. Quartered the open ground 200 yards out, up and down, left and right. He saw a woman. She was running crazily, barefoot, darting left and right, out and back, like she was dancing or playing a phantom game of soccer. Chenko thought, "What?" He squeezed the slack out of his trigger and tried to anticipate her next pirouette, tried to guess where her chest would be a third of a second after he fired. He waited. Then she stopped moving. She stood completely still, facing the house, arms out wide like a target. Chenko pulled the trigger. Then he understood. He stepped back to the hallway. "Decoy!" he screamed. "Decoy!" Cash saw the muzzle flash and called, "Shot fired!" and jumped his scope to the north window. The lower pane was raised. The upper pane was fixed. No point in putting around through the opening. The upward trajectory would guarantee a miss. So he fired at the glass. He figured if he could get a hail of jagged shards going, then that might ruin somebody's night. Sokolov was watching the crazy heat image on Vladimir's screen when he heard Chenko's shot and his shouted warning. He glanced back at the door and turned to the south monitor. Nothing there. Then he heard return fire and shattering glass upstairs. He pushed back from the table and stepped to the door. "Are you okay?" he called. "Decoy!" Chenko called back. "Has to be!" Sokolov turned and checked all 4 screens very carefully. "No," he called. "Negative. Definitely nothing incoming." Reacher touched the front wall of the house. Old plank siding, painted many times. He was 10 feet south of the driveway, 10 feet south of the front door, near a window that looked into a dark, empty room. The window was a large rectangle with a lower pane that slid upward behind the upper pane. Maybe the upper pane slid down over the lower pane, too. Reacher didn't know the name for the style. He'd rarely lived in houses and had never owned one. Sash? Double hung? He wasn't sure. The house was much older than it had looked from a distance, maybe 100 years. 100-year-old house, 100-year-old window. But did the window still have a 100-year-old catch? He pressed his cheek against the lower pane and squinted upward. He couldn't see. Too dark. Then he heard the shooting. 2 rounds, one close, one not, shattering glass. Then he heard Cash in his ear. "Helen, you okay?" He heard no reply. Cash asked again.
Helen? Helen?
No reply. Reacher put the phone in his pocket, worked the blade of his knife up into the gap where the bottom of the upper casement overlapped the top of the lower casement. He moved the blade right to left, slowly, carefully, feeling for a catch. He found one, dead center. Tapped it gently. It felt like a heavy brass tongue. It would pivot through 90 degrees, in and out of a socket. But which way? He pushed it, right to left. Solid. He pulled the knife out and worked it back in an inch left of center, slid it back until he found the tongue again, pushed it left to right. It moved. He pushed it hard and knocked it right out of its socket. Easy. He lifted the lower pane high and rolled over the sill into the room. Cash eased forward and swung his rifle through 90 degrees until it was sighted due east along the fence. He stared through the scope, saw nothing. He moved back into cover, raised his phone.
Helen?
He whispered. No response. Reacher moved through the empty room to the door. It was closed. He put his ear against it, listened hard, heard nothing. He turned the handle, slowly, carefully, opened the door, very slowly. Leaned out, checked the hallway. Empty. There was light from an open doorway 15 feet ahead on his left. He paused, lifted one foot at a time, and wiped the soles of his shoes on his pants, wiped his palms. He took a single step, tested the floor. No sound. He moved ahead, slowly, silently. Boat shoes. Good for something. He kept close to the wall, where the floor would be strongest. He stopped a yard shy of the lighted doorway. Took a breath, moved on. Stopped in the doorway. He was looking at two guys from behind. They were seated side by side with their backs to him at a long table, staring at TV monitors, at ghostly green images of darkness. On the left, Vladimir. On the right, a guy he hadn't seen before. Sokolov? Must be. To Sokolov's right, a yard away from him, a handgun rested on the very end of the table, a Smith & Wesson Model 60. The first stainless steel revolver produced anywhere in the world, 2.5-inch barrel, a 5-shooter. Reacher took a long silent step into the room. Paused, held his breath, reversed the knife in his hand, held the blade an inch from its end between the ball of his thumb and the knuckle of his first finger. Raised his arm, cocked it behind his head, snapped it forward. Threw the knife. It buried itself 2 inches deep in the back of Sokolov's neck. Vladimir glanced right towards the sound. Reacher was already moving. Vladimir glanced back, saw him, pushed himself away from the table and half rose. Reacher watched him calculate the distance between himself and the gun, saw him decide to go for it. Reacher stepped into his charge and ducked under his swinging left hook and buried his shoulder in his chest and wrapped both arms around his back and jacked him bodily off his feet. Just lifted him up and turned him away from the table. And then squeezed. Best route to a silent kill against a guy as big as Vladimir was simply to crush him to death. No hitting, no shooting, no banging around. As long as his arms and legs couldn't connect with anything solid, there would be no noise. No shouting, no screaming. Just a long, labored, barely audible tubercular sound as the last breath he had taken came back out, never to be replaced. Reacher held Vladimir a foot off the ground and squeezed with all his strength. He crushed Vladimir's chest in a bear hug so vicious and sustained and powerful that no human could have survived it. Vladimir wasn't expecting it. He thought this was some kind of preamble, not the main event. When he figured it out, he went crazy with panic. He rained desperate blows down on Reacher's back and flailed with his feet at his shins. Stupid, Reacher thought. You're just burning oxygen. And you ain't getting any more, pal. Better believe it. He tightened his grip, crushed harder, and harder, and then harder, in a remorseless subliminal rhythm that said, more, and more, and more. His teeth ground together, his heart pounded, his muscles swelled as big and hard as river rocks and started burning. He could feel Vladimir's ribcage moving, clicking, separating, cracking, crushing. And his last living breath leaking out of his starving lungs. Sokolov moved. Reacher staggered under Vladimir's weight, turned clumsily on one leg, kicked out and caught the hilt of the knife with his heel. Sokolov stopped moving. Vladimir stopped moving. Reacher kept the pressure full on for another whole minute. Then he eased off slowly and bent down and laid the body gently on the floor. Squatted down, breathed hard, checked for a pulse. No pulse. He stood up and pulled Cash's knife out of Sokolov's neck and used it to cut Vladimir's throat, ear to ear. For Sandy, he thought. Then he turned back and cut Sokolov's throat, too. Just in case. Blood soaked the tabletop and dripped to the floor. It didn't spurt, it just leaked. Sokolov's heart had already stopped pumping. He squatted down again and cleaned the blade on Vladimir's shirt, one side, then the other. He pulled the phone out of his pocket, heard Cash say,
Helen?
He whispered, "What's up?"
Cash answered, "We took an incoming round. I can't raise Helen."
"Yanni, move left," Reacher said. "Find her. Franklin, you there?" Franklin said, "Here." "Stand by to call the medics," Reacher said. Cash asked,
"Where are you?"
"In the house," Reacher said.
"Opposition?"
"Unsuccessful," Reacher said. "Where'd the shot come from?"
"Third floor window north, which makes sense tactically. They got the sniper up there. They can direct him based on what they've seen from the cameras."
"Not anymore," Reacher said. He put the phone back in his pocket, picked up the gun, checked the cylinder. It was fully loaded. 5 Smith & Wesson .38 specials. He moved out to the hallway with the knife in his right hand and the gun in his left. Went looking for the basement door. Cash heard Yanni talking to herself as she moved away to his left. Low voice, but clear, like a running commentary. She was saying,
I'm moving east now, keeping low, staying tight against the fence in the darkness. I'm looking for Helen Roden. We know they fired at her. Now she's not answering her phone. We're hoping she's okay, but we're worried that she isn't.
Cash listened until he couldn't hear her anymore. He shook his head in bemusement. Then he ducked his eye to the scope and watched the house. Rosemary Barr wasn't in the basement. It took Reacher less than a minute to be completely certain of that. It was a wide-open space, musty, dimly lit, uninterrupted, and totally empty except for the foundations of 3 brick chimneys. Reacher paused at the circuit breaker box. He was tempted to throw the switch. But Chenko had a night sight, and he didn't. So he just crept back up the stairs. Yanni found Helen Roden's shoes literally by stumbling over them. They were placed neatly side by side at the base of the fence. High heels, black patent, gleaming slightly in the ragged moonlight. Yanni kicked them accidentally and heard the sound of empty footwear. She bent and picked them up, hung them on the fence by their heels.
"Helen?"
she whispered.
"Helen, where are you?"
Then she heard a voice.
"Here." "Where?" "Here. Keep going."
Yanni walked on, found a black shape rolled tight against the base of the fence.
I dropped my phone, Helen said. Can't find it. Are you okay? He missed me. I was leaping around like a madwoman. But the bullet came real close. It scared me. I just dropped my phone and ran.
Helen sat up. Yanni squatted next to her.
Look,
Helen said. She was holding something in the palm of her hand, something bright, a coin, a quarter, new and shiny.
What is it?
Yanni said.
A quarter,
Helen said.
So what? Reacher gave it to me.
Helen was smiling. Yanni could see the white of her teeth in the moonlight. Reacher crept down the hallway, opened doors, and searched rooms to the left and right as he went. They were all empty, all unused. He paused at the bottom of the stairs, backed away into an empty 12 by 20 space that might once have been a parlor, crouched and laid the knife on the floor and pulled out his phone. "Gunny," he whispered. Cash answered.
"You back with us?"
Phone was in my pocket.
"Yanni found Helen. She's okay."
"Good. The basement and the ground floor are clear. I think you were right after all. Rosemary must be up in the attic."
"You going upstairs now?"
"I guess I'll have to."
"Body count?"
2 down so far.
"Lots more upstairs, then."
"I'll be careful."
"Roger that."
Reacher put the phone back in his pocket and retrieved the knife from the floor, stood up and crept out to the hallway. The staircase was at the back of the house. It was wide, dog-legged, and shallow-pitched. Quite grand. There was a wide landing halfway up where the dog-leg reversed direction. He went up the first half-flight backwards. It made more sense that way. He wanted to know right away if there was someone in the second-floor hallway looking down over the banister. He kept close to the wall. If stairs creaked at all, they creaked most in the middle of a tread. He went slowly, feeling with his heels, putting them down gently and deliberately. And quietly. Boat shoes. Good for something. After 5 up and back steps, his head was about level with the second-story floor. He raised the gun. Took another step. Now he could see the whole of the hallway. It was empty. It was a quiet, carpeted space, lit by a single low-wattage bulb. Nothing to see except 6 closed doors, 3 on a side. He breathed out and made it to the half landing, shuffled left and crept up the second part of the dogleg going forward, stepped off the staircase, into the hallway. Now what? 6 closed doors. Who was where? He moved slowly towards the front of the house, listened at the first door, heard nothing. He moved on. Heard nothing at the second door. Moved on again, but before he reached the third door, he heard sounds from the floor above. Sounds that were coming down through the floor. Sounds that he didn't understand. Sliding, scraping, crunching noises, repeated rhythmically, with a single light footfall at the end of every sequence. Slide, scrape, crunch, tap. Slide, scrape, crunch, tap. He stared up at the ceiling. Then the third door opened, and Grigor Linsky stepped out into the hallway right in front of him, and froze. He was wearing his familiar double-breasted suit, gray color, boxy shoulders, cuffed pants. Reacher stabbed him in the throat, instantly, right-handed, instinctively. He buried the blade and jerked it left. Sever the windpipe, keep him quiet. He stepped aside to avoid the fountain of blood, caught him under the arms from behind, and dragged him back into the room he'd come out of. It was a kitchen. Linsky had been making tea. Reacher turned out the light under the kettle, put the gun and the knife on the counter, bent down and clamped Linsky's head between his hands and twisted it left and jerked it right. Broke his neck. The snap was loud enough to worry about. It was a very quiet house. Reacher retrieved the gun and the knife and listened at the door. Heard nothing except slide, scrape, crunch, tap, slide, scrape, crunch, tap. He stepped back into the hallway. Then he knew. Glass. Cash had returned fire through Chenko's favored northern vantage point, and like all good snipers, had sought maximum damage from his one shot. And in turn, like all good snipers, Chenko was keeping his physical environment operational. He was cleaning up the broken glass. He had a 25% chance of being directed back to that particular window, and he wanted his passage through the room clear. Slide, scrape, crunch, tap. He was using the side of his foot to sweep the glass aside into a pile. Then he was stepping forward to sweep the next arc. He would want a clear 2-foot walkway through the room. No danger of slipping or sliding. How far had he got? Reacher crept to the next staircase. It was identical to the last one. Wide, shallow, dog-legged. He walked up backwards, listening hard. Slide, scrape, crunch, tap. He crossed the half landing. Kept on going, forward. The third-floor hallway had the same layout as the one below, but it wasn't carpeted, just bare boards. There was an upright chair in the center of the corridor. All the doors were open. North was to the right. Reacher could feel night air coming in. He stayed close to the wall, crept onward. The noises got louder. He flattened against the wall, took a breath, pivoted slowly, and stepped to his left, into a doorway. Chenko was 12 feet from him, facing away, facing the window. The lower pane had been pushed up behind the upper pane. Both panes had been blown out. The room was cold. The floor was covered in glass. Chenko was clearing a path from the door towards the window. He had about 3 feet left to go. His rifle was upright against the wall 6 feet from him. He was stooped, looking down, concentrating hard on his task. It was an important task. Skidding on a pebble of glass could cost him precious time in a firefight. Chenko had discipline. And 10 seconds to live. Reacher put the knife in his pocket, freed his right hand, flexed it, stepped forward. Just walked slow and silent down the path that Chenko had cleared. 4 quiet paces. Chenko sensed it. He straightened. Reacher caught him round the neck from behind, one-handed. He gripped hard, took one more long, fast stride, and stiff-armed Chenko forward with it and threw him out the open window, head first.
I warned you, he whispered into the darkness below. You should have put me down when you had the chance. Then he took out his phone. Gunny, he whispered. Here. 3rd floor window. Where you returned fire, you see it? I see it. The guy just fell out. If he gets up again, shoot him. Then he put the phone away and went looking for the attic door. He found Rosemary Barr completely unharmed, sitting upright on the attic floor. Her feet were taped, her wrists were taped, her mouth was taped. Reacher put his finger to his lips. She nodded. He cut her free with the blood-stained knife and helped her stand. She was unsteady for a moment.
Then she shook herself and gave a kind of nod, then a smile. Reacher guessed that whatever fear she had felt and whatever reaction she was feeling right then had both been neutralized by some kind of a steely determination to help her brother. If she survived, he would survive. That belief had kept her going.
Have they gone?
She whispered.
All except Raskin and the Zek,
Reacher whispered back.
No. Raskin killed himself. I heard them talking. The Zek made him do it, because he let you steal his cell phone.
Where's the Zek likely to be?
He's in the living room most of the time. Second floor.
Which door?
Last on the left.
Okay, stay here, Reacher whispered. I'll round him up and I'll be right back.
I can't stay here. You have to get me out.
He paused. Okay, but you gotta be real quiet, and don't look left or right.
Why not?
Dead people.
I'm glad,
she said. Reacher held her arm down the stairs to the third-floor hallway. Then he went ahead alone to the second. All quiet. The last door on the left was still closed. He waved her down. They made the turn together and headed to the first floor, to the front of the house, to the room he had entered through. He helped her over the sill and out the window to the dirt below. He pointed.
Follow the driveway to the road, he said. Turn right. I'll tell the others you're coming. There's a guy in black with a rifle. He's one of ours.
She stood still for a second. Then she bent down and took off her low-heeled shoes and held them in her hands and started running like hell, due west, through the dirt, towards the road. Reacher took out his phone.
Gunny, he whispered. Here. Rosemary Barr's heading your way. Outstanding. Round up the others and meet her halfway. There's no more operational night vision. Then stand by. I'll get back to you. Roger that.
Reacher put the phone away, backtracked through the silent house, on his way to find the Zek. In the end, it came down to waiting. Wait, and good things come to you. And bad things. Reacher crept back to the second floor. The last door on the left was still closed. He ducked into the kitchen. Linsky was on the floor, on his back in a pool of blood. Reacher relit the flame under the kettle. Then he stepped out to the hallway, walked quietly to the front of the house and leaned on the wall beyond the last door on the left. And waited. The kettle boiled after 5 minutes. The whistle started low and quiet, and then the note in the volume rose to full blast. Within 10 seconds, the second floor of the house was full of an insane shrieking. 10 seconds after that, the door on Reacher's right opened. A small man stepped out. Reacher let him take a pace forward and then spun him around and jammed the Smith 60 hard in the base of his throat, and stared. The Zek. He was a wide, ancient, twisted, stooped, battered old man. A wraith, barely human. He was covered in livid scars and patches of discolored skin. His face was lined and drooping and seething with rage and hatred and cruelty. He was unarmed. His ruined hands didn't seem capable of holding a weapon. Reacher forced him down the hallway, into the kitchen, backwards, to the stove. The noise from the kettle was unbearable. Reacher used his left hand and killed the flame. Then he hauled the Zek back towards the living room. The kettle's whistle died away, like an air raid siren winding down. The house went quiet again. "It's over," Reacher said. "You lost."
"It's never over,"
the Zek replied. Hoarse voice, low, guttural. "Guess again," Reacher said. He kept the Smith hard against the Zek's throat, too low and too close for him to see it. He eased the hammer back, slowly, carefully, deliberately, loudly. Click, 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 crunch. An unmistakable sound.
"I'm 80 years old,"
the Zek said. "I don't care if you're 100, Reacher said. You're still going down."
"Idiot,"
the Zek said back.
"I meant I've survived things worse than you, since long before you were born."
"Nobody's worse than me."
"Don't flatter yourself, you're nothing."
"You think?" Reacher said. "You were alive this morning and you won't be tomorrow, after 80 years. That makes me something, don't you think?" No answer. "It's over," Reacher said. "Believe me, long and winding road. Okay, I understand all of that. But this is the end of it. Had to happen sometime." No response. "You know when my birthday is?" Reacher asked.
"Obviously not."
"It's in October. You know what day?"
"Of course not."
"Well, you're going to find out the hard way. I'm counting in my head. When I reach my birthday, I'm going to pull a trigger. He started counting in his head. First, second. He watched the Zek's eyes. 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th. No response. 10th, 11th, 12th.
What do you want?
The Zek said. Negotiation time. I want to talk, Reacher said.
Talk?
The 12th, Reacher said. That's how long you lasted. Then you gave it up. You know why? Because you want to survive. It's the deepest instinct you've got. Obviously. Otherwise, how would you have gotten as old as you are? It's probably a deeper instinct than I could ever understand. A reflex, a habit. Roll the dice, stay alive, make the next move, take the next chance. It's in your DNA. It's what you are.
So
now we got ourselves a competition. What you are against what I am.
And what are you?
I'm the guy who just threw Chenko out a third-floor window after crushing Vladimir to death with my bare hands. Because I didn't like what they did to innocent people. So now you've got to pit your strong desire to survive against my strong desire to shoot you in the head and piss in the bullet hole. No response. One shot, Reacher said. In the head. Lights out. That's your choice. Another day, another roll of the dice. Or not, as the case may be. He saw calculation in the Zek's eyes. Assessment. Evaluation. Speculation. I could throw you down the stairs, he said. You could crawl over and take a look at Vladimir. I'd cut his throat afterwards. Just for fun. That's who I am. So don't think I don't mean what I say. I'll do it, and I'll sleep like a baby the rest of my life.
What do you want?
The Zek asked again. Help with a problem.
What problem?
There's an innocent man I need to get out of the prison ward. So I need you to tell the truth to a detective called Emerson. The truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. I need you to finger Chenko for the shooting, and Vladimir for the girl, and whoever it was for Ted Archer. And whatever else you'd done, the whole 9 yards, including how you and Linsky set it all up. A flicker in the Zek's eyes.
Pointless. I'd get the death penalty.
Yes, you would, Reacher said. That's for damn sure. But you'd still be alive tomorrow, and the next day, and the next. The appeals process lasts forever here. 10 years sometimes. Hey, you might get lucky. There might be a mistrial. There might be a jailbreak. You might get a pardon. There might be a revolution or an earthquake.
Unlikely.
Oh, very, Reacher said. But isn't that who you are? A guy who will take the tiniest slim fragment of a chance to live another minute, as opposed to no chance at all? No response. You already answered me once, Reacher said, when you quit the birthday game on the 12th of October. That was pretty fast. There are 31 days in October. Law of averages said you'd be okay until the 15th or the 16th. A gambler would have waited for the 20th. But you didn't get past the 12th. Not because you're a coward. Nobody could accuse you of that. But because you're a survivor. That's who you are. Now what I want is some practical confirmation. No response. 13th, Reacher said. 14th. 15th. 16th.
Okay, the Zek said. You win. I'll talk to the detective.
Reacher pinned him against the hallway wall with the Smith. Took out his phone. Gunny? Here. Come on in, all of you. I'll open the door. And Franklin, wake those guys up like we talked about before. The phone went dead. Franklin had killed the comms net to make his calls. Reacher tied the Zek's wrists and ankles with wire torn from table lamps and left him on the living room floor. Then he went downstairs, glanced into the surveillance room. Vladimir was on his back in a lake of blood. His eyes were open. So was his throat. Reacher could see bone. Sokolov was slumped face down on the table. His blood was all over the place. Some of it must have seeped into the wiring, because the south monitor had shorted out. The other 3 pictures were still there, green and ghostly. On the west monitor, 4 figures were visible on the driveway. Yellow halos, red cores. Close together, moving fast. Reacher turned the lights off and closed up the room. Walked on down the hallway and opened the front door. Yanni came in first, then Cash, then Rosemary, then Helen. She was barefoot and carrying her shoes in her hand. She was covered in mud. She stopped in the doorway and hugged Reacher hard, held him for a long moment, and then moved on.
What's that smell?
Yanni said. Blood, Cash said, and other organic fluids of various kinds.
Are they all dead?
All but one, Reacher said. He led the way upstairs, stopped Rosemary outside the living room. The Zek is in there, he said. You okay about seeing him? She nodded.
I want to see him, she said. I want to ask him a question.
She stepped into the living room. The Zek was on the floor where Reacher had left him. Rosemary stood over him, quiet, dignified, not gloating, just curious.
Why?
She said.
I mean, to an extent, I understand what you thought you had to do, from your work perspective. But why didn't you just use Chenko from the highway? Why did you have to bring my brother down?
The Zek didn't answer. He just stared into space, seeing something, but probably not Rosemary Barr. Psychology, Reacher said.
His?
Ours, the public's.
How?
There had to be a story, Reacher said. No, there was a story, and he had to control what the story was about. If he gave up a shooter, then the story would be about the shooter. No shooter, the story would have been about the victims. And if the story had been about the victims, too many questions would have been asked.
So he sacrificed James?
That's what he does. There's a long list.
Why?
One death is a tragedy. A million is a statistic.
Joseph Stalin,
Yanni said. Reacher kicked the Zek aside and pulled the sofa away from the window about 4 feet, grabbed the Zek's collar and hauled him up and dumped him on one end, got him sitting up straight against the arm. Our star witness, he said. He told Cash to perch on the windowsill behind the sofa, told Yanni to go find 3 dining chairs, pushed armchairs against the side walls. Yanni came back 3 separate times, dragging chairs behind her. Reacher put them in a line facing the sofa. He ended up with a square arrangement. Sofa, dining chairs, armchairs off to the sides. His clothes were nearly dry, just a little dampness where the seams were thick. He ran his fingers through his hair, patted it down, checked his watch. Nearly 4 in the morning. Least resistance, a biorhythm thing. Now we wait, he said. They waited less than 30 minutes. Then they heard cars on the road far away in the distance. Tires on the blacktop, engine noise, exhaust pipes. The sounds grew louder. The cars slowed. They crunched onto the limestone driveway. There were 4 of them. Reacher went downstairs and opened the door. Saw Franklin's black Suburban. Saw Emerson sliding out of a gray Crown Vic. Saw a compact woman with short dark hair getting out of a blue Ford Taurus. Donna Bianca, he assumed. He saw Alex Roden climbing out of a silver BMW. Roden locked it with his remote. He was the only one who did. Reacher stood aside and let them gather in the hallway. Then he led them upstairs. He put Alex Roden and Donna Bianca and Emerson in the dining chairs, left to right. He put Franklin in an armchair next to Yanni. Rosemary Barr and Helen Roden were in armchairs on the other side of the room. Helen was looking at her father. He was looking at her. Cash was on the windowsill. Reacher stepped away and leaned up in the doorway. Start talking, Reacher said. The Zek stayed silent. I can send these guys away again, Reacher said, just as easily as I brought them here. Then I'll start counting again. At the 17th. The Zek sighed. Started talking. Slowly at first, and then faster. He told a long story, so much length and so much complexity that it got confusing. He spilled details of earlier, unconnected crimes. Then he got to the bidding process for the city contracts. He named the official he had suborned. It wasn't just about money. There'd been girls, too, supplied in small groups in a Caribbean villa, some of them very young. He talked about Ted Archer's fury, his 2-year search, his close approach to the truth. He described the ambush one Monday morning. Jeb Oliver had been used. The red Dodge Ram had been his payoff. Then the Zek paused, decided, moved on. He described the fast decision to get rid of Oline Archer 2 months later, when she became dangerous. He described Chenko's subterfuge, the hasty but thorough planning, the way they lured James Barr out of the way with a promise of a date with Sandy Dupree. He described the end of Jeb Oliver's usefulness. He told them where to find his body.
He told him about Vladimir killing Sandy in an effort to stop Reacher in his tracks. Altogether, he talked for more than 30 minutes, hands tied behind him, and then he stopped suddenly, and Reacher saw calculation in his eyes. He was already thinking about the next move, the next roll of the dice. A mistrial, a jailbreak, a 10-year appeals process. The room went quiet. Donna Bianca said,
"Unbelievable."
Reacher said, "Keep talking." The Zec just looked at him. "Something you left out," Reacher said. "You need to tell us about your inside man. That's what we're all waiting for." The Zec switched his gaze. He looked at Emerson, then at Donna Bianca, then at Alex Roden. Right to left, along the line. Then he glanced back at Reacher. "You're a survivor," Reacher said, "but you're not an idiot. There won't be a mistrial. There won't be a jailbreak. You're 80 years old, and you won't survive a 10-year appeals process. You know all that. But still you agreed to talk. Why?" The Zec said nothing. "Because you knew sooner or later you'd be talking to a friend, someone you own, someone you bought and paid for, am I right?" The Zec nodded slowly. "Someone right here, right now, in fact." The Zec nodded again. "One thing always bothered me," Reacher said. "From the start. At first I didn't know if I was right or if I was letting my ego get in the way. I went back and forth with it. Finally I decided I was right. The thing is, when I was in the service, I was a hell of a good investigator. I was maybe the best they ever had. I would have put myself up against anyone. And you know what?"
"What?"
Helen Roden asked. "I never would have thought of emptying that parking meter. Not in a million years. It would never have occurred to me to do that. So I was facing a question. Was Emerson a better investigator than me? Or did he know that quarter was there?" Nobody spoke. "Emerson is not better than I was," Reacher said. "That's just not possible. That's what I decided." Then he turned to the Zec. "The coin was one clue too many. You see that now? It was unnatural. Was it Chenko's idea?" The Zec nodded. "You should have overruled him," Reacher said. He turned to Emerson. "Or you should have left it there. It wasn't like you needed it to make the case." "This is bullshit," Emerson said. Reacher shook his head. "A lot of things clicked into place after that. I read the 9/11 transcripts and the squad car call log. Right at the start, you were awful quick to make up your mind. You had a bunch of incoherent panic calls, but within 20 seconds, you were on the radio telling your guys that this was a lone nutcase with an automatic rifle. There was no basis for that conclusion. 6 shots fired, ragged sequence. Could have been 6 kids with a handgun each, firing once. But you knew it wasn't." "Bullshit," Emerson said again. Reacher shook his head again. "Final proof was when I was negotiating with your boss here. I said he'd have to tell the truth to a detective called Emerson. I could have said the cops generically, or Alex Roden, the DA. But I didn't. I said your name specifically, and a little light came on in his eyes. Oh, he sparred around for a minute more for form's sake, but basically he agreed real fast because he figured he'd be okay as long as you were in charge." Silence. Then Cash said, "But O'Lean Archer went to Alex Roden here. He buried it. That's what you found out." Reacher shook his head again. "We found out that O'Lean went to the DA's office. I went there myself, first thing after I got to town, and you know what? Alex here has got himself a couple of real dragon ladies working the door. They know he doesn't like walk-ins. Dollars to donuts, they sent O'Lean on her way. That's a matter for the police, they'll have told her. Her co-worker said she was gone most of the afternoon. My guess is the dragon ladies sent her trekking all across town to the station house, where she sat down with Emerson here." Silence in the room. The Zec struggled on the sofa.
"Emerson, do something for Christ's sake."
"Nothing he can do," Reacher said. "I'm not dumb. I think ahead. Oh, I'm sure he's got a Glock under his arm. But he's got me behind him with a .38 and a knife, and he's got Cash facing him with a sniper rifle hidden behind the sofa. And what can he do anyway? Oh, I guess he could try to kill us all and say there was some kind of big massacre here, but how would that help him with NBC?
Emerson stared at him.
NBC?
Cash repeated. I saw Yanni fiddling with her phone earlier. I'm assuming she's transmitting all of this back to the studios. Yanni pulled out her Nokia.
Open channel, she said. Digital audio recording on 3 separate hard disks, plus 2 analog tapes as backup. They've all been running since well before we got in the Humvee.
Cash stared at her.
That's why you asked me that dumb question about the night scope. That's why you were talking to yourself like a sports announcer.
She's a journalist, Reacher said. She's going to win an Emmy. Nobody spoke. Everybody was suddenly self-conscious. Detective Bianca, Reacher said loudly. You were just promoted head of the Serious Crime Squad. How does it feel? Yanni made a face. Reacher stepped forward and leaned over the back of Emerson's chair and slid his hand under his coat. Came back out with a Glock 9. Handed it to Bianca. You've got arrests to make, he said. Then the Zek smiled, and Chenko walked into the room. Chenko was covered in mud, and his right arm was broken, or his shoulder, or his collarbone, or maybe all three. His wrist was jammed into his shirt like a sling. But there was nothing wrong with his left arm. Nothing at all. Reacher turned round to face him and saw the sawn-off rock steady in his left hand. He thought, irrelevantly, where'd he get that from? His car? Were the cars parked to the east? Chenko glanced at Bianca.
Put the gun down, lady, he said.
Bianca laid Emerson's Glock on the floor. No sound as it touched the carpet.
Thank you,
Chenko said. Nobody spoke.
I guess I was out for a little while, Chenko said. But I got to tell you, I feel a whole hell of a lot better now.
We survive,
the Zek said from across the room.
That's what we do.
Reacher didn't look back at him. He looked at Chenko's gun instead. It had been a Benelli Nova pump. The stock had been cut off behind the pistol grip. The barrel had been hacked off ahead of the slide. 12-gauge, 4-shot magazine. A handsome weapon. Butchered.
Emerson,
the Zek called.
Come over here and untie me.
Reacher heard Emerson stand up. He didn't look back at him. Just took a tiny pace forward and sideways, closer to Chenko. He was a foot taller and twice as wide.
I need a knife here, Emerson said.
The soldier's got a knife, Chenko said. I'm damn sure of that, based on what I saw happen to my buddies downstairs.
Reacher moved a little closer to him. A big guy and a little guy, directly face to face, separated by about 3 feet, most of which was occupied by the Benelli. Reacher's waist was level with Chenko's chest.
Knife, Emerson said.
Come and get it, Reacher said.
Slide it across the floor.
No.
I'll shoot, Chenko said. 12-gauge, in the gut.
Reacher thought, and then what? A pump-action shotgun ain't much use to a one-armed man. So shoot, he said. He felt eyes on him. He knew everyone was looking at him, staring at him. Silence buzzed in his ears. He was suddenly aware of the smells in the room. Dust on the carpet, worn furniture, fear, tension, damp night air blowing in from the open door downstairs and the busted window upstairs, and carrying with it the odor of rich earth and fertilizer and budding new growth. Go ahead, he said. Shoot. Chenko did nothing, just stood there. Reacher stood there directly in front of him. He knew exactly how the room was laid out. He had arranged it. He pictured it in his mind. Chenko was in the doorway, facing the window. Everyone else was facing the other way. Reacher himself right in front of Chenko, face to face, close enough to touch. Cash directly behind him, way back behind the sofa on the windowsill, staring forward. Then the Zek on the sofa, looking the same way. Then Emerson in the middle of the floor near the Zek, standing up, indecisive, watching. Then Yanni and Franklin and Helen and Rosemary Barr in the armchairs against the side walls, heads turned. Then Bianca and Alex Roden on their dining chairs, twisted round at the waist, eyes wide. Reacher knew where everyone was, and he knew what they were looking at. Shoot, he said. Aim at my belt. That'll work. Go ahead. Chenko did nothing. just stared up at him. Reacher was so close and so big, he was all Chenko could see. It was just the two of them, like they were alone in the room. "I'll help you out," Reacher said. "I'll count to 3. Then you pull the trigger." Chenko just stood there. "You understand?" Reacher said. No reply. "1," Reacher said. No reaction. "2," Reacher said. Then he stepped out of the way. Just took a long, fast, sideways shuffle to his right. Cash fired from behind the sofa at the spot where Reacher's belt had been a split second before, and Chenko's chest blew apart. Then Cash put his rifle back on the floor, just as silently as he had picked it up. 2 night-shift squad cars came and took the Zek and Emerson away. Then 4 ambulances arrived for the casualties. Bianca asked Reacher what exactly had happened to the first 3. Reacher told her he had absolutely no idea. None at all. He speculated that it might have been some kind of internal dispute. A falling out among thieves, maybe? Bianca didn't push it. Rosemary Barr borrowed Franklin's cell phone and used it to call area hospitals, looking for a safe berth for her brother. Helen and Alex Roden sat close together talking. Gunny Cash sat in a chair and dozed. An old soldier's habit. Sleep when you can. Yanny stepped up close to Reacher and said,
"Rough men stand ready in the night."
Reacher found himself very aware of the live phone. He just smiled and said, "I'm usually in bed by 12 o'clock.
"Me too," Yanny said. "Alone. You remember my address?"
Reacher smiled again and nodded. Then he went downstairs and stepped out to the front porch and walked a little way south across the dirt until he could see past the bulk of the house to the eastern sky. Dawn was coming, black shaded to purple right on the horizon. He turned round and watched the last ambulance loading up. Vladimir's final ride, judging by the size of the shape under the sheet on the gurney. He emptied his pockets and left Emerson's torn business card and Helen Roden's cocktail napkin and the motor court's big brass key and the Smith's 60 and Gunny Cash's Navy SEAL SRK, all in a neat little pile beside the front door. Then he asked the paramedics if he could ride with him to town. He figured he could walk east from the hospital and be at the bus depot before the sun was fully up. He could be in Indianapolis before lunch. Then he could buy a pair of shoes and be just about anywhere before the sun went down again.